Hi! Hello. Hi! Just gotta make sure the game audio isn't leaking out on this page. Made a mistake by adding the change game redeem to your channel. The change game is powerful, Nego. Don't underestimate it. Your viewers fight like hell. Oh no. Way more than mine. Nego, our channel's vibes are much different. They are a lot different. If you couldn't tell. You change every 20 minutes. Oh man, that's also a part of the problem. You gotta have at least half an hour on there. So anyway, how's everyone doing? You don't have a cooldown? Oh no! Oh, that's a problem. Yeah, that's part of the problem. Like, I mean, with my channel, the only way to combat it is with a challenge game redeem. That's it. Although, I was thinking randomly, like, just having it be that you have a redeem that spends imagination to switch the game rather than points. And it wouldn't work if, like, imagination was too low. You're like the just that happens when other people are like, no, I still want my game! I mean, I think I don't know, should I? Would that be a good idea for me to just, like, add a third option to switch game, which is, like, use imagination, and it would cost, like, I don't know, 1,000 imagination each time? And then they would just be like, haha! It would drop so fast, though. No cooldown, just imagination, and then it would be like, the public pool of imagination is gone. There were so many people spamming like observe and imagine to try to build back up. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm exciting myself. I'm just like, yeah. But yeah. Considering that, like, I just play games and I have fun. It's not worth it. Oh, you don't need to remove the comment. Spending imagination would be a bad idea. Yeah. Yeah. Because, I mean, having a redeem that would spend imagination, I think that would be good, because then it'd be like more people would be able to go, like, redeem it. But at the same time, it'd be like, haha! It'd be funny. I think it'd be funny, to be honest. And if I were to have it set the amount that they would spend at 1,000, then they only have like 10 redeems in the public pool. And I would set it at like one channel point. One point of your personal imagination. Hi, Dipsy! Cousin! Okay, thank you, Kaneko. So anyway, I'm starting today's stream with my particular gacha of choice. And like, there are a lot of reasons I want to play this game today. One being that it is Project Moon's 7th anniversary, yay! And two being that I just got over being sick. I didn't want to start off like getting back from sick. Right. A bit stuffy today, are we? Yes, I am. You can still hear it a little bit in my voice. And in my coughs. Ah! But yeah, I didn't want to come back with the... Oh, thank you. Thank you, that feels good. Hi, Violet! So, and... yeah, my favorite gacha is... not on screen. What the heck? Oh, there it is. Limbus Company. Also, it's Project Moon's 7th anniversary, which, map. Oh, come on. Where is it? Here we go. So yeah, this is them saying, like, whatever. I made sure before the stream that I accumulated a lot of energy, do a level up. I still love this head pat, oh my gosh. That way I'd be able to just go through the beginning bit of the game. But I am not going through with my most powerful team. I'm going through with a weak team, which is going to be consistent of people that I want to level up. So I suppose I'll just talk about this game a little bit. Summary of this game, summary of why I'm playing it kind of deal. This game is Limbus Company. It is a follow-up to the two games, Lobotomy Corporation and its sequel, Library of Ruina. Oh, I still need to upgrade you, yeah, that's good. I think it's a lot of fun. It's really neat. Project Moon stuff always has a classy vibe to them. But my personal opinion as far as like Project Moon stuff goes is that it some people get upset that I have this opinion. Lobotomy Corporation is a great game. It is also, in my opinion, the worst game in the franchise for one reason and one reason alone. Because its mere existence blocks people from playing the masterpiece that is Library of Ruina or the free and really fun game that is Limbus. Yes. And a lot of people will not play Lobotomy Corporation based on its name alone. Just because of its name, they'll be like, I don't want to. And I'm like, okay. So I decided, you know what? I just gotta play this on... Okay, which one the frick do I want? I'll just do you. I'm just picking random identities for this, because this is gonna be like how I'm gonna show the first few levels of Limbus Company. With a team that I am not leveled up at all. So it mostly looks like guys. It is not. Actually it is perfectly even. Let's see, so we have guy, girl, 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 guy, 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 girl, girl, guy, girl, guy. It's even. 50-50 split between guys and girls. So, about this on your phone entirely, Effin. But there's a very important point to be had with that statement. This is a gacha that does a couple of things interestingly. First off, it doesn't really sexualize the cast at all. Like, if it sexualizes them, it's just kind of like, okay. It doesn't do it. And the other thing is that... Which one's bigger pet? Oh my gosh, okay. The thing that's unique about this gacha game, you have all your characters from the outset. These are all 12 characters. What you pull and stuff are basically like different movesets they can use called identities, which is the stuff you level up. And they have their own individual moves, their stuff they can do, like whatever effects. I just now pulled together this build without considering like synergy at all. And in addition to that, you can also pull ego, which are like super big special moves. That's what you pull. You don't pull different characters, and it feels amazing, actually. To be like, okay, Okay, you're not gonna miss out on any characters. And so it's my favorite gacha at the moment. Yeah. And I gotta say that, like, I think Lobotomy Corporation has been out long enough, and it has made a lot of people feel like they can't jump into the franchise for long enough that I'm just like, you know what? Screw it. Screw it. Ah! People need to see Limbus Company, and if they like the world, they can play Lobotomy Corporation and Library Verona if they want. I'm tired of Lobotomy Corporation blocking people from enjoying a franchise I enjoy. Like, it's done it so long with other people, I just don't want it. Ah! So yeah, I'm not gonna play the most recent chapter, that I'm going with my current team. Let's see. Let's just start with the prologue. And also, as usual, just, if you want me to stop playing, redeem Switch game. Or, let me know and make a big enough fuss about it. This is a heavy on the gore game. I will say that. Where a lot of other gacha games will be like rated M because sexual content and whatever. Not this one. Not in the slightest. Oh my gosh. Okay. So now I'll just start showing you the game. The panther, lion, and wolf. In a black, dusky forest, I lost my way. Oh wait, what? No, game. Why are you like this? No, hang on a second. It's not sure this. Okay. I have a completed profile, so I'm still like trying to figure out how to do things. I have a profile that's like made a lot of progress. Ah! Here we go.
이제 알았어? 뛰어봤자 벼룩이라는 걸.
Do you see now? You can't run from us. You dare interrupt me just as I was graving the zzz. You must be out of your...
엄밀히 따져보면 스승님이 하려는 게 도시의 금기는 아니더라.
If we're being technical, what our master has planned apparently isn't one of the city's taboos.
아무도 시도할 생각조차 못했던 그런 일이라고 해야 하나?
It's just the kind of thing that no one has ever dared to consider. You catch my drift?
어라? 근데 이 녀석
Huh, what do you look at
그
that?
사이에 머리를 갈아 끼웠군. 원래 당신 같은 자들은 준비성조차 철저한가?
You managed to get a different head in so fast. Do people like you always come prepared? Ugh, just wait till I get the bzzz. You'll be no match for my...
아무래도 저 대가리엔 입까지는 없는 모양인데?
I guess that new dog, it doesn't come into the mouth, huh?
째깍거리는 소리만 들리네. 속에서는 비명이라도 지르는 걸까?
Yep, ticking is all I hear. You think they're screaming on the inside?
째깍대는 소리가 빨라지는 걸 보니 아파하기는 하나 봐.
It's ticking faster, so I guess they can still feel pain. Damn it. Why am I being attacked? Not good. Memories are dissolving already. That was done too
뭐야?
quick.
이젠 잠잠하네. 그럼 슬슬 끝내자.
What? They've gone quiet already. Let's get this over with.
늑대, 여긴 누구도 오지 않고 누구도 볼 수 없는 곳이야. 뭐가 그리 급해?
Wolf? Hang on. Can you hear the game? Can you hear the game? Oh yeah, you can hear the game. Okay, cool. This place no one visits and somewhere no one can see. What's the hurry?
우린 가르침을 따라야 해. 시간을 끌어서는 안 되니까.
We must follow her teachings. We can't drag on any longer.
우리가 살면서 언제 이런 녀석을 죽여보겠어?
Yeah, but this is the moment of a lifetime. We're not gonna get a second chance to kill someone of this caliber.
사자, 너는 일을 할 때 너무 감정적이야. 공과 사는 구분하면 좋겠군.
Lion, you have a tendency to grow too emotional during your jobs. I hope you show some discretion.
얼굴을 보고 싶었는데 아쉽게 됐어.
It's a shame.
당신의 별이 어디 있는지
I wanted to have a look at your face.
알려주지 않겠지.
I reckon you won't tell us where your star is, right? Like hell I am. I'm taking location to the grave with... Damn it, where was supposed to be again? My memories are escaping me too quickly.
그렇군. 입이 없었지.
Right. No mouth.
자연히 그것을 찾을
Turn
방법.
means you won't learn how to acquire it from this person.
그럼 이제 끝내도 돼?
Can I end them now?
그래.
Sure. Huh?
이거 무슨 소리야?
Hey, what's that noise?
표범,
Don't tell me.
설마 뒤에다가
Panther.
추적자들을 달고 온 거야?
Did you allow yourself to be tracked?
아니, 쫓아올 자는 아무도 없었어. 짐승일 확률은
No, there was no one that could have pursued me. Perhaps a wild animal?
짐승 소리가 아니야. 이건
This is not the sound a beast would make. It's
버스.
a bus?
저런 게 어떻게 여기까지 굴러 들어왔지?
How did it even end up here?
조난당한 버스인가 본데?
Must have taken a wrong turn.
길을 잘못 든 죄값은
The price they'll pay for taking the wrong road will be heavier than they expect.
사자가
It bested Lion's strength? Yeah, you got hit with a bus.
여전히 내 눈이 틀림없다면 당신은
My eyes are
영광에
still right.
한가르겠지.
Then you will reach the harbor of glory. Who are you? That nameplate says Faust?
어두운 숲에서 길을 잃었군요.
You've lost your way in a dark forest. I'm sorry, what? Our name is Dante. And that is Faust. Literature nerds are about to rejoice. Haha!
하지만 당신은
You were not
두렵지
overcome
않았어요.
with fear. Why was that? That's... I could simply lift my head to find the
그래요.
star. That's right.
이제 그 형상을 되뇌면서
Now, repeat
제가
with the
하는 말을
heart what I
마음으로
tell you
외치세요.
aloud as you remind yourself of that image.
너의 별을 따라가거라.
Follow your star. Follow your star. At that moment, I felt a sudden thump in my head, followed by the sting of several chains penetrating my chest.
걱정하지 마세요.
Relax.
정말로 심장을 못
Though it may
쓰게
feel
된 게 아닙니다.
otherwise, your heart is still functional.
이것으로 계약은 완료되었습니다.
With this, the pact has been sealed.
단테, 이제
Dante,
저희는 당신의
from this day
시간에
forth,
귀속되었습니다.
we are bound to your time. What do you...
이제 저희의 심장이 먹고
The
뛰면
beating of our hearts now
당신의 시각이
depends on
어디
where your hands
위치하는지에 따라
fall.
달렸습니다. 잘 부탁드려요.
I hope you'll make a fine leader. Our?
정말 이걸로 된 건가요?
Is that really everything? Ishmael. She wants to hunt down a big whale.
사과 한 알이 떨어졌어.
Single apple has fallen. Yi Sang, who shares the name of a famous Japanese poet who wrote a lot of interesting works.
이 사람은 아직도 이상한 소리만 하네.
This guy's still not making any sense.
찌뿌둥해. 이제 움직여도 되는 거지?
Rodion. I forget the exact story her stuff come through. I always forget like her particular stuff because I always get mixed up with like Baba Yaga, but you know. Jeez, the wife was killing me. I need some action
뭐?
now.
몸을 풀어보는 것도
Well.
나쁘진 않겠지.
I guess we could use a little warm on. Gregor. Which, if you couldn't tell by looking at the arm. Metamorphosis.
불쌍하게 나뒹굴고 있는 저것은 뭐지?
Altus. What is
우리의
that
마지막
wretch
대원이 될
visibly
자인데.
writhing on the ground? Are they to be the newest addition to the team? Altus is a war veteran. And is currently on something you might say, Odyssey.
말 조심하는 게 좋을
You
거야.
might want to watch your
우리
words.
상사가 될 뿐이래.
I heard that's our soon-to-be boss.
습격은 순식간이었을 텐데.
The attack
이렇게
must have
머리를
happened in an
숨겼군요.
instant. I'm impressed you managed to hide your head. Who are you people? What's up with this bus?
우리는 당신을 돕기 위해 찾아온
We are bearers
정의의
of justice who
사자들이고
have come to aid you, and
이건
this is the magical bus
원하는 곳은
that
어디든
takes
갈
us
수
wherever we
있는
wish to
마술
go.
버스죠.
Justice? Bus? I don't...
그런 대답을 바라는 거 아니었어요?
Wasn't that what you expected to
그렇게
hear?
생각하는 쪽이
Either
널
way,
편할
you're
테니.
better off believing us to be your saviors.
시간도 없고 유리한
We're
상황도
racing against
아니니까.
time, and the situation
천천히.
isn't in our
하지만
favor.
한 번만
So let me
설명하자.
explain this once. After some time passed. So, if I'm not mistaken here, and I do as you've said, those total strangers will fight for me?
맞아요.
Correct.
당신이 올바르게
As long as you
명령을
give them the right
내린다면요.
orders. Alright, so we'll kill Bilius, Arrogant, Baddened instead. Then I'll go back to where I was. Where I was, and... What was I doing? Where was I when I did that? Something extremely important was upon me. Something I shouldn't forget.
진정해요. 그
Calm
머리로
down.
기억이
It's only natural to
온전하리라.
happen with your current head.
지금은 눈앞에 놓인 전투에
You should
집중하죠,
focus on
단테.
the struggle at hand, Dante.
뭐라고 불러야 할지.
Pardon. I'm not sure how I should address you. You can address me as clown. Ha! Although you're about to say clock face, I know.
시계 지휘관님? 아무튼
Commander
전투
Clock
명령을
suffice?
내려주십시오.
In any case, we await your orders.
뭘 명령까지야. 각계전투밖에 답이 없지
네.
않나?
Do we really need orders? Seems like going one-on-one is the only way.
저기요.
Hey!
얼쑥덕대고 있는 거야.
Quit
다
running off your
으스러뜨리면
mouths! We just need to
그만이잖아.
crush them all! Heathcliff. I forget which book Heathcliff is a reference to. Same with Rodion. I forget where the both of them are from. There are a couple of them, but I'm not 100% certain where they come from.
최선을 다해주세요.
Please do your best, Dante. There's no two ways about it, I suppose. It's still gonna show all, like, stuff from, like, the current, chapter I'm on. So, you're gonna see a lot of screens from there, but, you're not gonna understand them. Zimba! I can echo. Hydrate. Okay, I'm gonna hydrate. So I understand how all this works. But I'm just gonna go through all the tutorial stuff again because, oh my gosh, you might not understand what's happening if I don't. Project Moon stuffs tend to have complicated mechanics, and I love them. Now I'm going to show you the basics of management and command. Oh, whoops. Try pressing the gear on the left. From here, form a chain of skills all the way to the gear on the right. So these are the individual moves that it'll do. For the tutorial, it's just gonna, like, it's gonna force you to use standard identities. After you have formed a chain of skills, press the right gear to begin combat.
행동을 개시합니다.
It's so weird to see it this way because it's like... I'm so used to there being more information than what the tutorial gives you. Because usually you have more stuff than this to look at. It appears we need a powerful attack. Let's form the proper chain for it. Okay, so what they're talking about is resonance here. Where if you do the same kind of color attack in a chain multiple times, so this is 2 green, it's gonna power up the attack that's like has the same color. By chaining 2 or more skills of the same affinity, you cause resonance. Yep.
금방 다녀올게.
There's a lot of literary references in here. People use, like, I was talking about this earlier, how, like, the required reading, the required, like, stuff to go through for all the lore in Project Moonverse is insane. And why I'm just like, just play a game that you want to. And if you like the universe, play the rest. I want to be able to talk to more people on this. People would make the joke that in order to play Limbus Company, you had to read Dante's Inferno, Faust, Yisang, Metamorphosis, Moby Dick. Like, the Bible. It was a joke. That wasn't enough. We must track them even harder. Try chaining our skills again. This one's gonna teach about absolute resonance, which is 3 in a row. Where unlike other resonance versus if it's 2, it's just the last one gets powered up. If it's 3 or more, then all of them get powered up.
좋아, 간다.
겨우 이 정도야?
You'll find yellow stagger thresholds on the health bars of both your sinners and enemies. Stagger is basically like, they will be stunned for a turn and you do more damage. That's it. So let's see, light blue and dark blue do not chain together.
좋아, 간다.
I cannot look at viewer count and nobody's talking, so I'm just like, oh no, did I chase everyone off? Oh no! I sure hope I didn't. If I did, I am sorry. Also, yeah, they're not good. Like this. Yeah. You're not gonna win. The first stage, you're gonna lose. You're always gonna lose. It's just a part of the story. Say something so it's 5 binary choices, that's 32 options. Oh no. I just get worried because I'm just like, oh no, did I chase everyone off? Ay, ay, ay. I get really nervous because I'm like, is this company approachable for
이해가 되지
people?
않는군.
Is anyone gonna
이런
watch me
것들에게
playing
사자가
it, or am I
당했다고.
just like, haha? Yeah, it's just anxiety happening. I don't get it. This is what Lion struggled against.
잠깐만.
Whoa, hang on.
맞아. 방금까지 싸웠던 사람이 말하긴 그렇지만.
I know this is kind of weird
이건
coming from
대화로
someone
풀
you were
수
just fighting, but I'm pretty sure we could talk this out. Yeah,
이건
this
이상적이지 않소.
is unideal.
처음부터 말이 안 되는 싸움이라고
아.
생각했는데
And it was a ridiculous idea to put up a fight against them.
다들
Yeah.
장난해? 난 시작도
Are y'all kidding? I haven't even... Yeah. What the hell is going on? You said you'll fight in my
이겨준다는
stead.
말은 안 했어요.
You never promised to win said fights.
그리고
What?
저만 남았네요.
It seems that I'm the only survivor. Okay. So you were waiting for this? You have some hidden card up your sleeve, right?
비장의 수라기보단
Necessarily a
그저
trump. No. Rather,
별을
it's about following the
따라가는
star.
거죠.
단체로 자살놀이라도 하는 건가?
What is this?
썩
Some
유쾌하진
kind of
않군.
suicidal performance? Not the funniest lives ends. What am I supposed to do? They jumped in triumphantly only to die like flies. God, I can't remember a thing about the past since I repeated what she said. Is this how I die?
뱀에게 전해라, 거짓 사자.
Tell the serpent this, false lion.
이건 막을 수 없는 흐름이라고.
This flow cannot be stopped. Ah! Red?
왜
Why? Ugh.
내가 왜 팔다리만
Do you know
잘라낸 줄
why I
아나?
only dismembered those two?
그래야 사지
Because at
멀쩡한
least
네가
one of you
저들을
means to be
데리고
able to carry the rest out
가봉지동
of here.
이곳을 벗어날 테니까. 달아난 팔과 다리를
If you're the
대체해줄
only one
놈이
left to offer them
너밖에
any
없으니.
help.
붉은 시선.
The red gaze.
그렇게 노려보지 마.
Don't glare at me like
네놈들이
that.
해놓은 짓에
This is
비하면
nothing compared to what you did.
별것도 아니잖아. 그 정도 부상이면
With wounds like
위에서도
those, I'm
충분히
sure your
할
boss
일을
will
했다고
recognize that you did your
생각할 거다.
part. Consider them a
광장처럼
medal of
여기라고.
honor.
아니면
Unless
여기서 명줄을
you
놓고
want this to be the end of your
싶은가?
life. Who are you one of them? You're too late. They're already.
늦은 건 아무것도 없습니다.
No one is too late,
단테.
Dante.
우리에게 필요한 건 오직
There is only one thing we need.
되돌릴
A
시간뿐이니까.
little time to rewind. I'm suddenly overwhelmed by a sharp pain in my chest, as though my heart were being torn asunder, followed by flashes in the ribs, intestines, stomach, and lungs. Ah! Screams. Engulfed in a deluge of torment, twisting and squeezing my entire body, I let out an agonizing scream. In my fading consciousness, the only thing I could perceive was the deceased's flesh reconstructing in a bizarre manner.
앞으로도 끝내주게 고통스러울 겁니다.
You'll suffer
Dante.
plenty from now on, Dante. And the voice of the man with red eyes. Dun 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 dun. Oh, wait! Ah! I did it again! Ah! The game is updated since I went back to these, and so I forgot it just heads right into the freaking... Whatever, I I forget to do the thing! DaVinci Resolve, yes or no? Yes. I am doing it. I am doing good on DaVinci Resolve. No, not you. Not you. You're not the one I wanted. You're the one. Haha! But yeah, I'm just like, I can with DaVinci Resolve. It is different. It has taken me a little bit to get used to. But I'm able to put in the work. It's just... It's gonna take me like multiple days, maybe even weeks to edit all the footage I've recorded for Broken Realities number 3. And Broken Realities 3 is gonna be like 2 minutes long! It's gotta be 2 minutes long, and dang, I do kinda wish I could do something longer, but at the same time, with the amount of effects I put in and like animation on my end, said something that is not worth it. Oh! Hang on. Live stream success e-learning bundle. Hang on, I gotta look at this before I continue the game. Let me see. Oh, no. What? What? That is not worth it, in your opinion. I agree. That seems like a scam. Like, the second it's like, it's $3,000 normally, but it's 99% off, so we're practically giving away $10. It's like, no, it's just $10. You're just trying to get people to buy it. That's my opinion, at least. Anyways. When I woke, I was on a peculiar bus. The man who introduced himself as Virgilius. I'm pretty sure that's another Dante's Infernal reference. Showed me to the 12 sinners I'll be overseeing as their new manager. I hear the howl of the beast somewhere. It cries ceaselessly. Is it willing out of hunger, or
일어난 걸까?
they're being itchy-twitchy? Did they
드디어
get up?
정신을 차렸군.
Awake at
버티지
last.
못하고
I would
굴러갔으니
have been a tad disappointed
조금
if you croaked on
실망할
us.
뻔했어.
상쾌한 아침. 나는
Fresh
버스
morning.
기사.
This is Charon, the bus driver. Reference to Greek mythology. Charon. Like, what is it? What's this? A psychopomp. There we go. Like, one of those mythological figures who, like, carry the spirits of the dead to the afterlife. Who's our bus driver?
아침은 아니지만 상쾌하긴
It's not
하겠어.
morning, but I could guess it's
기분이
refreshing.
어떻습니까, 단테?
How do you feel, Dante? Well, I
제각거리는군.
tick-tocking like a clock.
의사소통이 안 되는 건 제가 곤란한데.
Some language barrier this is.
저는 베르길리우스라고 합니다.
You may call me Virgilius.
이 말이
You
제대로
can understand what I'm
들린다면
saying,
무언가
give me
이해에
some
따른
kind of
행동을
reaction,
취하시죠,
Dante.
단테.
I gave him a quick nod, since he didn't seem hostile.
좋아. 듣는 것엔 문제가 없군.
Good. At least
일단
hearing is
출발하지,
functional.
카론.
Let's ride, Charon. Hi, Wayward! Hello! You've got... You've got me in the background! Since you're at work, I'll start tickling nice and good. You probably won't say what. Okay. Okay. Hello!
출발할게.
Now departing. Vroom vroom. I love Charon here. Charon's great. Although I don't have her as an announcer, that's something you pay for, to have her, like, announce what's happening in the battles as it's going on, but There was a heavy roar and vibrations, as though they echoed from the bottom of a deep mire. It was then that I realized I was aboard a bus. A bus. I can't be sure if I've ever ridden such a vehicle in the past. Here's also my opinion about Limbus Company. I gotta say this right now. The Lobotomy Corporation teaches you about the Project Moon universe from a little bit of separation. Library of Ruina is a little bit more connected. Limbus Company puts you right in there and has you as a protagonist who doesn't know anything. And I'm just like, okay, cool. While it is preferable for like players to play through like the Lobotomy Corporation and then Library of Ruina and then Limbus Company, if you're not willing to put in the time to play Lobotomy Corporation, just play Limbus Company. I want to talk to more people about this universe. It's great.
당신이 누구였는지는 기억합니까?
Do you remember who you were? I shook my head to say no. I had been reminded that my head was now a clinking mechanism.
원래 기억을 되찾고
Suppose you
싶겠군.
want your memory back.
그렇지 않나?
Am I right? I nodded. I sure feel like an idiot.
매끄럽군.
Smooth as it gets.
다들 이렇게
What's to
몸짓으로만
stop the
말하면
rest of you
안
from
되는
adopting
건가?
this gesture-based communication?
어떻게 생각하지,
Any
파우스토
words of
씨?
yours, Miss Faust?
파우스트는 사양하고 싶어요.
Faust will kindly turn down the
저희가
offer.
매끄럽게 몸을 움직일 수
I
있는
doubt we'll
상황이
have that much freedom
그렇게
over
많지는
our
않을
own
것
bodies
같으니까요.
most of the time. She's the one who spoke to me back in the forest. Her silver hair that glistens even without sunlight offer rather mysterious air.
단테.
Dante. Dante? Come to think of it, the red-eyed man has been calling me that too.
단테는 당신의 이름이에요.
Dante is
이름까지
your name.
잊으셨군요.
The amnesia must be affecting you rather severely. Sure looks like it. That doesn't sound like a familiar word.
점차 익숙해질 거랍니다.
You'll get used to it in time. Wait, you can understand? The group that attacked me earlier, and that Virgie or whatever he was called, seemed to hear nothing but ticking from me.
파우스트에게는 제대로 된 단어로
Faust can hear what
들립니다.
you intend to speak. You really can? But how? I don't even have a real
그런
mouth.
구시대적인 발상은 머리를
Outdated
바꿔서
ideas
생긴
must be one
건가요?
of the side effects that came with your head replacement.
성대나 혀 따위의
It's
발성기관이 있어야만
anachronistic to
대화를
think
할
that
수
vocal
있다는 건
organs such as the cords or
시대착오적인
tongue
이야기죠.
are necessary to participate in conversation. Anachronistic, right? Never considered that?
당신의 말은
You
한
can limit the
사람에게만 보낼 수도
recipient
있고
of your words to one
모두에게
person,
전달할
or
수도
choose to
있답니다.
speak to everyone at once.
모두라는 말은 수정해야겠군요.
A little clarification.
수감자들에게만
When I
해당하는
say
이야기예요.
everyone, I'm only referring to the sinners. Sinners?
당신의 뒤에 앉아
The
있는
people who have taken seats behind you.
방금까지 당신을
And the
대신해서
ones who
싸운
fought in
사람들을
your
말하는
stead
겁니다.
until moments ago.
그대가 이 여정을 함께할 마지막
What ho! So thou art the final piece that completes our journey's cast! How I have yearned for the moment!
아, 형씨. 머리통은 어디다가 팔아넘겼어?
Say, pal, where do you sell your old cranium off?
당신이었군요.
So it's
당신
you.
덕에 박살나
Thanks
있던
for putting
척추가
my spine
말끔하게
back into one
돌아왔어요.
place. Were you a surgeon or something
둥지에서
in that?
의사 일이라도 했나요?
다들 닥쳐라.
Everyone?
잡음이 겹치는
Quiet.
것만큼 불쾌한 것도 없어.
Nothing is more displeasing than to hear a choir of voices. Noises.
자기 소개가 필요한 시점인가 보군.
I suppose you all owe them a brief introduction.
그럼 가벼운 인사를
I'll
나눌
give you
시간을
time to make
주겠다.
yourselves known.
앞에
starting with
앉은
the closest
것부터
one. Go
시작.
on.
에이, 왜 이름은 항상 앞자리부터인지.
Why is it always one
앞에
in front
나서는
to
이제
go
진절머리가
first?
나는데.
I'm sick of taking any sort of lead now.
당신이 우리를 이끌
I heard you were
뭐더라?
gonna be a boss or
관리자라고 하던데.
yeah, or manager. Manager?
그래. 그래서 어떤 인물인지
Hello,
굉장히
metamorphosis
궁금했는데
dude.
말이야.
Yep, which is why I was real curious to meet you and yeah. Gregor, based off of the book The Metamorphosis.
아,
Hmm.
역시 뭔가 말을
Forming the
만드는
right
건 어려워.
sentences is hard, tough work.
머리통은 어디 팔아먹었는지 모르겠지만
Don't know what you did with your old
사정
head,
있는
but I guess
법이니까.
everyone has their story.
나는 그레고르라고 한다.
I'm Gregor.
잘 부탁한다고.
We're in this
관리자
together,
양반.
manager bud. Gregor! This... I cannot read that. This is poorly chosen. Okay, give me a second. Ah! I cannot... It's just... They chose a really bad color for this. Whatever. Gregor, based on the book The Metamorphosis, as you can probably tell from the art.
그래 양반이 뭐야 양반이
Craig,
이제부터
they aren't
우리한테
just your bud or
엄청난
pal.
돈을
You're
가져다
talking
줄
to the person who'll
사람한테.
make us filthy rich.
그래?
Greg? Rich? What's that about?
양반보다는
Let's see.
Dante.
What's better?
이름으로 부를게.
Dante. Don't mind me if I
당신은
call you
나를
by
로제라고
name. You can call me Rhodia. Okay, give me a second. I need to actually look it up so that I can, like, I can actually give information. Limbus Company books. Hi, Kaneko.
The panty senses are canon now.
Damn it! Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, let's see. I just like we saw Faust. Right. I think. Yes. Okay. Rodion is based off of Crime and Punishment.
난 당신이 우리의
I think
관리자가
there's
된 데 이유가
well,
있다고 믿어.
good reason you became our manager.
분명 원래는 둥지에
I'm
굉장한
sure it used to be a
사람이었겠지.
big deal back
그때
in the
버릇을
nest,
조금만
right?
내비쳐도
When your old habits
우리한테
start
돈이
coming back,
주르륵 들어올
we'll be
생각을 하니?
that much closer to rolling in the dough. She does have sociability, I'll give her
아차,
that.
내 정신 좀 봐. 예, 다음은 네 차례야.
Oh gosh, look at me keeping on. Hey kid, it's your turn next. Good day.
시시해.
Not
그게 끝이야?
boring, that's it? Oh.
싱클레어라고
I'm
Hey,
Sinclair. Sinclair. He is based off of the book Damien. This boy looks awfully unnerved. Did he even join this company of his own accord?
더 해야 할 말이 있나요?
Is there anything else I need to
저는
say? I've
처음이라.
never worked for a company before.
뭐 앞으로 남은 날은
Well,
많을
you learn the
테니까.
ropes in the coming days.
그럼 거기 그
Okay
친구가
then,
다음 타자.
how about you next, nerdy pal?
이상이라.
I am Yi Sang. Yi Sang. According to the site I pulled up, Yi Sang is inspired by the book The Wings, but not the book itself, but the author. The author of The Wings is Yi Sang. That's it.
이상이요.
No smoke or mirrors. I waited for him to reveal that he was pulling a prank or something. But he just stared vacantly into the window, disinterested.
답답하네요.
Ha! I can't
사회생활의
believe you
첫걸음은
people.
인사잖아요.
Aren't proper introductions the first step to being a member of
저를
society?
이스마일이라고 불러주세요.
Call me Ishmael, if you please. Ishmael is based on a book. You can probably tell by looking at her background. She is based on the book Moby Dick, or The Whale.
당신 덕택에 동강난 몸이 돌아왔다고
I heard they
들었어요.
glued our bodies back
앞으로도
together
잘
from
부탁해요.
pieces. I look forward to working with you. She gave a polite bow before returning to her seat. Although she emphasized sociality, she didn't feel like the most amicable sort.
미안하게 됐네. 나는
Sorry to
사회생활하고는
disappoint,
거리가 좀
because I don't care
멀어서.
too much for fitting in.
히스클리프,
Name's Heathcliff,
멋대로
used to be
부수고깨
a
부수는
professional
일은
record for
전문으로
property
하고
and
다녔지.
people alike. Okay, let's see. With Heathcliff, what am I looking at? Because I'm not 100% certain for all of them. Okay, we did Damien, we did Crime and Punishment, we did Faust, Metamorphosis, Moby Dick, The Wings. Ah! I don't remember. I just gotta, like, for the ones I don't remember, I'm just gonna, like, put them aside because the site I brought up does not list which sinner is based off of which book. So I'll just bring it out once, like, once we get through all the introductions.
누가 시켜서가 아니라
Not under
거슬리는
anyone's orders,
것들에게
mind
하고
you.
다니긴 했지만
I only did it to buggers that got on my nerves.
당신도 조심하라고.
So you'd better watch it.
나는 윗사람이라고
I'm
거들먹거리는
definitely allergic to
사람한테
cocky gaffers who think they can boss me around. I don't think I've done anything to give that impression yet.
드디어 이 몸의 차례인가?
It's my turn to speak! I am Don Quixote! She is Don Quixote, based off of the character from the book with the same name.
세대와 함께 꿈을 향해 달려가는
I'm a
해결사.
fixer who shall
잘 부탁해.
bring for the dream side by side. A pleasure to have thee. A fixer? That definitely feels like a term I used to know.
해결사 말인가?
Dost thou wish to know what it is? I can answer thy questions. Fixers are protectors of the city. I will cover what fixers are when they come up in the story.
아, 도시에 대해서도 제대로
Ah,
기억하지 못하는
perchance thou mayst struggle to remember the city. Tis.
나는
I
가벼운
believe
인사를
I
나누라고
said this
했던
was
것
for brief
같은데
introductions.
두 번 말하게 하지 않았으면
Don't
좋겠어.
make me say it twice. Next.
홍루라고 한답니다. 잘해보자고요.
My name's
우리?
Hong Lu. I hope we can get along well. I don't remember the book that Hong Lu is based on.
우와, 당신 그 머리
Wow,
근사한데요?
and look at you.
요새
Isn't that a
유행하는
fascinating
모델인가
head there? A popular model these days, I suppose. No, this isn't the kind
제
of...
취향은
It's not
아니지만
of my interest, though.
저건 무슨 말싸가지야?
The hell's wrong with your attitude? Heathcliff looked to be just moments away from swinging his bat. But when he realized the red gaze laid on him, he grunted and backed
Ryoshu.
down. It's Ryoshu. Ryoshu! Let's see. If I'm right, I might not be. But I think Ryoshu is from a book called Dream of the Red Chamber. They figured out to put black behind the large text. Wonder why they didn't think it made sense to do that for the small color text. Yeah.
요르슈크.
Sure is nice to meet ya. What point was I supposed to laugh?
그렇게
Mersault. Please refer to me as such. Let's see, Mersault. I'm also not certain if I remember where Mersault is from correctly. But I think he's from a book called The Stranger. You're pretty polite.
것이 아닙니다. 그저
This isn't anything special. I'm simply behaving normally. I'm almost touched. Mercy. Yes. Felt as if something were gravely amiss with him, but I can't seem to pin it down exactly. The way she scanned me up and down was a little daunting. I felt almost compelled to bow to her, but she stopped me with the motion of her hand.
관리자님이
Please.
먼저
I
자세히
would never
굽히라니.
make my manager
당치지
grovel
않습니다.
before me.
본인은 오티스.
My name is Altus. I would like to apologize for my rudeness earlier.
사과드리고 싶습니다.
She's brown nosing. So hard. Altus. She is from what I said before. The Odyssey. Rudeness?
이거 참.
Oh, please.
마음마저
Your
이렇게
generosity is a humbling sight.
역시.
I knew
처음부터
at
저희를
first
이끄실
glance
분이라니
that you have what it
한눈에
takes to lead
알아봤습니다.
us. Lady, I know you don't have a clown nose, but stop brown nosing so hard, please. What? Sorry?
인간의 대부분은 서로가
But most
맞붙어
humans cause
소음과
noise and
마찰을
friction as a
이끌어내지만
result of
그중
confrontation.
소수는
Some
맞붙는
are able
것으로
to reap
서로에게
mutual
이득이
benefit
되는
from
경우가
coming
있다고
head to
합니다.
head.
검을 날카롭게 펴리기 위해서는
It can be
그만큼
compared to the
강한 숫돌이
relationship
필요한
between a
것처럼
blade and a whetstone.
누구보다
I
관리자님을
vowed to
위해
serve you
헌신하겠습니다.
with unrivaled
편히
devotion,
써주시길.
Executive Manager. My blade is yours to wield. That's reassuring. Thanks. I gave her an approving nod, even though I still don't get what she meant by her rudeness.
아까 숲에서는 불쌍하게
I'm
나뒹군다고
amazed at how
말하더니
you can sing such
잘도 그런 말을
bold-faced high
상대 밖으로
praise
꺼낼
not
수
too long
있네.
after calling them a miserably writhing wretch. I think I see
제가
now.
마지막이네요.
Since I'm the
Faustine.
last, Faust is the name. Faust. She is from, well, a book of the same name, Faust. which is also based off of a lot of German folk tales around a scientist of the same name, Faust. So the books that I didn't quite get to, that I'm like, I'm not certain who belongs to who, is Hellscreen, Wuthering Heights, and The Golden Bow.
당신의 인생 중 한 번
A
만날까
genius
말까
with
한
whom you're lucky to
천재죠.
cross paths, even once in your life.
납득하지 못한 듯한 반응이군요.
Sounds like
단테.
you aren't convinced, Dante.
괜찮습니다.
Well,
경험을
it's
통해
fine.
차차
You'll
이해할
come
수
to
있을
learn
거예요.
all in due time. Learn what?
파우스트가 진귀한
That
천재였다는
Faust is
사실을
indeed
말이에요.
a brilliant mind.
관측자가 깨닫지 못한다
When
하여
the proverbial tree
사실이
falls,
진실이 되는 일은 없으니까요.
the fact of its sound cannot become truth when the outside observer fails to recognize it. Okay.
소개는 여기까지.
That's enough
단테,
greetings.
당신의
Dante,
직무를
I'm explaining new
알려드리죠.
occupation. You mean as the manager?
관리자를 말하는 거냐고 묻고 있어요.
They're asking if the job you're about to explain is that of a manager. Come to think of it, that red-eyed man couldn't hear me, unlike the sinners.
맞습니다.
That's
관리자
correct,
단테.
Executive Manager Dante.
당신은 지금
You will
소개받은
embark on a
이
trip to the
12의 수감자와
Inferno
함께
with the 12 sinners
지옥을
who've just
지행하게 될
introduced
것입니다.
themselves. I think I understand, like, this much as a reference at least. Dante's Inferno, part of the Divine Comedy, has Virgilius guiding Dante through all of the layers of hell. This story gets fun. The Inferno? Why should it go to hell?
자신이 지옥으로 가야 하는 이유를
They're
묻는
asking why they need to travel to the Inferno.
지옥의
How
끝에
about this?
보물이 기다리고
Treasure waits at the end of
있으니까
the road. But that's
그렇게 말하면
spice.
되겠습니까?
I don't... You mean I used to be a treasure hunter or something?
아예 알아듣질 못하는군요.
They can't seem to get you at
이
all.
해를 요구한 건 아닙니다.
I did not
단테.
ask for your understanding,
의사를
Dante.
부른 것도 아니죠.
Nor was this a question of your willingness.
기억과 머리를 되찾고
You'll have to
싶다면
listen to me if you want to
제
reclaim
말을
your
들어야 할
memories
겁니다.
and original head. I mean, I do want them back, but
미적거리네요.
they're hesitant.
파우스트 씨,
Miss Faust.
단테가
What we do
계속해서
if Dante
거부하면
keeps on refusing
우린
to
어떻게
cooperate?
되는 거지?
This is not a scenario we
거부할 거란
anticipated.
예상은 없었잖아.
무슨 말씀을? 파우스트는
Preposterous.
모든 것을
Faust
예상한답니다.
anticipates every possibility.
단테, 모든
단테?
임무를 마치고 나면
Once you've completed all your missions,
당신은 성위를 새길
you'll
수
be
있을
able to
거예요.
engrave the aspect.
제가 보증하죠.
I can promise you that. Aspect, a word that strikes my mind intensely. Even though my memories are gone, my underlying instincts are responding strongly to it. Led by intuition, I make my
보이죠?
choice.
고개를
See there?
끄덕이잖아요.
They're nodding.
좋아, 계속
Good.
가면 되겠어.
Then we can continue.
그런데 카론,
By the way,
아까부터
Carl,
왜 출발을 안 하고
why
있지?
isn't the bus moving?
졸았나?
Were you dozing off?
버스 기사는 졸음 쉼터에서만 졸아.
A bus driver only snoozes at rest spots, Verge.
매피 앞에 이상한
Brados were
놈들이
hanging
서성이고
around in front of
있었어.
Methy.
카론, 말했잖아. 버스에 무슨 일이 생기면 곧바로
Mephistopheles,
알려야 한다니까.
which I'm sure is like it's the name of the bus, and I'm sure it's a reference to another thing. I just don't get it. Mephistopheles, though. Drinking lots of water. I told you, Charon. If anything happens with the bus, you've got to let me know right away. Methy? Who's that?
메피스토 팰레스.
Mephistopheles.
이름이자
The name of this
버스를
bus and the
구동하는
engine that runs
엔지니어요.
it.
그리고
And
파우스트의
Faust's
심혈을 기울인
magnum
명작이죠.
opus cordis.
지옥을 순항하기에는 걸맞는
An ideal ferry
나룻배가
boat
아닐 수
to bear
없지.
us across the inferno.
그렇게 생각하지 않습니까?
Wouldn't you agree, Dante? I wasn't sure what he was getting at. so I turned away to look through the window instead of giving him a reply.
보아하니 뒷골목에 기거하는
Looks
익숙한
like they're just another
쥐새끼들이군.
pack of dirty rats living in the back streets.
마침 잘 됐습니다,
This is
딴테.
just the right time, Dante.
지휘를 연습하기는
They should make perfect
더할
targets for
나위 없는
practicing your commands.
조건이군요.
단테, 처음 전투에서는
Dante, I skipped over
생략한
many
부분이
details
많았어요.
during our first battle.
제대로 설명할 시간이
We were
없었습니다.
short on time, after all.
하지만 그런 식으로만 전투가 이루어지면
However, we'll be
우리는
slaughtered
항상
frequently
고민할
if no
거고.
improvements are made to your strategy.
당신은 우리를 살리기
And in
위해
turn,
의미 없는
you have to
고통을
endure
느껴야만
senseless
하겠죠.
pain over and over again to revive us. Pain? Revive? You mean what happened earlier was... Yes,
당신이
you were brought back
시계를
to life
돌려주었기에
because you
우리는 살아나는
turned back
거랍니다.
the clock.
당장 필요한
I don't believe
설명은
that much is
아닌
necessary,
듯합니다.
Miss Faust.
파우스트 씨, 자잘한 담소는
Save the chatter
나중에.
for later. Sinners,
너희들
off the
저는
bus.
하차.
전투에 대한 설명을 이어가죠.
Allow me to elaborate on combat. Ah! Hmm. Okay. All actions are dictated by speed value. You can see the speed values right above each character's portrait. Beat a random number chosen from a given range. The positions of units are rearranged every turn according to their speeds. So those who are at the front are going to be hit first. And if your character has higher speed than the enemy, then basically they'll decide like what order people move in. Absolute residence, and there we go.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
So he moved first, despite not being at the front, because he has higher speed. So it's like, the way it works is that higher speed attacks the people in front. And so, let's see. Starting to be sure a skill slot would be added for a sinner in the order they are deployed during scheme setup, regardless of if the sinner is staggered, in panic, or ego corrosion. Okay. So, if I'm reading this correctly, it'll go Gregor will attack this one, Ishbel will attack this one, Rodion will attack this one, Yi Sang will attack this one, and this one will attack Faust. Yeah. And if you notice, two of them are attacking Faust, but if I go through... Yes, I know clashes. Clashes are easy. Clash power of two opposing skills is compared, and the side with greater power wins. Thank you. Once I organize this all out... There we go. Gregor to this one, Ishmael to this one, Rodion to this one, and this one to Faust. Speed dictates, like, who's getting attacked with what. Ah!
들을 제거하겠소.
This way, hopefully, people will be able to follow when I play this game. I want people to be able to follow. At least a little bit. They're still using like the tutorial people.
당연한 결과죠.
Who are technically not a part of my team at all because like they're kept at perpetual level 1. Lure of Nexo characters' health bar is an indicator of their sanity. Yeah, sanity goes to -45 to +45. Defeating enemies boosts sanity, while any deaths will harm sanity. If an enemy... Right, you can view the effects and elements on a unit indicated, yeah. Press hover... Okay, yep. All refoes have fallen into... Okay, I just want to explore... Let me just zoom in. Does not act. Haha! Okay. So when enemies are at -45, they will panic, which means they'll either like do an attack that barely does anything, or will not attack at all. What they didn't quite mention is that sanity, the higher your sanity is, the more likely you are to, well, for this attack, get the +7 on it. Because you see on the attack it's 2 + 7. That +7 is more likely to occur the higher the sanity is. Haha!
톱들을 제거하겠소.
Also, I will apologize because I'm just like, I'm kind of nerding out here. I'm like, haha, 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 haha. This is my show. This is my circus. I get to be as weird as I want. My show, my circus. Although I do have Switch game there for
아까보다는 쓸만해 보이는
a
걸요.
reason.
딴테.
I need to reassure myself. If nobody likes the game, they would do Switch game. Oh, it's fine. I guess that's why it's capped at 45 in each direction, so the chances never go to 0. Yeah, I think so. Like, from what I know, from what I've seen, I think the actual percentage chance is like, whatever the sanity is times 2. So, it could go at most a 90% chance to, like, succeed, and at least a negative 90% chance to fail. Well, negative 90% chance, right? Things get weird with a few different identities and how they treat sanity, though. It's nuts. You're looking much more useful than before, don't they? They all got away safe for one, though. Should we go after them?
놓친 적을 걱정하네요.
They're worried over the foes we lost.
걱정할 건 없습니다.
No need for
마침 가야
concern.
할
That's the
길이었으니.
direction we were heading anyway. Kara?
발판을 꽂고
Pedal
신나는
touches
기분으로
metal.
달릴게.
Up for an exciting ride. Hmm. Ooh, snifflies. I have snifflies. Give me a second. Ha! I mean, I'm still taking nasal decongestants. That's how I'm able to survive, mostly, right now. Please for potato skills. I have more to teach you. Okay. So, if you see above, it says neutral. That's the chances of you winning. I don't remember what the actual, like, measured chances are, what the ranges are, but there's neutral, favored, overwhelming, then there's struggling, and there's hopeless. As you can probably guess, if you get the hopeless, you're probably not gonna win, and if you get to overwhelming, you're probably gonna win. Right now we're looking at a lot of neutrals. Oh, it's dominating. It's not overwhelming, it's dominating. Yeah. Unfavored. Attack types and infinity. Skills have 2 major properties. Their attack type and sin infinity. I don't really pay attention to sin affinity a lot. It's a lot for me. The attacks are pierce, blunt, and slash. Different enemies are like resistant to some of those and weak to others. Yeah. Yeah, so if we look at, let's say you. Oh, they changed the... I didn't realize they changed the everything. Up to everything. Dang.
좋아, 간다.
But our different enemies have different like resistances and such. Use defense skills to deal with an enemy offense. Yep. Defense skills. Yeah. There are 3 kinds of defense skills. There are let's turn it to guard. Yeah. There's guard. Guard decreases the amount of damage done. There's counter. Counter just like you take all the damage and then you hit back. And evade dodges all the damage, but only if it can get a higher value.
금방 다녀올게.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
지치는 낙엽으로 고개 거울은 깨졌어.
Ah, how many be done? Ah, we were almost done with that particular. Whatever.
kop들을 제거하겠어. 지치는 낙엽으로 고개 거울은 깨졌어.
Whoa! Victory. That's most of the basics of how this game works. There's like one other thing that I think they'll teach in like the next tutorial, and then it's actual game.
잠시만요.
Give me a second.
뭐죠?
What is it?
저는 정체되지
I
않고
joined this
나아갈
company
수
because I was
있다는 말에
told that I'll be
여기에
able to
합류한 거예요.
advance my career without slowing down.
그런데 지금은
But right
지새끼도
now,
아니고 계속
it's
의미
nothing
없는
but
폭력만.
meaningless violence, like we're rats or something. I suppose I'll cover what rats are right now. In the Project Moon universe, in the overall city, the lowest of the low, the people who can't get into any of like high class areas and are just consigned to be in the back streets and can't do anything worth crap, basically. Like, this is capitalistic nightmare 101. They're called the rats. They basically scrounge for food and try to like kill people to like harvest parts or any kind of money they can get.
의미가 없진 않소.
I object to its meaninglessness. Those were evildoers who attacked us. Which legitimately puts into mind that Dawn is crazy. She's legitimately.
시끄러워요. 좀 조용히 좀 해봐요.
Please just be quiet for a
아무튼
moment.
이런 용역 폭력단 같은 행동만
Anyway,
명령할
if all we're gonna
거라면
do is beat up people under
다른 일을
orders
하는
like
것도
hired
고민해봐야 할
thugs,
것 같아요.
I'll have to consider changing jobs sooner or
입사
later.
계약서를 제대로 안 읽으셨나요?
Haven't you read your contract?
퇴사는 허용될 수
Resignation
없답니다.
is not permitted.
계약하면서 말한 이야기가
Do you think the
거짓말이라도
contract has any
그
sway
계약이
if
효력이
it's
있을
based
거라
on
생각하는
lies?
건가요?
당연히 효력이 있죠.
Of course it does.
애초에 거짓말은 없었으니까.
There were no lies on it.
네?
Huh?
설마 제가
You didn't think
메피스토펠레스를
Mephistopheles was
그저
built to be a
운송만 하는
mere
것으로
means of
만들었을 것
transportation,
같았나요?
did you?
피는 항상 배고프다. 그래서
Mephi is
울어.
always hungry. It keeps crying. The bus gets hungry?
엔진이 연료를 섭취할
When
때
the engine
생기는 분산.
ingests fuel, it yields a
여러분은
byproduct.
그걸 통해
Using
강해질
that,
수 있어요.
you can grow more powerful.
이상 씨는 잘
I'm sure
알고
Yi Sang
계시겠죠.
knows this well.
거울 속에서
When all
모든
possibilities
가능성을
are drawn from the
끄집어낸다면
mirror,
성장 또한 제약이 없어.
there is no limit to one's growth.
거울 속에 나는 나인가
Is the
아니면
self
또
in the
다른
mirror my
누구인가?
reflection? Or another being entirely? possibilities. You draw what exactly? I'll show that off since like for the anniversary Project Moon did give extra polls. They're talking about the gacha mechanic there. Or maybe I should do that now just to show you what that looks like. I'll okay, I'll show what that looks like now. Time to go right into the engine, I guess. Let's see. I'm showing you up. I'll just do... No, I want to focus extraction though. Heck, have it. They gave a ticket for the anniversary, so yeah, they do that regularly enough. This is what the polling looks like. This is inside the engine of the bus. Obviously, I got the 2-star for the event because you usually do whenever you do like 10 polls. Got the 2-star and mostly just normal.
사무직분들은 사이좋게 모여서 식사를 하시는 것 같네요.
And if
저희
I remember
지휘팀 관리직은
correctly,
특별히
show,
그룹을 지어 식사하진 않는데.
duplicate identities get turned into ego shards that you can use to level people up, or just make identities straight up. So that's what they reference. That's what they're referencing with the look in the mirror for possibilities. Oh. And normally during this part, there's like a guaranteed poll you get, but because I'm going over this again,
이런 걸 의미했던 건가요?
yeah, the guaranteed poll is one of Ishmael. I see. This is what that was
너무
about.
마음이 급할 필요는 없어요.
There's no
이스마엘.
need to get impatient,
버스가
Ishmael.
향하면 자연히
As the bus goes onward, you'll naturally take on more important tasks than beating the life out of random crooks. I know you're eager to achieve your goals, but do try to have patience.
거울 세계에 있는 우리들의
Since
모든
this works by
가능성 중
whisking
하나를
out one of our
끄집어내는
limitless
거니까
possibilities from the mirrored
기억이 조금
world,
더 쉬워졌을
it'll
거예요.
have overridden a part of our memories.
곧 익숙해질 거예요.
You'll get used to it in no time.
뭐야? 그거 좀 위험해
Oh,
보이는데.
hang on. That sounds a bit dangerous, don't it?
이러다가 내가 아니게 되는
What if
거
I'm no longer my
아니야?
old self by the end?
여러분은 테세우스의
Don't
배가
mistake
아니에요.
yourselves for the ship of Theseus.
인격과 기억을 빌리기는
While it's
하겠지만
true that you borrow the
주도권을
identities
잃도록
and
설계되어
memories,
있지는 않아요.
the system is designed to ensure that you don't lose control over your own existence.
거울에 비추는 나는 사뭇 다를 수
Different
있으나
though your reflection may be,
거울 밖을
it is bound to
벗어나면
vanish
거울 속의
once you
형체
walk away
또한
from the
잃게.
mirror.
저희가 어떻게 성장할지는
How our capability
반드시
grows
달렸어요.
ultimately depends on you, Manager Dante.
거울 세계의 다양한
It is up to
가능성을
you to place the
가장
most effective
효과적인
figment
타이밍에
of possibility
더
on
시우는
us
일을
at the
하실
right times. So basically, you decide their movesets and such. That's what this is talking about.
메타몰포시스를 말하는 건가?
I believe that's what you call a metamorphosis. There are so many literary references here. It's insane.
네,
Yes,
일종의 탈퇴이자
I suppose you could say
변신이라
that
할
it's a
수
form of
있죠.
transformation.
어머? 그런 어려운 단어는 어디서
Golly,
났대?
where do you learn big words like that?
주워들었다.
I
이
picked it
사람
up.
저 사람
My prior
많이
profession
만나봐야
required
하는
meeting
일을
people with
했었거든.
various occupations.
변신이라.
From look,
담소는 끝났나?
done
일단
chatting.
길부터 뚫자고.
Let's make the way
어차피
first.
지겨울
You'll spend more
정도로
time
붙어 있을
together
테니
than you'd ever ask
못한
for,
말은 나중에.
so keep that combo for later. So yeah, that's him talking about that mechanic. Because they didn't cover ego, but it's fine, it's fine. Each character has a skill set. This is a list of skills from which they draw. Right. And I can probably show this. Or maybe I'll show it once it press the character open their info tab. Yep.
임무 중에 찾아오시면 안 되는데.
So right now she has equipped the basic identity that is a guaranteed pull at this point. Each center you control has their own group of skills. A number of them from those skill sets will be randomly selected and deployed on the dashboard. Used skills are treated as discarded from the set. They will not reappear until every other skill in the skill set has been used, thus refilling it. It's like they have a hand of cards, and they pull from a deck, but they only hold 2 cards at a time. You play a card, pick up another one. Additionally, attack skills have an offense level. In clashes, the differences in offense levels may affect. Yeah, that's just the power. We've seen that. That should cover the basics. Now give me your no.
임무 중에 찾아오시면 안 되는데.
Ah! Thank you.
임무 중에 찾아오시면 안 되는데.
Okay, so they also have skills. Skills that are affected. Well, yeah. Those are the moves they have. They have their defense. They have their passives, which once you get enough ego resources, they can activate. And this is the massive attack, which we'll not see yet.
금방 다녀올게.
Side skills, you've seen. Yeah, I just barely covered that. Yeah, so the other sinners all have like indirect passives that can go forward, like this one requires 5 purple, of which we have 0 right now. Ah! Canning 2 priceless. Which one is Pride? Oh, Analytic Eye, plus 10% damage to units with negative status effects. They all have negative status effects, they're staggered. This portion will indicate what passives are active. Yeah, whatever, it's only one.
고개 거울은 깨졌어.
완전한 침묵.
It's like this. Yeah, a lot of the stages have multiple waves. Yay, they're covering ego. To use ego, you need resources. These resources. Yeah, just automatically give me an ego. There's special attacks that have extra damage and really good, like, clash power. But they tend to do less damage overall than skills with, like, a lot of attacks to them, so. Use up some of the resources, have a special attack. Comes with the cutscene! Yay! You know that's about to play. It has an AoE skill. Yes, it's AoE, we know what that means.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
AoE specifically hits multiple enemies. Oh my gosh! Oh! They are dictated by the attack weight.
다음은
The higher the attack weight, the more people it affects.
모든 결과들은 하우스트가 알아요.
Boink.
흩어진 낙엽과 고개 거울은 깨졌어.
Ego would before part of your strategy. Yeah, if you finish stages already, you can auto chain. Hang on a second, I want to see. Right, this has an attack weight of 3. Hit up to 3 enemies. Although, if an enemy has like a higher amount of slots, it could be taken up by like each of those slots. Or if a slot has a higher weight, that it can be taken up by that. It's complicated. That's just giant.
고개 거울은 깨졌어.
완전한 침묵.
Wow.
길이 열렸어. 하지만 베르, 메피가 달리기만
Road's
했어도
clear.
길은
Preferred.
뚫렸을 거야.
Messi could have run them over just fine. Huh. What did I fight for then? Sensing a rattling agitation in my gestures, Virgilia stepped in.
진정하시죠, 단테.
Calm yourself, Dante.
걸음마도 떼지 못한
It's
아이에게
not right to ask a toddler
달리기를
to
시킬
run
순 없지
when I've yet taken
않겠습니까?
first steps.
걸어볼 기회가 있다면
You'll need every
직접
opportunity to
걷고
try and
나서
walk
달리셔야죠.
before you're made to run.
그리고 단테,
Furthermore, Dante,
당신은 관리자.
as the manager,
저들의
it's
관리를
your
하는
job
게
to
업무입니다.
manage your staff.
나는
And
길잡이.
I am the guy.
어디를 가고
I decide where we
어떻게
go and how we arrive
개척할지는
there.
내가 판단합니다. 알겠습니까?
Do you get it?
더 달지 말라고.
Don't argue with me. How am I supposed to not question a stranger who can't even hear me?
째깍거리긴 하는데
I heard ticking.
뭐라고 하는
So
거지?
what did they say, Miss
Faust 씨.
Faust?
별말 없었습니다.
Nothing much.
긍정을 성대하기도
Some
하고
verbose agreement that
앞으로는
was. A
고개만
nod should be
끄덕여도
enough to let me know
좋습니다.
that you
단테.
approve, Dante.
그럼 메피, 출발하자.
Now, Mephi,
Yeah.
off we go! Woohoo!
결혼
Vroom vroom!
결혼인데
How are you feeling?
매우 신나.
Extreme
날아갈 것
excitement.
같습니다, Kara.
About to walk on air. Reports Kara.
좋아.
Good. So, where are we going?
베르길리우스, 그가
Vergilius.
목적지를 묻습니다.
They'd like to know the destination.
말했던 것
I believe I
같습니다.
told you that already, Dante. You just... Where are we going? With a sigh, the bus shuddered and started to rumble forward. Yay!
부릉부릉.
Lowering the volume. Because copyrighted music. It's really good music. Dang, I'll have a little bit there, but I'm gonna talk over it just so I could hopefully not get flagged. But yeah. Yeah. You can barely hear it now. I can talk over it though. Okay, cool. Skip. Turn the game audio back up. So now to play the game. Starting with the chapter 1. The Outcast. The ride is awkward and intimidating. Even though I've been handed the title of manager, I have no idea what to do at a time like this. I decided to ask the sinner where the bugs are and where we're currently headed.
베르,
Bird,
앞에 장애물이 있어.
look at your head.
해도
Permission to vroom vroom? Permission to vroom vroom. The chatter was what finally got me to open my eyes. After all, nothing beats blocking out your sight when you want to keep boredom at bay. Stage is literally called vroom vroom. Vroom vroom. Not that there was much else to do on a bus whose destination was unknown to me. Vroom vroom. I love it. I love it. My lack of head memory certainly don't help either.
계속
Alright.
지나가자고.
Let's proceed.
덜컹덜컹.
Okay, here come bumpity bumps.
비싼 세정제야. 베르가 큰맘
Expensive
먹었다고
washer
그랬어.
fluid. Berg said he'd paid a fortune. Yep. The clump stuck to the window. Gently dissolve, letting light through. many different sets of eyes on the bus are lethargically facing forward. It felt like a pretty gruesome scene, but based on the others' reactions, maybe this kind of violence is common in the city. Hey. It felt rather awkward to close my eyes again now that I was wide awake. That's when the conspicuously bearded man grabbed my attention. But, I mean, glasses. Know where we're going right now? A feature far more conspicuous than his beard made me slip.
방금 벌레 양반이라고 부르려고 했지?
You almost called me Bug Guy, didn't you?
다시 한번 말하자면
Once again,
내
my
이름은
name is
그래 부르.
Gregor.
당신이 시계
The
대가리가
same way
아니라
you're called
경태라고
Dante
불리듯이.
and not Clockface. I couldn't find any excuses, so I just gave back a light nod.
어이, 기사 양반. 우리 지금
Say,
어디로
bus
가는 거야?
girly, where are we headed?
다시 한번 말하자면 내 이름은 카론이요.
Once again, my name is Charon.
당신이 벌레 양반이
The
아니라
same way you're called Gregor and not Bug Guy. Ha! She got you there, Gregor.
본전을 못 건졌네.
She really
베르가
did.
말했어.
Third said,
수감자들은
the
사고를
sinners
한다.
will go to District 4.
방금
What? Who?
말했는가?
Did District 4 fall upon my ears?
그곳은 연준한
That place is known to be the home of the Grass Maiden! 'Tis the origin of the hero's journey, and 'twas the... Don't try giving Gregor an apple to try and make it up to him. Oh, don't you dare.
아까부터 시끄럽게 쫑알쫑알.
Bloody hell, you're rattling on and on and on.
입 다물고 조용히 좀 가지.
Can't you just shut up and let the trip go in
나는
peace?
아까까지 입을
Why,
다물고
I had remained silent until mere moments ago!
말 대답하지
I
말라고.
said to shut up!
저요.
Sorry.
본인이 더 시끄럽다는
Did you
건
happen to
알아요?
realize you're being louder here?
죽어도 살아난다고 해서
Even if you
아프지
can't
않은 거
die,
아니야.
can't die,
한 번만
sure as hell can
주둥이를
suffer. No? So say that again.
옳은 말을 했는데도 돌아오는 게
I say the right
폭력이라니.
thing, and your first response is
수준할 만하네요.
violence. Shows how refined you are. Blood and gore warning real quickly for everyone. I contemplated for a second. Should I step in? This is the part where I exercise my authority as the manager with dignity and grace. A fate memory urges me to do something. Now, guys, it's inadvisable to lose your Yeah.
모분초도
Tranches.
모가지를 분질러야
To
조용해지지.
write against
도라지
noisy,
개새끼.
crying hogs entails scragging. Definitely blood and gore warning.
이유 없는 폭력은 용서받을 수 없다네.
Senseless violence shan't be forgiven. I will bring about justice.
아, 이럴 줄 알았어.
I knew this would happen. And that's the spot of my
저기.
clothes.
꼭 내 옆에서 싸워야겠어.
Look, do you guys really have to fight next to me? These people are not okay. I must be mad. We haven't even reached our destination, and they've already killed 3 of our own. That is.
이거 잠깐 한
Can't
놈이라도
take a small
팔려고 하면
break without
사고를
anticipating
치는군.
trouble, can I?
너희 넷
You
이번
four.
달 버스 청소다.
Cleaning duty for the next month.
어째서?
Such
우린
unfairness!
정의를 뿐인
I barely sought the hand of justice!
잠깐, 내 옷 빨래도
Oh,
포함시켜줘.
also, tell them to do my laundry
그냥
too.
와인이랑은 다르게 잘안
What doesn't
빠진단
wash off
말이야.
as easily as wine stains?
비싼 건데.
Sheesh. Dry cleaning's costly. No one bats an eye at the lifeless janitors-to-be littering the floor. Maybe they're already taking their indefinite revivals for granted. But I don't even know how exactly I'm supposed to bring them back.
단테, 시계를 돌려주시겠습니까?
Dante, I'd like you to turn the clock back. Turn the clock?
그런 모양새면
That must mean there's a
어리둥절한
puzzled
표정이라는
look
건가?
where your face should be.
기억해두죠.
I'll keep that in mind.
파우스트 씨,
Miss Faust? Vergilius gives Faust a tired nod and gestures to me. She let out a small sigh but still came to my seat, probably out of a sense of
처음
obligation.
만났던 날에도
It's the
당신이
same
했던
thing
일을
you did the day we
말하는
first
거예요,
met, Dante. Though,
그때는 본능으로
I
행했던
suppose that was
거였지만
more of an instinctual reaction.
자, 다시
Now,
해보죠.
let's try again.
눈을
Close your
감으세요.
eyes. Though I have no eyes to close, blocking out my sight is something I've done. I had no reason not to follow Faust's instruction here.
사실 문은 어디에나
In
있어요.
fact, the door is everywhere.
그러나 당신에게만 보이죠.
However, only you can
왜냐하면
see it, for
당신의
the
하늘엔
stars never
별이
set
지지
in your
않았으니까.
sky. At that, I felt a thread of light creep into my sight. As if to open my eyes, I embraced that light. Then I saw a space. I was alone there, and a massive door stood before me. It wasn't a pleasant sight. Suffocating heat and agonized cries seeped through the grat. Yeah, this is Dante's Inferno. Hearing the endless laments and wailing for even a split second makes me feel faint. However, I'm approaching the door, grasping at its handles as if it's what I was born to do. Despite being seemingly heavy, pulling it open was surprisingly easy. I grope about in the door. Thousands upon thousands of glass walls lay within. And reaching inside, I grab a few unknown hands. I can feel the histories of different sins bearing their brands crawl up my hand onto my arm.
고통을 나눌 준비가
Art thou prepared to share the pain? Could that have been a question? Or rather, pressure to comply? I pulled forth the sinners, grasping my hand with all my strength. Ah! A terrible pain spreads through my neck and head. It's so crushingly severe, it makes me wish I were dead. The indescribable sensation of bone and muscle twisting and tangling with each other goes on for what feels like an eternity. My legs weren't prepared to endure all this agony. I fell to kneel atop the pool of blood in helplessness. Then I see it. Trembles in the bloody pools, gradually growing into waves and bubbles rising from the floor. Soon, that blood soaking the ground coalesced into 3 masses. Then the agony that seemed to last forever vanished just like that. Yeah, it's not pleasant! As the lumps of blood rose into the air and flew away, my sight was cleared of dreadful redness, returning to the grumbling bus. Yeah, losing and having people die. It's canon. It's canon. It's canon, everyone. It's part of the whole deal. It's not a case of like a lot of other like RPGs where it's like, oh yeah, you know, they don't actually die while fighting. It's just, you know, they just get knocked out of it. No. Here, they dead. And they get brought back, and it is horrifying.
목이 베어졌다가
How does it
붙어버린
feel to have your
심정은
head
어떻지?
back after a severed?
두근거리던가?
Was it exciting? Right as Heathcliff is restored to consciousness, he rubs his neck, mutters vulgar words, and approaches Ryoshu. Hold on, I just brought you back and you go straight into another fight? Heathcliff turns around to glare at me. His eyes are those of a man devoured by blind fury.
어차피 살리는 게 대기 할 일 아닌가?
Isn't it your job to bring us back?
할 거 있으면 그
If your
가짜는
job's
시계
done,
대가리 부수기
then
전에
step
저리
aside
쓰러져
before I
있어.
knock your dumb clock off.
잠깐만요.
Please,
씨가
wait.
괴로워하시는 것 같은데.
Dante looks like they're in a
이쯤에서
lot of pain, so we really should. Before he could finish, Heathcliff's steel bat caved in the side of Sinclair's head. These are not good people. At all. The incoherent gurgles of a dying person violated my ears.
시계 대가리.
Next
다음번엔
time,
널 느낄
clock
거야.
face, you're crushed.
이만하면 알아들었지?
Are we clear?
정말
You
생긴
really
대로
are
하더니
as coarse as you look.
천박하게도 구네요.
한 번 죽어서는
Was
만족을
dying
못하나?
once not enough for you? Heathcliff tightens his grip on the bat, and Ishmael is ready to swing her weapon as well. Have I seriously become the manager of people who can't be stopped even by death? So I was lost in thought. All tension in the bus suddenly dropped and froze over.
이거 아무래도 제대로 교정해둬야겠어.
It seems this team's in serious need of discipline. The sinners on a collision course stopped dead in their tracks. A cold pair of red eyes cast their glare between the two.
첫 번째 규칙.
Rule number 1.
버스 안에서는
Do not
목이 부딪히는
let me hear
소리가
weapons
들리지
clashing
아니한다.
inside the bus.
이 순간 이후로
If any
이
of you
규칙이
break this rule,
깨어지면
as of now,
너희는 내게
they're
제발
going to be
죽여달라고
begging from you
애원하게
to
될
let you
거야.
die.
난 충분히 그럴
I'm
수
sure you
있는
know I'm
사람이야.
capable of that
알지?
more, right? Sinclair's writhing on the floor was the only sound breaking the silence. Heathcliff glowered, but couldn't bring himself to argue back.
단테, 미안하게 됐습니다.
Dante,
시계를
I'm
한
sorry
번만
about
더
this.
돌려주시죠.
I need you to rewind one more time. I have to do that again? I'd rather die than have to bear that harrowing pain once more. I waggled my head in dejection. The faint hint of a smile on Virgilius' face vanishes as his expression shifts.
내가 아직 사과와
You'd
부탁을
better
하고
open up
있을 때
while I'm still
문을
feeling
여는 게 좋을
generous
텐데.
enough to ask and offer
관리자
apologies,
단테.
Manager Dante.
아,
Oh,
단지 아픔이
in
두려운
case you're
거라면,
refusing simply because
그래서
you don't want more
고개를
pain,
잡는 거라면
I
기꺼이
can gladly help you with
도와드리겠습니다.
that.
그 정도의 고통에는 눈
This
하나
degree of
깜빡하게
pain will
말이죠.
feel like nothing.
그럼 견딜
by
수
the
있지
time I'm done.
않겠습니까?
Surely you'll be a tougher person afterward, right?
내가 잘못 들은 건가?
Did I hear
관리자님이
correctly?
분명
I'm pretty
거부의
sure our
사리를
manager
미쳤던 것
clearly
같은데.
declined your request.
당신
You.
기어드는 박자가
This is not time
잘못됐군.
to step in.
입사할 때 나의
I was
상관은
informed
네가
when I
아니라
joined the company that the
관리자님이라고
executive
분명히 들었다.
manager would be my superior, not you.
관리자께서 고개를 저었다면
I would say that the
의견이
manager
충분히
has made
전달되었다고
themselves
보는데.
clear with a shake of the head.
그래,
I see.
보좌관께서
So
나서시겠단
their aide has
말이다.
decided to step in. Is that it?
그렇다면 보좌관께도
Then it's my turn to make
충분한
clear
의미를
what I
전달해
mean.
줘야겠군.
The red hue of his eyes grew deeper, much to my dread. I don't really know what I'm meant to do as the manager, or if I even deserve to take this role. But I felt that I should at least stop things here so we don't get into an even bigger mess. Reviving one should hurt less than reviving 12 at once. Otis, I'll rewind the clock, it's okay. Virgilius noticed me motioning her to stand down and withdrew the red glow from his glare as if in mutual understanding.
잘 생각하셨군.
Good thinking. Water!
관리자께서
As you wish,
그러시겠다면
manager. Otis seemed to want to add her input, but she promptly backed down and straightened herself out. The red door greeted me again, along with a twisting sensation. I've given up trying to describe the throes I go through. Words can't express it in full anyway.
고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. Sinclair stood up with a pained moan and bowed to me before waddling back to a seat. They're not good people. Not in the slightest. They are not good people. Dance time. Yeah, so that wasn't a fighting one. This is a fighting one, though. I gotta go through pre-battle, though. Vroom, vroom. Pardon me, I have a question! Don Quixote suddenly raised her hand. Shoot. Verily, I understood the first rule well. What is the second rule then?
아니, 그걸 왜 굳이 나서서
Really?
물어보는 거야?
Why are you so eager to learn that? Virgilius gave a cold stare to Ryoshu, who had just lit her cigarette. She looked back at him with a peculiar
두 번째
face.
규칙.
Rule number 2.
버스 바닥에
Don't litter the
담배
bus
꽁초
floor with
버리지 마.
cigarettes.
자국
They leave burn
남으니까.
marks. Ha. The bus falls silent
잠깐.
again.
버스에
No.
정적이
Wait a
흐르면 안
second.
되지.
The bus shouldn't be
엔진
this
소리는
quiet.
어디 갔나?
Where's the engine's roar?
카론, 왜 속도를 안
Carol,
내는 거지?
why aren't you speeding up?
밥이 없어.
No food.
키가 배고파해.
Matthew is hungry.
잘 됐군.
Good.
분위기를
We
좀
can use something to lift the
환기시키지.
mood. Are we driving by a gas station? The idea of Virgilius casually plugging a fuel nozzle into the bus like an average driver felt alien. Oh no! If you think about what's happened so far, you know where this is heading. Really easily.
차가 움직이려면
A
연료가
car needs
필요하지.
fuel to run.
카론,
Charon,
헤드라이트를
try
깜빡거려봐.
flashing little headlights with
무대
it,
조명처럼.
like stage lights.
댄스 타임이야.
Mm-hmm. It's dance time.
잠깐. 헤드라이트까지
Wait, if we do
켜면
that, we're effectively
스펙밖에 딱
asking to be
좋은
attacked.
상황이잖아요.
Yeah,
그걸 노린 거군.
that appears to be the intent. Sorry. I could hear someone slam the bus outside.
가진 거 다 놓고 내려.
Oi! Leave all your stuff behind and get off! You got 30 seconds! 10! 9!
20에 빠졌잖아.
Hey! You skipped 20 of them!
그럼 20초
We'll
동안은
say your prayers for the other 20!
왜 이렇게 주변에 모자란 사람들이 많은
What am I
건지.
surrounded by toilets left and
뭐라고
right?
했냐?
What did you just say?
하게 습격을 하다니.
How cowardly of them to ambush us! They must be villains without a shadow of a doubt!
다들
Alright.
내려.
Everyone off.
그리고 말이야.
And one more thing.
최대한 죽지 않을
We want them
만큼만 해줘.
near death,
알지?
not dead. Got it? The Project Moon universe is dystopia. Hardcore dystopia. It's dystopic. And now we finally get to play. Yay. Okay, so time. Oh, this is only a 4 limit. I forgot there are 4 limiters. Wait, what? Why do you have new?
예술을 보여주지.
Well, I mean, I can't check with the new. Oh, right! I pulled a new identity for you earlier. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I should probably switch to that identity soon, but whatever. Well, now, actually. Oh, right. I have enough to up-tie you to 3, right? Right! I have enough to up-tie you. You get Fred from various things and allows you to up-tie and
여기는
upgrade
류슈.
abilities.
작전 편성 인원 전원이 사망해.
Which gives you a little bit of story about the universe they come from.
좋아. 여기서부터는 내 세상.
You get to see a little bit of the universe they come from. There are new employees! I know that everyone's got to be tired of hearing this, but please stay focused during these loyalty training classes. The purpose of this class is to enhance your psychological readiness for battle. Click, click. The tablet vibrated ever so slightly as the child shook her leg impatiently. Her trousers kept making that annoying, rushing noise. What accompanied that was a sound of restless, irritated click-clacking of her ballpoint pen. I understand it can be a bit tiring, a bit boring, but let's try reading it out loud. Open page 3 of the new Higher Training Guide. This is a reminder to all LCCB employees. We, the Before team, are assigned the paramount task of clearing the path before anyone else does. Every bloodied step, every flesh given becomes W.O.T. The child muttered with a sigh. She was clearly miffed about this waste of time, W.O.T. It wasn't loud enough for the instructor to pick up, but it sure was loud enough for her colleagues to hear. How much longer do I have to suffer this drivel? I went along with it once or twice, but it's really starting to get on my nerves. Excuse me, can you pipe down a little? Another child sat beside this one. The expression of boredom was evident on her face as well, but she still went along with the lesson for some reason. It was an odd juxtaposition of dissatisfaction and compliance. Did I say anything wrong? Sacrifice ourselves for everyone else? Be proud of it? What a load of bull! What's so fun about suffering in others' stead? Sure, I could agree with some of what you said, but it's not like we work for fun. Better to just go along with it. I don't agree with anything you said. I work for fun. Yeah, okay, good for you. The other child frowned and opened her mouth as though she wanted to add something. Hello, Melina J! Welcome! What's good? Good! Haha! Also, first time chat! Hello, welcome to stream! I am Clown. How am I? I am doing good. Playing a game I love. Lol. Ha! The other child frowned and opened her mouth as though she wanted to add something before sighing and turning away. Oh, and while ammunition is a part of the standard issue gear, please refrain from using them unless absolutely necessary. You know how expensive they are. I am funny. Oh, thank you for following. Ha! And thank you for saying I'm funny. Although I am Clown, I hope to at least be entertaining, if not funny. Remember, the more ammunition you save, the more extra pay you'll get. The child scoffed, but she knew that the other child had a point. Hey, Mickey Mouse, is that you? Aha! Oh! Oh! Sorry. I'm trying to do, like, my regular voices, but I am getting over being sick. So if I sound a little bit more like Mickey Mouse, my apologies. She wouldn't be getting any interesting jobs if she got fired. Do I stream daily? No, I do not. I stream Sundays, Tuesdays, and Fridays. Sometimes Thursdays, if I feel like it. I'm thinking about like streaming more often, but I mean, I have my own editing to do, so I don't stream daily. I have my video series to continue making. And I'm trying to like do some freelance work with editing, but haven't been able to get a job yet with freelancing. Instead of continuing to sigh and complain, the child began chewing on her ballpoint pen. Hopefully that would make this waste of time go just a little faster. She kept waiting and waiting for a smoke break to arrive. She craved that thick, eye-watering puff of smoke. So here she was, leaving a trail of voluminous, eye-watering smoke in her wake. I work on video editing? Yes, I have, for several years now. It's mostly just my own video editing, but I occasionally try to offer my services to other people. You know what I'm doing? I work on video editing. I need to pay. I need to pay. Smoke from the cigarette in her mouth? Sure. But there also was a trail of smoke coming from the shotgun in the child's hands. Like a mission base? We'll see. So here we are. W-O-W-W-I-E. Like, I've been offering to a lot of friends, but, if you just send me a message to the email I have listed in the info of my channel, I can send you regular prices. It usually just comes to, like, $20 for each hour of, like, a stream you want me to edit down. So, yeah. That's the general, like, whatever price. I can go lower or higher, but yeah. 20 per hour. Although I will increase that later once I get more, like, funds. I'm just kind of emergency needs right now. Waiting overlong was worth it eventually. There is no other sound than the metallic ka-chick of the firearm, the light sound of plastic shell casing hitting the floor, and the sound of her military boots clacking against the ground. There is nothing else here. No new recruits, no teammates, no one. Oh! And now, no enemies. The child gleefully took a hit from her cigarette. What an entertaining predicament. Some things were taken from her, yet she'd also taken from them. Weaklings, all of them so-called superiors. Was that all they could manage with such a weapon? Alright, gotta go for now. Thanks for dropping by, Elena! I hope to see you at further streams. We'll be back soon. Oh! Okay, I'll see you later on this stream. To be fair, it's running low on ammo, but it's decently used as a blunt weapon. So I had to find some coordinates, huh? But they'll greet me with open arms if I return with the mission objective and body bags of my former superiors. Now they'll give me more interesting jobs in the future for sure. Chow grinned. All's well that ends well. She spat out the butt of the cigarette and made her way deeper into the building. Ah, dagnabbit. Since that's one of the identities, like, I guess I'll play with that identity. Yeah, well. Oh, whoops, I went to Sinners. I need to drive. Death time! And this is where things actually start costing, so yeah. Let's see, so but I'm gonna have to take a look at this. You gain poise. Oh yeah, we could probably do a poise build after this. Just have a lot of people build up a lot of poise.
이제 좀 일다운 걸 시키나?
And since we only have 4 slots available, that's probably the best. Let's see, do you work with poise? You work with charge and tremor. You work with bleed. Poise is a stat that, like, your sinners can get for themselves, and it increases crit chance. And I think it also increases crit damage? Not 100% certain. Let's see. You have Rupture and Talisman. What a try. Ah, you have Poise. Okay.
선글라스 벗고.
The only 3-star I have at level 1. Yeah, you're mostly just haste combined. Your defense level up and defense level down. Then I guess you're gonna be bind. Your tremor, right? I should have guessed that one. You are rupture? And you're a tremor. Dang, a lot of my low levels have tremor on them. I guess going for 2 poise and 2 tremor isn't the worst.
기술들을 해봐.
출발하는가? 따라가겠소.
Okay, we're working with Yiseng, Ishbel, Rodion, and Ryoshu. Later on, most stages have a 5 participant limit. Some have a 7, up to 7. So, a lot of the people are thinking that, like, with new updates, they're gonna have, like, some stages with a 12 participant limit, but we haven't seen them.
듣지 않다는 사람 누구야?
Guessing the this. Yeah, whatever. The density. I like having max because I just like seeing everything. Now dominating, gain 4 poise at 10 plus poise, like extra power. Let's see. Yeah. I think I could go with this one to get out of the hand for now. Yeah.
두드려 패고 터뜨려 주지. 자세가 무너졌고 다음에 배를 날려주지.
한 잔. 아니, 8강 먹혔지?
다소 유리하구려.
And let's see, let's just go damage.
두드려 패고 터뜨려 주지.
시에서 쓰러지는 걸.
Because they're not gonna live through it, so.
탱고다. 아 옛날 버릇이. 적사살 좋아.
Let's see. If this skill's discarded. Ah, yes, you're discarding, aren't you? So if I do that and that, yeah, that would give you Tremor, and you'd use Tremor to get more power. Okay. Some units are weird like that. Like, dang. Let's see if I can actually show what it is right now.
없소만.
Tremor! When attacked by skills that burst Tremor, we raise the stagger threshold by the effect's potency, making you easier to stagger. Some identities build a tremor on themselves and then attack with it, and those are really interesting. They like use tremor to augment their own moves to be better. It's kind of fun.
어려울 것도 없었어. 훌륭하오. 이후 특별히 첨언할 이유도
대다. 아니.
어허.
타겟 무력화.
Haha! Yeah. Despite them all being like level 1, the early stages, you're not gonna lose to them.
침착하게만 해나간다면 이 정도 의뢰는 완벽하게 해결해 보일 수 있어.
Wait, was it? Oh yeah, it was dance. Wait, was it dance time? No, it wasn't dance time. It was. Bust. I forget where it was. I forget where I was reading that thing. With guttural noise, the side of the bus lurches and splits open. A number of human shapes littered the ground before its maw. Some were still conscious, while others weren't exactly in one piece. Then, the bus began devouring those served to it in the most literal sense. Gluttonously, voraciously. Yoshu watched it with a satisfied expression, seemingly determined to savor every moment. While in the corner of my eye, Sinclair was clearly distressed. They all look like they're out of their minds. Don't you think so too? His reaction got me curious to know their stories. Just to make sure, none of you were forced to join, right? Though what I was involved in before my heads changed is a mystery, I myself was practically forced to join the company, judging from what I know at the moment. And maybe they aren't so different from me? Or so I thought when... Sinclair's head drooped in response, like I struck a nerve.
맞아요.
That's right.
이건
It was by my choice. I'll get used to all this. Right?
그렇지.
He muttered as if he were talking to someone other than me.
입사하지 않았어도 했을 일이요.
Just what I would have done, even if the company recruited me not! Look, yon horde of evil approaches! Yeah, morality is kind of, yeah. So yeah, everyone in the team you've chosen gets experience, but the identities who fought in the particular battle gets the most experience. So let's choose 4 different ones.
저주를 끼얹을 것이 있더군요.
Not worrying about
사건을 끝내러
layout
가볼까?
for the moment. Since I realized, yeah, the early stages, it doesn't really matter.
최선을 다해보지.
You win.
원래 말은 듣지 않다는 사람 누구야?
Oh, you work at speed. S7 plus speed, coin power plus 1. Yeah, you're gonna annihilate.
보호합니다.
이외에 특별히 첨언할 이유도 없고.
탱고도. 아 옛날 버릇이.
They're all
적사살. 좋아.
you're fighting the rats of the city. They're not gonna put up much of a fight. Just that's just so distressing. Honk.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
Hang on, did I hear that?
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
Oh my gosh, that was so delayed. There are the hogs.
이것까지가 내 직감이었어. 이번에도 틀리진 않았지?
Ah!
배부르게 밥을 먹은 지가 언제더라.
Can't stick around, just wanted to honk at you real quick and leave a lurk. Haha! Thank you, Cortez. Have fun lurking. And have a good day! Anyways. Gee, when was the last time I had a feast? Even a big walking machine eats better than we do.
제공되는 식사는
Never mind, all meals are provided with appropriately determined quantities.
그 정도 먹어서는 기운이 안 난단
It's
말이야.
not nearly enough to get me going. I thought I heard Heathcliff shout, "You think I'm doing this on a full stomach?" in the distance. But Rhodia seemed to pretend she heard nothing. Speaking of, does this bus run on stuff like blood or protein?
엔케팔린이에요.
It's
로그토니
enkephalin,
코퍼레이션에서
an energy source the
추출했던
Botany
에너지죠.
Corporation treated.
이전 엘사 말이군요.
You mean
기계점으로
the previous
에너지를
Elcorp?
생산하는 회사라고
I heard
들었어요.
it produced energy using its
엘사가
singularity.
매약한 지금은
But all that
자료밖에
remains of
남지
the company
않았지만.
now is rubble.
맞아요.
That's
그래서
right.
지금은 구하기가
Which is
꽤
why it's become a
힘들어요.
rarity these days.
하지만
However,
메피스토펠레스는
Mephistopheles
신체에서
is
엔케팔린을
capable of
강제로
forcibly
추출할 수
extracting
있죠.
a Kepler from the body. The body? I posed a question, watching Altus give orders to the other sinners, then glancing to the maw of the bus in turn.
엔케팔린은
Correct.
뇌와
And Kepler can
척수신경에서
only be
추출돼요.
extracted from the brain and the spinal
특히나
nerves.
생명 활동이
It can be taken
있을수록
from live
효율이
subjects
좋죠.
for greater efficiency. So that's why Virgilius told the sinners not to kill the assailants. Okay,
그럼
and
해당 부위만 먹여도
if
되는 거 아니야?
why in the rest of their body is what
나중엔
you're thinking.
피와
There's a point.
근육도
As their
연료로
blood
쓰일
and
수
flesh can
있어요.
also be processed into fuel.
엔케팔린이 시동과
While
추동을 위해서
enkephalin is used to
필요하다면
generate ignition and
나머지
thrust,
생체물질은
the remaining organic
순환할 때
matter is spent
사용되죠.
on maintaining speed, thus
엔케팔린이
reducing
되도록
enkephalin
천천히
usage.
소모되게 하기 위한 설계죠.
Yep, they're the reason that we fight a lot of things, and it's because we feed them to the bus. We feed them to the bus. The wheels on the bus go splish and splash, splish and splash, squish and crack.
하이브리드요.
Hybrid. Faust went on to explain how most of the vehicle's fuel is taken from the branch facilities, and that it won't be a sufficient source on its own. But most of it went in one ear and out the other. Well, that's complicated. I got that as tough work at
뭘요?
least. Don't
파우스트는
mention it.
고생하지 않는답니다.
Faust knows no struggle.
고생은 우리가 하고 있지.
They're the ones doing the
이봐,
heavy lifting.
관리자
It'd be
양반,
us.
또 온다고.
Hey! Manage your butt. More incoming. The wheels on the bus go splish and splash, splish and splash, squish and scrack. The wheels on the bus go splish and splash all the way around. Okay, yep. Let's see. I could show them results and Altus identities, but the lowest level identities I have for them are level 10 and level 12.
의뢰가 들어와.
어디 가는지는 관.
제가
I'm still gonna show them, but it's gonna be a slaughter.
오늘은
It's
얼마나
gonna be a complete
찢을까?
slaughter.
유감 없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
이리로 와.
그렇지. 할만하네.
일이 끝나듯 하나
훌륭하오. 이외 특별히 다소 유리하구려.
그렇게 하죠.
다음은 어디입니까?
근방의 싸움은 우수했소.
Yeah, it's a slaughter. It's a slaughter.
할수 있을 거야.
Look at that.
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠. 빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠.
Ha!
야, 오랜만에 발 뻗고 눕네요. 계속 이대로 돈 모아서 더 좋은 장비를 달아야겠어요.
Da-da-da-da. How are you the most value deployed when you had level 10 and level 12 right there? Oh my gosh. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Yes, and this stage is called Yuri.
어이, 적당히 끝내라. 곧 손님이
Hey,
방문할 거야.
that's enough with that. We're expecting a guest anytime now. Vergilius said, poking his head out the window. A guest? Who?
처음으로 가는 던전이니까
I've determined
길잡이가
that
필요할
we'll
것
need
같아서요.
a guide as this is our first trip to a dungeon.
저 혹시 림버스 컴퍼니에서
Excuse
오신
me.
분들 맞나요?
Are you the people from Limbus Company? Someone approaches us
맞나
slowly.
보네요.
Looks like it. The boss had just about finished its meal, crunching on the last remaining bone chips. Yuri watched it indifferently before introducing herself.
예전 엘사에서 근무했던
I'm Yuri,
유리예요.
a former employee of the
부탁합니다.
previous L Corp. I look forward to working with you. By L Corp, do you mean?
그 로보토미 코퍼레이션이겠군.
Has to be Lobotomy Corporation.
우리는
That's
로봇
right.
코퍼레이션.
We will explore the former
그
branch
L사의
facilities of
예치부를
Lobotomy
향합니다.
Corporation, also called the old L Corp.
저라면 불러도 절대 안 왔을 것 같은데.
If I were you, I wouldn't have taken part in this.
수락한 날개라니.
Being a fallen wing and
분명
everything,
끝이 좋지
I
않았을
doubt your
텐데요.
employment ended on pleasant terms.
무슨 소리야?
What are you on about? Any point in your life can be pleasant as long as you have money to spend.
거기는 아직도
I heard those places are still
괴물로
teeming
득실된다는
with
소문이
monsters to
있던데.
this day.
괴물이 아니라 환상체.
Not monsters,
어쨌든
abnormalities. Rumors are true
하지만
either
더
way,
중요한 것들이
but
있죠.
there are more important matters.
지부 가장 깊숙한 곳에
In the deepest reaches of these
최근에
branches
피어나기
are
시작한
neoplastic,
엘사의
plant-like
기술의
growths
핵심
holding the
정수가
essence of
존재해요.
L Corp's technology.
단테,
Dante,
며칠 전에 내가
if you
제안했던
remember,
걸
I believe I
기억합니까?
offered to let you finish
성의를
engraving your
새기게
aspect
해줄
a few days ago.
거라고 말했는데 정수,
With
황금
the
가지를
essence,
모아온다면
those golden
그
bows in our
정도는 어려운
hands
일도 아니게 될
would be as easy as
겁니다.
pie. The word aspect still makes my head ache. What was I trying to do?
억지로 떠올리려고 할 필요는 없습니다.
There's no need to rouse your brain trying to
그때가
remember
되면
what you can't.
전부 알게 될
It'll all come
테니까요.
back in due time. I returned a slow nod to Faust's placid advice. Alright, for now I should focus on what I currently know and see. And if it's Lobotomy Corp or scouring, we might find some in Kaplan too. Oh,
더 이상
does that mean we won't have to
사람들을
feed people into our
갈아 넣지
vehicle?
않아도 되겠네요.
거기다가
We could
운이
also grab some
좋으면 애고까지
EGO
얻을
if we're
테니.
lucky. So that's 3 rats with 1
일석삼조네요.
stone. EGO? That's another unknown term that makes my head tilt. But in any case, it seemed rather rude to keep talking to each other when we had a guest on board. And someone else seemed to agree.
유리 씨는 무슨 일 하며
So,
지냈나?
Miss Yuri, what have you been up to since the layoff? Gregor gave his best shot at making some conversation with a well-meaning smile to put the newest passenger at ease. His brows seemed to twitch due to a lack of practice, but it's no big deal. It appears to me that thou art an honorable fixer! It is said that all fixers exude the noble scent of heroes! Dawn. As the RV was nodding slightly, I heard Ishmael let out a deep sigh.
어디서
I don't know
그런
who
소식을
gave you that
들었는지
idea, but fixers are
모르겠지만
anything but noble or
해결사는
heroic.
그런 영웅들이
The only that
아니에요.
you'll smell is the miserable
초라한
stink of
공급자의
wage
부질없는
slaves.
냄새라면 몰라도
I suppose I should also explain what fixers are now. Fixers are basically the mercenaries of the city. They are given different ranks for like how good they are. Going from 9th rank, I think, is the bottom, to 1st rank fixers. And then there are the really dangerous ones, the color fixers. There's only like one given color for like each fixer. Like if there's a blue fixer, there's gonna be no other blue fixers. That's what it means to be a color fixer. They are insanely powerful. And Vergilius is the Red Gaze, the current red fixer. Yeah. Fixers are basically... What?! Play the circus music! Ah! Frick, okay. Hey, where's the game audio? There it is. You got the Sonic one. Hi, Wackerly! Couldn't have been easy to find another job so soon. Good that you're holding up. There we go. Now, I'm just a contract worker. Oh, I think it's either 9 or 8. That's the bottom level of fixers. Aha, that explains why you decided to crawl back there.
예전 직장으로 돌아가서
Did they promise to promote you to team leader or something if you struck gold in your former workplace?
실적을 세우면
My contract might get extended if there are returning results.
그렇지. 보통
Right.
계약직 시절은
A good result is something to risk your life for if you want to earn a permanent spot. Also, thanks for playing the circus music wackily. That's amazing. Ah! Ah, what a beautiful life that is. What's with the sarcasm? Is something a problem?
글쎄요.
I don't know. I have a problem with every single thing I'm hearing right now. Ha! Seem to be unaffected by the abrasive attitude. Yuri quietly took an empty seat. Looking back and forth between the two, Gregor returned to his seat as well, scratching his head. I can't seem to get used to being around these people.
빨리 배워보는 편이야.
It will be beneficial for you to adapt to them sooner than later someday. Also, Rackley, since you weren't here, basically every single character you get, you don't draw more characters in this game. That's part of the gacha. So you can't get more characters. And also, everyone here is a literary reference, particularly Dante's Inferno.
결혼 출발하지.
Charon, time to go.
계속 자리에 앉아.
Our guest has taken her seat.
빵빵.
Messy's turn
하루도
revived.
빵빵.
Charon's raring to drive. Oh. Okay, let me think. That was the pre-battle for... That was a pre-battle, right? Yeah, that was a pre-battle. So now we defeat battle.
저주를
준비되어 있습니다.
사후 처리로구만.
Let's see how many you get since you don't read. Okay, let me just talk. The Wings by Yi Sang, Faust, Don Quixote, The Red Murder? The Stranger, I don't know. Metamorphosis, The Odyssey, Demian, Crime and Punishment, Moby Dick. I don't know. It's gotta be a low number. Don't worry, my number is low too on how many I recognize.
이제 좀 일다운 걸 시키나? 좁은 것이 좋겠어.
Yeah. Also, they're not good people. They're not good people.
유감 없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
I'm playing with particular identities that I've pulled and not leveled up. So I thought, might as well, since a lot of my other identities are too high level to go through the
근방의 싸움을
beginning
우수했소.
levels again.
두드려 패고 터뜨려.
Try and save us from our ignorance. Ah! I haven't read all their books though. I just know of them.
반복하겠느냐? 유쾌한 결투였네.
적대 세력을 배제했습니다.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
And also remember, Wackerly, a lot of the abnormalities in the Lobotomy Corporation are also literary references. Back in a sec, gotta get the food. Haha! Haven't read all of them either.
세웠군요.
It's just,
이제
you know,
기술을 해방시켜 줄 수 있겠죠.
you could feasibly go forward and just say, okay, what books does Project Moon reference? And then you have like a full reading list for the next few years. Oh, wait, hang on. Did it just... Right, because here's Yuri. Here we go. Our guest is a fixer named Yuri, a former employee of Lobotomy Corporation. Seeing that she showed an indifferent response to the bus devouring bodies, she must have gone through a lot herself. But then she grows nervous as she checks the map and looks at the driver's seat.
저 근데
Sorry to ask,
지도는 제게 있는데요.
but if I have the
길을
map,
어떻게 알고 가는 건가요?
how do you know what roads to take? Answer us. The bus keeps speeding anyways.
그건 말이지.
We do have something to lead us.
감이지.
Intuition.
감.
Charon's intuition.
네?
What?
진흙머리.
Pinky
다른
hair.
잎을 이상한
Explain
종류로
why you keep
나누는
writing that
이유가
odd paper in Charon's face.
계속 이상한 방향으로
Because
가니까
you keep going in
그렇죠.
weird
이 지도를
directions.
보세요.
Take a look at this
우리가
map. Our
가는 쪽은
destination is
남동쪽
to the
방향인데.
southeast of here. Charon reluctantly gives the map a cursory glance, as she couldn't ignore the thing right in front of her eyes.
마음이 향하는 곳.
Follow the
그곳에
heart.
진짜 길이
That's where the
있을지.
true path lies.
벌써 우리는 모두
Here, here!
마음이
We
향하는
must,
곳으로
we all
나아가야
must follow as our hearts lead. Shut up, Don Quixote. You're delusional.
그냥 지도 보는 법도 모르는 길치라는
Just admitting that you
거잖아요.
can't read a map.
제가 하고 싶은
You
말을
took the words
대신해 주실
right out of my
줄이야.
mouth. Yuri and Ishmael put a palm over their respective faces at the same time, almost like they were in sync.
우리 기사님
Oh,
친구라도
did the driver
생겼나?
make a new friend?
근황머리가 계속 제잘거려.
Pinky keeps
난
on blabbing.
길을 알고
I know
있단
the
말이야.
way.
아니 그러니까 방향이
No, I
잘못.
mean, you're going the wrong direction.
앞에 또 장애물이.
Look ahead. More obstacles.
부릉부릉.
Do I vroom vroom?
아니 카론,
No,
기다려봐.
Caron. Wait 1 second.
보스가 근사해 보이는데.
Looky, nice bus you got there. Why don't you give me a ride?
메피스토 팰레스의
I guess
후식 시간이
Mephistopheles
모양이군.
could use a helping of dessert.
내리지.
Get on
아직
down.
밥을 더
He needs
먹여야겠어.
to be fed just a bit more. Yeah, the energy you get to go into levels is represented by enkephalin, which you get from bodies being fed to the bus. The wheels on the bus go splish and splash, splish and splash, splish and splash. The wheels on the bus go splish and splash all the way around. The wheels on the bus. Squish and slash, squish and crack, squish and crack.
출발하는
기술들의 선글라스 벗.
의뢰가 들어와.
어디 가는지는 관심 없어. 안내나 해줘.
오늘은 얼마나 찢을까?
This is horrifying.
유감 없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
갑니다.
그렇지. 어제 톱날을 열심히 손본 보람이 있네.
귀찮게 끌지 빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠.
위협 대상 제거.
탱고더. 아 옛날 것이. 적사상. 좋아.
Imagine if I were to do this with like higher level people. We're already blasting through the enemies like nothing.
어려울 것도 없었어. 적화는 어려울 것도 없었어.
위협 대상 제거.
The level cap currently in the game, which the level cap is determined by which chapter is the most recent chapter to come out, is level 40.
침착하게만
With the box speed reader, you
해나간다면
could have bet afternoon
이
to make that a
정도
whole
의뢰는
library.
완벽하게 해결해 볼 수 있어.
There's so many references in here. Wait, is there a post battle? No, there's just a pre-battle on this one. Okay. The trio. Haha!
카론, 이쪽이 동쪽일까요?
Now, Karen,
서쪽일까요?
tell me, is this east or west?
카론은 두 가지 방향.
Karen only knows two directions,
Mephie의
Mephie's
앞쪽과
front and back.
뒤쪽. 지금까지 방향도 모르는
How
사람이
did you come
어떻게
so far
운전기
with the driver who
생각해?
has zero sense of direction? West.
그러니까 해가
Like
뜨는
I
쪽이
said, the sun rises from... At the driver's seat, three heads gathered together over a map. Well, one of them might have been at a slightly different elevation from the others.
꼬맹이, 너도 저기 뛰어 있어야
Chiquita,
하는 거 아니야?
aren't you gonna join them too?
무례한 소리!
I beg your pardon! I am no child! I'm most certainly not little! Watching Don Quixote shake her fist sky high at Rhodia, I noticed a bitter gaze falling upon them out of the corner of my view. You know, I was saying this about this game. I am glad that we have Faust and Don Quixote. And you know, they're gender bent, obviously, and it feels like it was for like an even casting and not to have sexualized historical figures. Because they are not sexualized at all. Oh my gosh. And I don't have anything to say. Yay. I'm starting to think that Yuri Gal might have put up with a rough childhood. Gregor turned around to take a glance in my direction, and then shook his head and went back to looking at the driver's side with his chin resting on his hand.
딱히 어린 편도 아니야.
Wouldn't be on the
일단
youngest side
칼을 쥘수
either.
있으면 전쟁에
Some
참전부터
nuts used to
시키는 동지도
conscript
있었으니.
anyone old enough to hold a knife. Metamorphosis. Nests. A nest was basically the center of a district, if my memory is correct. You can't hear the first half of Don Quixote without auto-completing the Donkey Kong in your head. No! Don Quixote, the delusional knight, who just makes trouble. Like, not the romanticized version, but the actual, like, oh dear. Sounds like nests used to get into wars with one another in the past. Did that happen often?
아주 없는 일은 아니었지.
Not frequently, but it sure as hell did happen.
관리자 양반.
Interested in
전쟁에
learning
대해
about
궁금한
wars,
거 많나
Manager
봐.
Bud? Windmills. Windmills. The delusional knight who throws barrels down construction sites. Ha! Oh, I'm not really curious about the details, just gathering info I should know as the manager. As a quick aside, in Dawn's base ego attack, you can see that she has named her shoes Roshinante. which if you understand literary references, is the name of Don Quixote's horse. Which I think is kind of funny. Yeah. As I was about to go on, a glimpse of Gregor's expression I caught from the side stopped me in my tracks. His eyes seemed to be fixed somewhere far more distant than the driver's seat.
그런 자세를 뭐라고 하고 싶은 건 아니야.
Don't get me
관리자.
wrong, Manager Bud. I'm not
오히려
trying to
좁은
criticize you or
자세라니까.
anything.
상관의
Heck,
비감아닐까
It's
싶어.
actually a pretty stand-up attitude for a boss, I'd say. He slowly continued, taking a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. That's hilarious. Yeah!
그래도
Still,
개인적으로는 모를 수
ignorance is
있을
a
때
gift
모르는
you
게
should
기회일지
savor while you
모른다고
have
생각해.
it, if you ask me.
일단 알게 되면
Once you're burdened with
다시는 모를 수 없게
knowledge,
될 테니까.
there's no going back. Without another word, he lit a cigarette.
아니요. 방금 저쪽에서
No,
우회전을
you should have
했어야죠.
turned right at that intersection!
괜찮아요, 카론.
It's okay, Charon. We can turn around at the next junction. Ah,
기사의 삶은
the woes of a driver. Well,
지금 더 급한 건
looks like we have more pressing matters
목적지로
at
가는
hand.
길을 아는 것 같네.
Ain't that right,
그렇지,
Manager
관리자
Bud?
양반?
Gregor cackled with cigarette smoke still in his mouth. I was still curious to learn what he'd been through, but he's right that I should focus on other things for now. An urgent matter showed up right before our bus-shaped doorstep did.
옥신각신은 그쯤 해라.
Enough
전방에 다시
squabbling
적이다.
now. More enemies inbound.
친구들을 버스에 쳐넣다니
You shoved my pals into that bus, you sick bastards! Are you nuts?
안 된다.
You'll pay for this! We were just gonna leave with the bus, but now I've gotta see you all bleed!
연료들이 시끄러워.
Berg, Fuel
카론,
is
두
making
명
a
이상
fuss.
시끄러우면
Karn
어지러워.
will get dizzy if Minnie Mouse are getting noisy.
걱정할 필요 없다, 카론.
Nothing to worry about, Karn.
이제부터 조용해질
They'll
테니.
shut their mouths soon enough.
전원
Off the
하차.
bus. Yeah! Yeah. Oh boy.
사우
준비되어 있...
혈투. 이제 좀
저주를 끼얹을 것이 있나 보군요.
보호 요청 수신.
유감 없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
Yeah, I don't have to worry. Boink.
보호합니다.
그래
적확한
얘는
하나 되었소.
적대 세력을 배제했습니다.
훌륭하오. 이외에 특별히 지원을 유도.
I'll worry more about specific news when I get to like the
금방의
dungeon.
싸움을 우수했소.
보호합니다.
그래
Bang, 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 bang.
그래 얘는 처리했고
적대 세력을
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
Yeah, the first few stages are easy to get through, and then, holy cow! By chapter 2, it's getting a little harder, and by chapter 3,
이것까지가
it
내
actually forces you to
직감이었어.
have to make good
이번에도
decisions.
틀리진 않았지?
Otherwise, you die. Badly die.
자, 다시 지도를
Okay,
보자고요.
let's look at the map again.
카론,
Ugh.
딴좀
피우면
피우면
안
안 된다니까요.
Can you please focus? Looking at the trio arguing over the map once again, a question arose in my mind. By the way, this bus was specifically made for Limbus Company, right?
정확히는
It was
저희들만을
made
위한
exclusively
버스라고
for us, to be
해야겠네요.
more precise. Isn't that basically what I said?
그게 그 뜻 아니냐고
You appear to be
생각하고
failing
계신
to
것
identify
같네요.
the nuance. That's weird. I don't think I spoke that part out loud. Was the clock broken or
그
something?
정도는 째깍이지
I
않아도
can
알 수
tell that
있어요.
much without hearing it verbalized.
파우스트는
There is
모르는 것이
nothing that
없으니까.
Faust doesn't know, after all. Anyway, it must have taken a long while to get it out of the oven, especially with that mouth on the side.
예상한 만큼 걸려서
It only took the
만들었을
expected
뿐이에요.
amount of time. She's downright oppressive to talk to.
파우스트는 천재예요.
Faust is a well-renowned
도시의 모든
genius.
것을 알고
She
있죠.
knows the ins and outs of the city.
어이, 그렇게
Oi,
뛰어나시다면
you're so
저 앞에 가서
smart.
길부터
Why don't you help
찾아주지
those twits at the driver's side
아까부터
figure out the
저것들이
way?
시끄러워서
Can't
잠을
sleep
못
a week
자겠잖아.
with her constant bickering.
파우스트는 오지랖쟁이가 아니에요.
Faust is no meddler.
묻는
She
것에는
answers to
대답하지만
questions, but doesn't
묻지도
chime in
않은
without
것을
being asked
말하지는
first.
않아요. 그리고 인간이
Additionally,
무언가를 깨닫기
there is no
위해
greater joy for a
똘똘한
human
고민을
being
하는 건
than to ponder on
즐거운
problems
일이랍니다.
in order to grasp an answer. Faust would
파우스트는
rather not
산통을
spoil
떼고
that
싶지
delight.
않네요. 뭘 골똘히 고민을
You
해봤어야
wouldn't get
공감을
it.
하죠.
I doubt he's pondered on anything ever. I saw Heathcliff's grip on the Bat Titan. However, with Virgilius casting a glare his way, he clicked his tongue as he crossed his arms and forced his eyes shut. Obey the red fixer! Color fixes are horrifying! Oh my gosh. I wonder why they're so vitriolic.
나랑 마음이 꽤 맞는
You
것
and me
같네,
both, Manager Bud.
관리장관.
You and me both. With Gregor's snickers, the bus started again. Beware the color fixers. They are horrifying. Ah.
그래,
Ugh.
혹시
Greg,
저치들과 아는
You
사이야?
know these pals?
응? 무슨
Huh? Give me
이
a break.
뒷골목에 내가 아는 얼굴이 있을
There's no way I'd know someone in this corner of the back streets. They'll desaturate you like nobody's business. Yeah! They're also the most powerful people in the city, but you know, put that aside. Well, most powerful people aside from possibly the wings that control the nest, but... Gregor's face goes dark the moment he looks out the window. Bugheads? Unlike the other miscreants we've run into, they were part insectoid. Gosh, Dante, thank goodness your head's shaped like a clock. I would have gagged if my manager was a huge bug.
저거
Isn't that
그레고르씨랑
the
같은
same
강화
type of
시설 아니에요?
augmentation you have, Gregor?
저런 징그러운 벌레
They'll
대가리를
stitch
일부러
the
붙여놓는다고?
disgusting insect heads to the necks on purpose.
가까이 붙지 마. 너한테도
Better
해줄
stay
거
away.
먹는다.
Wouldn't want to catch the pests, nay?
정말이에요?
Is that true?
장난이야.
Just a
내
joke.
개그 센스가
Let my
이상한
sense of
건가?
humor not fly with the kids your age. While Gregor was left scratching his head, the bus made a languishing sound and came to a slow, deflating halt.
과거 G사에서는
In the
대부분의
past,
직원들이
G Corp had procedures on most employees to give them biomimetic weapons like the one Gregor has.
그레고르 씨 예전
Used to work
G사
for the old G
출신이었어요?
Corp, Gregor? That company
그때
must have been.
G사라면
Also, for your curiosity, Markley, as far as this world is concerned, Lobotomy Corporation is L Corp. We are heading to an abandoned L Corp facility right now. A branch facility, not the main one. Ishmael frowned as if she remembered something unpleasant, but didn't speak further. Gregor wore a smile on his mouth, but his hardened eyes were resting downcast, just as a moment ago.
저런 분들은 평소엔 어디서 주무시는 건가요?
I wonder where people like them sleep at night.
세상에는 하늘을 천장
many,
삼고
the sky is the
별을
roof over their
조명
head,
삼아 사는
And the stars
사람들도
are their firelight.
아, 풍류가
Aha!
있는 분들이군요.
So they're the poetic sort. I don't think that's what he meant.
보아하니 저들
And
역시
unless my
우리의
eyes deceive me,
여정을
they're intent on obstructing our journey.
내려야 하지 않겠어?
Aren't you going to get off, Gregor?
굳이 날 찝어서 말하는 이유는?
Care to explain why you're calling my name specifically?
글쎄,
Who knows?
남의 추억을
I don't
내
feel like
입으로
rambling about
떠들고
someone else's
싶진
past with my
않은걸.
own tongue.
앞장서 그레고르.
Take the
이유는
lead,
네가 잘
Gregor.
알잖아.
You know the reason.
고약한 사람이네.
You're one nasty fellow. A group of soldiers with the heads of insects gathered near the bus.
어디 앞장서는 거.
I'm not too fond of being
별로
in the
안 좋아.
vanguard.
뭐야? 왜 우리랑
What are
같은
you?
팔을 가지고 있지?
Why does your arm look like ours?
가만,
Hold
낯익은
on.
얼굴인데
I've seen that face before.
주로 포스터나 잡지에 서식했던
Mostly
적이
on
있지.
flyers and magazine covers, I'd bet. Wrecker? Do you know them from somewhere?
그런 게 중요한 건 아닌 것
Not really
같은데요.
important right now,
관리자님.
manager.
옛날
Don't think
얘기할
we have the
상황은
time for
아니에요.
reminiscing.
신경 쓰이긴 하지만
That arm
아무렴
bothers me,
어때?
but whatever.
어쨌든
Point
이
is,
앞으로 못
I can't
지나간다.
let you through. This is what a collapsed wing is like, for at least here. G-Corp is entirely gone. If that's so, I suppose we can't talk this out.
그런데 이것들은 왜 대놓고 벌레 모습인 채로
Why are
다니는
they
거야?
showing their buggy sides out in the open anyway?
어린애들은 마주치면
They make
눈물부터
kids cry.
터뜨리겠어.
Really ought to take some concealing
그릇처럼
lessons from our
피라도
Greg
달라면
over
좋잖아?
here, right?
내가 특이한 케이스야.
I'm a special
대부분은
case.
머리통에 무조건
The
곤충 부분이
procedure makes
붙어버리고.
those buggy parts grow on the head most of the time.
이걸
Although,
운이 좋았다고 해야
I'm
할지
not sure if I'd
모르겠지만
consider myself lucky.
이유는 모르겠지만 저
It
사람들
feels like they're trying to
우리가
stop us from
로봇
getting
집으로
to the
향하는 걸
branch
막으려는 것
facility for some
같았어.
reason.
이들도 황금 가지를 노리는 거야?
Are they after the golden bell too?
그럴지도.
Maybe so.
그 정수를 원하는
There
자가
ought to be many
말렸으니까
that are after the essence.
각각이 바라는
And I'm
소망도
sure each
다양할
has their
테고.
own wishes. Isn't that true?
그렇죠.
왜 날 쳐다봐?
What's
내가
that
알
look
리가
for?
없잖아.
I haven't got a clue either. Yeah, that was just pre-battle. Yeah. I'm just switching between which ones I give, and I was like, I'm avoiding the two that are over leveled for now.
오늘은 얼마나 찢을까?
But pretty soon, they'll be on par with everyone else, and I'll have them in rotation.
유감 없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
I'm still at the point where I am over leveled for this. Not over leveled, but we're still at the. We don't have to think too hard about the mechanics portion of the game. The game will force you to think later.
어제 톱날을 열심히
They'll make you think hard later.
시동 걸어볼까?
어려울 것도 없었어. 근방의 싸움은 우수했어.
갑니다. 한 장.
펑!
아니, 한 방 못 켰지?
기업 대상
적확한 하나였어. 어려울 것도
So,
없었어.
I don't think I mentioned it yet, but when I say
우리가
wings,
우세.
I mean like
끝내보자고.
G Corp, L Corp. So they are wings. It goes A through Z, obviously. The city is divided into 26 districts. Haha! And each district is taken care of by a different wing.
침착하게만 해나간다면
And the
이
nest
정도 의뢰는
is where
완벽하게
those
해결해 보일 수 있어.
wings tend to focus their efforts.
도착했다. 역시
We're here.
하루는 길을 알았단
Trying to
거야.
do the way along. And so I should also say that in Lobotomy Corporation, you don't see the L Corp nests, really? Like, you're just looking at the facility the entire game. But it does exist. It is there. S Corp was in charge of arachnid research. I would not be surprised. Like, G Corp is, what's the specific thing they have? Because it's like a lot of bio research. It's biological stuff and focusing a lot on bugs. I forget, like Geo something? I don't know, whatever. Sometimes the name is forced, but other times it's really not.
역시는 무슨 역시예요.
No, you didn't!
클레어 씨가
Seclura had to steal you from both sides non-stop.
그래도 이제
I'm glad that at least you learned to tell the difference between southeast and northeast Charon. So this is the old L-Corp.
저도 직접 보는 건 처음이네요.
This is my first time seeing it with my own eyes too.
시간이 오래
It can't have been
지나진
long
않았을
since
텐데요.
that happened. Yeah, this is an abandoned branch facility of L-Corp.
세상에.
My
어떻게
goodness.
건물이 이 모양일 수도
How can a
있죠?
building be in such a derelict state? Huh.
부잣집
This is
도련님한테는
the surprising
익숙하지
scene for a rich
못한
boy, is it?
광경인가 보군.
잡담은 그만.
Cut the chatter.
하차한다.
Time to step off. Huh. There are people over there.
유리 씨와 같은 사무소의
They're fixers from
해결사분들이에요.
the same office as Miss Yuri.
L사지부에 이미 몇
They're
번이나 방문한 적이
experienced
있는
explorers who have
경험자들이죠.
visited the branches of L-Corp a number of times.
인사하지.
Give
왼쪽에
your
있는 분은
greetings.
홉킨스
The
씨.
person on the left is Hopkins,
그리고 오른쪽에
and the one
계시는 분이
on the right is Aya.
아야시다.
Also, I should say that that Limbus company takes place a while after Lobotomy Corporation. Like, it takes place a while afterwards. Stuff happened.
안녕하십니까.
Greetings. Oh yeah, I think either grade 8 or grade 9 is the lowest grade a fixer can be. Grade 1 is obviously the highest, and then you have the color fixers who are just insanely powerful. Ha! Freaking mercenaries, and they're like... mercenaries and their offices. The Red Gaze! It's such an honor to meet you! I've heard so many stories of your deeds, and to see you in person.
아,
Yeah.
저 앞에 허름한 창고.
See the shabby warehouse there?
안쪽에
That's where the sheriff's
지하로
sitting down
내려가는
branch
계단이
facility
있다.
are.
계단부터는 여기
From there,
유리 씨가
Yuri
맡을
here will
거고
be your guide.
네.
여기 해결사 분들도
These fixers have been
경력직이니
around a bit.
돌발
Count on them to handle
상황은 잘 대처해 줄
complications.
거야. 이만하면 되었겠지.
That should be enough.
내
Yeah?
통행은
This is as
여기까지다.
far as I accompany you.
버스에서
I'll be
너희들을
waiting
기다리고
back at the
있겠어.
bus. If you want some actually like, not like external, but actual Project Moon reading material, there's a free comic available called Wonder Lab that takes place at a branch facility of Lobotomy Corporation at the same time as the events of the game. Although reading it to the end does give slight spoilers for the game, it's a really fun and good read. If you are someone who's never going to play Lobotomy Corporation, read Wonder Lab. It's really good. Ah! Okay. Huh? Wait, what?
언제까지고 뒷바라지를
You're
해주고 있을
sorely
거라
mistaken if you expect
생각했다면
me to babysit
큰
you forever,
오산입니다.
Dante.
단테.
혼자서 발 뻗고 쉬고 있겠다는
So you'll
건가?
take a backseat and idle away all alone?
애당초 내가 동행하면
If I get myself
너희들은
involved, the
관광하러
expedition would be a
내려가는
little too free
다를
of
바가 없지
challenge,
않겠나.
wouldn't it? It turned into more of a tour.
한마디로 실컷
In other
쥐어짜지고
words,
썰리고
you
오라는
want us to come back red, black, and blue.
보통 저렇게 말하면
That's the kind of line
항상
people with
다른
ulterior motives say,
편한 대로 생각해.
think whatever you want.
특별히 가이드
I've
분까지
gotten you guides and
붙여줬으니
everything,
잘
so do your
해내고
best
오라고.
down there.
네, 잘 해내고
Yes!
오겠습니다.
Sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Red Gaze.
최선을 다해보긴 할게요.
I'll try my best, I think. Gotta go. Need to put puppers out before you start. Have a good rest of stream. Haha! You put out puppers and have a good stream yourself when you start. It's great to have you stop by, Wackily. By the way, I feel like I gotta say I have not spoiled the events of Lobotomy Corporation at all. This is all surrounding it. But it's not actually the events of the game at all. I do want to make sure that is clear.
사우주
준비되어 있...
결투 의뢰로군.
저주를 끼얹을 것이
이제 좀 일다운 걸 시키나?
Because I love Lobotomy Corporation.
뒤따르죠.
You always try to when you can. Thank you, Rackley. Okay, thank you for the honks. For 20 bits.
유감 없는 싸움을
I love that one.
기대하겠소.
Okay. Still random noise. Oh, you got the Canadian honk too. Oh my gosh.
너냐?
Worthy investment, yes. Okay. Thank you, Rockley. Your bits help me stay alive.
다소 유리하고요.
Also, primarily because, like.
유쾌한 결투였네.
Okay.
타겟 무력.
그대로 멈춰라.
훌륭하오. 이외에 저 특별히 첨언할 이유도 가라.
움직이지 못하니
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
적대 세력을 배제했습니다.
So yeah, if I remember correctly, Wonder Lab is one of the side comics they did.
작전 목표로 보이는 변동 좌표를 확보.
Leviathan is one that takes place after
제대로 대우해
Library of
주라고.
Ruina. Hang on, is there a post-battle? No, there's no post-battle there. Okay.
단테, 잠깐 나 좀 보시죠.
Dante, a moment with me, please. While the team was busy exchanging greetings, Virgilius called me to a secluded place.
미리 말해두자면
Let me tell you
저들은
in
8급
advance
해결사입니다.
that they're only grade 8 fixers. Grade 8?
서열이 낮은
It means they're
심부름꾼이라는
low-ranked
뜻입니다.
drudges. Errands being their main tasks.
저들을 이용은 하되
Use them for your benefit,
의존하려 하지 말아야 할
don't
겁니다.
rely on them. I can't count on them to deal with everything for us, in other words. I ought to let him know that I understood his point.
어쩌면 그 버스 안에서
He might be the only one
제대로
on the bus
대화하는
I
걸
can
알 수
actually
있는 건
converse with.
다모
Well,
오늘 빕니다.
Best of luck,
단테.
Dante. Virgilius pat my soldier with a bitter smile before slowly making his way back to the bus. Haha! Yeah, they are not high-grade fixers. Not at all in the slightest.
의뢰가 들어.
어디 가는지는 관심 없어. 안내나 해줘. 활 배터리 교체 했었나?
What if I have a high enough level to get through the first dungeon with these people? I mean, granted, we're still at the part of the game where you don't have to think.
이리로.
방금 벌레 말은
That comes next chapter. I do like how Project Moon ramps up in the difficulty and learning curve in their game.
쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
Which is like, it starts off you don't have to think, and then you slowly have to get more acquainted.
다소 유리하구려.
But unfortunately, they usually have the point of like, yes,
빨리 해줘.
there's a wall here. The learning curve becomes steep at one point.
그렇지.
One of the risks of ramping up your difficulty slowly is that you just misjudge.
제압 실시.
Or you introduce one mechanic that just makes everything so much harder.
어려울 것도 없었어.
한 잔. 아니, 한 번 못 켰지?
시동 걸어볼까?
지에서 쓰러지는 건
귀찮게 끌지 말지.
어려울 것도
유효타
없었어.
좋아. 계속 집중하지.
So I've actually caught several identities from events. Yeah, it's like based on what Project Moon has said about this game, it sounds like these identities are going to be available later for like just regular polls, but during events you can just basically play the event, get identities. Time for dungeon. The thing about dungeons is that they use these modules rather than the encapsulate you have. They use a module. You can use the encapsulate you have to make modules. As you can probably tell, one thing that I regularly do when I don't feel like playing the game is I'll just hop on when my encapsulate is all charged, make it all into modules, and then get off. Which is why I have a lot of modules. Okay. So this is just picking which team you're going to use. Obviously I'm going to use this one because it's the team we're
오늘은
working with
얼마나
now. Ah! Hello! Hello! Welcome to the stream! How are you all doing? For Luna, Eleanor, you just got done streaming, so please remember to eat, rest, drink, be merry. Haha! That alert was so loud. Wow, yeah, it's supposed to startle me. And it does. They're pretty cool, I think. Oh my gosh. So for anyone who's like here for the first time, hello, I'm Clown. Today is Friday, which is usually Fangame Fridays, but because I just got back after being sick, I decided I just want to make a regular Friday. Regular stream. For regular streams, if you have enough points, you just go into the channel points and redeem Switch game if you have a game you want me to play. Or if you're feeling particularly ambitious, you can, through the sound alerts, redeem enough bits to go through and make me play a challenge game instead. Welcome to the show! Haha! Anyways. Right now we are playing Limbus Company. Ha! And Luna is the raid message. Yeah. Anyway, how have you all been doing? Okay, well you wait, I could do this. I could do this again. Ah, you were just chatting. Okay. Anyways, back to the game. Haha! We entered the derelict building of Lobotomy Corporation. As the light goes dim, the dreadful stench from underground grows stronger. You finished the game and then did a little bit of just chatting. Yeah. I remember quickly you're playing Inscription. Aha! Which is a lot of fun. Ugh, the smell is awful. I can feel the waste collecting in my lungs. So for those of you who don't know about this game, to summarize it, this takes place in the Project Moon universe, and it's a gacha game where like you don't pull any characters, you just pull extra movesets for them. And each of the characters are based off of literature. Yisang is based off of a Japanese author, Sinclair is based off of a book called Demian, and the others are based off of other books. Some of them are more obvious than the others, though. It was great. That is fantastic to hear. I love it when like stuff is great. Literature based on school. Yeah, I love it when stuff like is a lot of literature references. Taking place in the Project Moon universe. Odor so intense. It went back to refreshing.
다시 한번 말씀드리지만
Let me warn you one last
이 안에서
time.
죽으면
If you
전투가
die
끝납니다.
here, Dante won't be able to resuscitate you even when the battle is finished. We are playing as Dante, reference to Dante's Inferno. This is Faust. She's from Faust. Resuscitate?
유행하는 개그인가 봐.
Must be a popular joke or something. I can't even tell what kind of stories circulate the city these days.
모를 정도가 되어버렸어.
These are just fixers. They're not part of our main cast. They seem to have misunderstood us, but seeing as Faust made no comment on it, I decided not to add my input. The sources of this rancid smell were a more pressing concern. Looks like they probably died a while ago.
정확한 관측이십니다.
Otis is from The Odyssey. Let's do observation manager. The corpses have reached the stage of active decay.
벌레들이 한창
Looks
잔치라도
like the
여는
bugs are having a
모양이네.
feast over there. Rodion is from Crime and Punishment.
얼른 서두르자고.
Let's just hurry along. Gregor is from Metamorphosis, and if you haven't been able to tell so far, Gregor is actually the focus of Chapter 1.
응?
Huh?
그래.
Something up,
자기
Gregor? There?
혹시
Are you scared
벌레
of bugs?
무서워해?
이건 노파심인데
No.
설마 벌레
I'm
시체를
sure you're
얼굴에
more
들이대는
mature
유치한
than
짓은
shoving dead bugs in someone's face.
하지 않을 거라비. 아이,
But just
저-
in case,
저-
what? Ah!
뭘
I don't
그렇게
know. Wait, what's so funny about this?
웃기잖아.
I mean, it's
벌레를
hilarious.
무서워하는 게
Who would have
다른
thought you of all
사람들한테
people would be
자기의
scared of these little wrigglers?
그래. 그렇게
Guys,
싫었어?
Did you hate it that bad?
됐어.
Forget it. Metamorphosis, dude.
거기
You
장난
there.
그만 쳐라.
Stop with your mischief this
관리자님이
instant.
신경 쓰셔야 할
Do not
거리를
cause
만들지
additional
말란
concerns
말이다.
for our manager.
잠깐,
Hold on.
이 시체는 아직
This body is still
온기가
warm.
있군요.
Ah! I don't have anything to save, Nightbot. We're good.
공격받은 건
Such is a
꽤
sign
최근인
of a recent
듯하구려.
attack. The plume that had cast over Yuri's face cleared after observing the bodies for a minute.
우리 아니
These aren't
로보토미
our...
코퍼레이션
I mean,
직원들은
the Watanabe
아니네요.
Corporation's employees.
여긴 이제 금광이나 다름없는 곳이
I heard
되어버려서
these buried
어중에
facilities are
떠서
considered
나가서
pure gold mines
모여든다더군요.
now, attracting all sorts looking for riches. Ishmael is from Moby Dick.
몇몇 해결사나 조직들
Phrases
사이에선
like
로보토미
the lobotomy
그림이나
dream or the
엔케팔린
enkephalin rush
러시란
are
말이
apparently starting to catch on
도망정들일까요?
among fixers and syndicates.
로드
LD. E. Rush.
멋있는 줄임이군.
Got a nice ring to it. I don't remember for the life of me what she's from.
조용히 있다가 가끔 말한다는 게
That's what you have to say after keeping quiet for so long?
그러한
It's
잉글리쉬
such a frivolous use of
본래의
English,
뜻을
not
가물하게
prone to
만들지
blurring the
않겠소.
original meaning.
제 말이 그 말이.
That's what I'm saying.
이성 씨,
Huh?
뭔가 말수가
You seem to be
많아진 것
talking a lot
같은데요?
more than usual, you think?
이상하오?
Does that reflect strangely?
그이는 원래 말수가
He was
적지
never
않은
really the
사람이에요.
quiet sort.
최근에 조금
He only had a
바뀌었을 뿐.
shift recently.
관찰력이 높은 졸개가
It's
많아지는
not a
건
bad thing to have more
나쁘지 않은
lackeys
일이지.
with keen eyes.
계속 지금의 상태를 유지해줬으면
I'd like you to
좋겠군.
keep that up.
가자.
Let us
마치
march.
그대가 캡틴
You make
같구려.
yourself look like the captain here.
관리자께서 할
I dare
일이라고
say that
보아.
role belongs to the manager.
제가 주제가
Please forgive my insolence,
관리자님.
manager. Frowning as though she were caught off guard, Altus bows to me as she apologizes. No, it's nothing. Let's head down. Most of the corpse's body parts were morphed in bizarre ways. One had pairs of wings protruding through their intestines, and another had horribly twisted antennae hanging down.
우리가 아까 마주쳤던 자들이랑
These look kind of
비슷해
similar
보이지
to the
않나요?
thugs we ran into just before, don't they?
그 벌레 머리
You
하고
mean those
있던 사람들
bug-headed
말이죠?
people?
조용.
Quiet.
전방에 거수자
Unseen
포착.
and uniformed tangos ahead. As Aldous noted, multiple figures can be seen down the corridor.
거수자?
Unit 4?
뭐야?
What's all that?
거동 수상자.
Unidentified
모른다고.
targets. Possibly hostile. I'm sure of one idea crossed all of our minds. The enigmatic abnormalities that might be roaming this facility, as Faust mentioned. That might be what those shadowy figures are. You have
마주칠
no
수밖에
choice but to
없겠군.
face them.
어이 거기
Hey!
누구야?
Who goes there? Instead, what we faced was people. It was too early to deem that as fortunate, though.
뭐야 이
Huh?
근방엔 우리들 뿐이라
Thought we were the only people around here.
입구 쪽에서 처리를 못한
Basically
건가?
passed our Tim at the
글쎄
entrance.
다른 쥐새끼들이
Those
들어왔나
scavengers
보군.
keep coming one after another.
어이 벌레들.
Oi,
아까 그
bug
시체들은
buggers!
너네
You
친구들이냐?
friends with the bodies back there?
시체?
Bodies?
나이 새끼.
Bastards didn't.
잠깐
Wait,
어디서 온 찌꺼기들인지
I don't know where you
모르겠지만
scum are from, but hear me out a sec.
어차피 너희도
You're
엔케팔린을
here for the
챙겨온 거지.
Encapsulin, aren't ya?
여기서
If
한층만
you go just one floor down, there's a
손
treasure trove just
쉽게
waiting to be
엔케팔린을 얻을 수
nabbed.
있어. 거기는 너희에게 양보할게.
Whatever's on that floor is yours.
서로 챙길 것만
We'll just take
챙기고
what we can here and
좋게
be on
좋게
our
헤어지자. 고.
way.
알아본 것 같네.
So you recognized me, huh? The moment the soldier's eyes landed on Gregor's face, their thin veil of kindness was torn down.
배신자 녀석.
Traitor's pissant.
아, 너는 전방에
Ah,
소속돼 있었나
you must have
보네.
been dispatched to the
어때?
front lines too.
그래도 포스터보다는 실물이
I look better in
낫지.
real life than on those flyers, right?
헛소리 집어쳐.
Cut the cheeky
내가
crap.
너에게
I'm
경매를
disgusted that I
했었다는 게
once alluded to
역겨우니까.
your face.
이런 씨.
Whoa, easy there.
실물이 되고 한 것도
It's not like you
아닌데.
had to salute me in person.
너무 그러지 말지 그래.
너는 그 가짜는 특혜로
When you posed as a
시술
normal
부작용
member of
없이
society thanks to your
평범한
dumbass
생활을
privilege
살아갔겠지만
freeing you from the side effects.
우린 아니었어.
We never even got a
이 기만자
chance.
새끼야.
You fraternizer.
우린
We were
전쟁에서
thrown away right
패배하자마자
after the war was
버려졌다고.
lost.
버려준 건 나도 마찬가지였어.
I was tossed out all the same, you know. Isn't that how it is for all soldiers?
그 중에서도 너희들은
So this is the lifestyle you
버려진
chose?
벌레처럼 살아가기
Rifling through the
선택했나
trash like actual bugs.
어이, 적을 도발해서 좋을 건
Halt!
없지 않은가?
No good can come out of taunting your foe.
당신도 군 출신이라면 알잖아.
You served the military too. You know where this is going.
앞에 서 있는 것들과 싸우게 될지.
We're not getting
아니,
out
그
of this
정도는.
without a fight.
순순히 보내줄
We were
생각은.
planning to let you through. We really were.
저 배신자 새끼
now,
뒤로 잘라
Elements
죽여주지.
you and your traitor friend into mud meat.
어이없는 새끼들이네.
Like hell you are.
우리가 NK
You're gonna wait for us to
가져오면
climb
그대로
back up with
뒤통수가
Keflin so you could backstab us and swipe it.
그랬던 거였어요?
Wait, were they?
밑바닥에 떨어질 대로
They
떨어진
fall into rock
놈들한테
bottom and below,
의리란 게
and I
남아있을 것
swear
같네.
down, they don't care a whit for honor. Eh?
가진 놈들도 뒤통수를
Well, off
쳐때리는
for broke.
편인데
People turn on each other
그런
as long as
말랑한
there's
걸
something.
기대하냐면?
You're way too naive to think otherwise. All these characters are based off of literature. The story isn't, but you know. Wait. I don't remember where this comes into play, and this is weird. It's fine.
좁은 곳이 좋겠어.
Haha!
유감없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
너냐?
I don't need to think about it yet. We're not at the part where the game makes you like think hard.
적대 세력을 배제했어.
훌륭하오.
That's later. For now it's just like, haha! Get used to the mechanics, it gets harder later.
다소 유리하구려.
보험이라.
유쾌한 결투였네.
Gregor lights his cigarette and takes a drag, followed by smoke streaming out from his mouth.
다른 보안업체에 취직을
They'd
해도
have fared better than this
이것보다는
if they got a
나았을
job
텐데.
at a security company or something.
평생을 군인으로 살았던
They
자들이다.
spent their entire lives as
다른
soldiers.
직업으로 새
The
출발하기
changes required for them to
적응하고
start a
바뀌어야
new
할
life
것들이 너무
must have been
많았겠지.
overwhelming. True. Alright, you're gonna head out that now, but you have a good rest of your stream. Thank you for dropping by, Luna. It was fantastic to have you here. And it's been a while since you've been here, so it's been wonderful. Anyway, yeah, remember what I said earlier. Eat, rest, drink, be merry. Make sure to sleep well. Thank you for dropping by.
그리고
I have no idea how
몰락한
stubbornly
날개
the
출신이라는
stigma
건
of the
엄청난
fallen
꼬리표야.
wings regiments will haunt
누가
you.
받아주면
If
구두발이라도
anyone's words. If anyone's generous enough to take you in, licking their boots is the least you can do. That's just a tricky part of the game design. Things getting harder gradually, not seeming like it's suddenly got harder anymore. Barely on Twitch watching people these days, though you've tried doing it a bit more lately. Yeah. Imagine you have to find the right people that entertain you when you watch them. It's like, was that the right people that you really want to watch and be entertained by? It's just hard to sit down and like watch. Oh. sorry about
미안하다.
that.
내가
Should
생각이
have chosen my
짧았네.
words carefully.
아니에요.
No, it's
쥐사나
fine.
애사나
I'm
상황은
sure things are rough
비슷했겠죠.
G Corp's fault too.
날개가 부러진다는 건
The
그만큼
breaking of a
혼란스러운
wing is
사건이
a turbulent affair for many people. Hmm. I'm just trying to get everyone
팔
some
배터리
kind of
교체
love here.
했었나?
Right. Abnormality encounters, even if they require almost confident and careful decision making. Entities such as these require more meticulous hands-on approach than the other enemies. Encounters the enemies called focused. Yeah, whatever. Irregular, yeah, and focused, you have to attack directly. Yeah, yeah. No! You're gonna force my hand on this. Why? Yeah. Press the girl left to zoom out and feeling tired. Yeah, there we go. Once you have selected, yep, yeah, whatever. Ah! What I love about abnormalities is that they have more to them! Although, I've met these conditions before, but it's not gonna let me view them because tutorial. Ah.
갑니다.
So focus encounter speed works a little differently.
귀찮게 끌지 말지.
If you have a higher speed than an enemy,
할만하네.
you can make them focus on you for a clash. So for example, oh right, yeah, you're gonna explain that. I don't care. Let me just It's much easier than you go and try to explain it. This one is attacking this guy. I have a 7 speeder here, and that's only 1 speed, so I go here. Now, all of a sudden, this guy's attacking her, because, like, she has a higher speed. Easy peasy. The other side to it, though, is that if you attack the same person with somebody else who still has a higher speed, they will not be the focus.
이리로.
Ah.
어려울 것도 없었어.
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠.
어제 톱날을 열심히 손본 보람이 있네.
위협 대상 제거.
I think that's all the tutorials for the game. Right there, like, that should be most of it. Wait, no, they haven't got an event tutorial. So the order you select attacks matter then? Yes, they do. Yes, it does. It loosely matters. It loosely matters. I've never seen those before.
모른다고?
You don't know? Hawke's face quickly turned into a cold frown. It was in such dark contrast to the face he showed before Vicilius. I shuddered in fright.
아니,
No, well,
우리가 굳이 추락한 날개에
don't you know
깃털을
why we
준 이유가
bothered to
뭔지
let a fallen wing's
않아?
feather into our office?
엘사의 지부의
To deal with
의견이
requests taking place in
조금이나마
Elcorp branches
안전하게
more
해결하는-
safely.
잘하네.
Exactly.
하급 관리직
I didn't even
출신에게 별로
expect much
바라는
from a
것도
low-rank
없었어.
agent.
길었네.
Just 2
그리고 저
simple jobs.
환상체인지
Lead the
환장
way
체인지하는 걸
and tell us how to
어떻게
deal with those
조절해야 할지
abnormalities or whatever.
근데
Now look,
처음 본다는 말이
what do you expect us to do with
우린
just...
어떻게 해야
Oh
되는 거야?
no! I've never seen those before, huh?
호핀스.
Gosh,
배고파졌어?
Hopkins. Feeling hangry? Take it easy.
유리 씨가 처음 본 게
If they are
확실하다면
in fact new to Miss
이
Yuri,
개체는 환상
then these
체에서부터 비롯된
might be another
또
type of
무언가.
entity derived from abnormalities. Perhaps
또
a new
다른 종일
species.
수도 있겠죠.
그 코퍼레이션이
That
모든
corporation might not have had
환상체를
every
관리하는
specimen
수도
in their
있어.
confines either.
유리함이
Yuri,
공부를 소홀히 하지
there's no
않았다면
reason to lambast yourself for
스스로를
neglecting to
다스릴 필요가
remember
없을
what you
것이오.
were never taught. Thank you, sir. Weird on your end too, or is that just me?
뭘 간질거리게 입씨름을 하고 있어. 가서 두들겨 패면 되잖아. 시킨다면 할 뿐이다.
Hi! 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 Why the frick? Oh, yes, why do you do that? Why do you do that? It's funny. It decided, it decided to switch my mic input. I don't know why. Maybe, like, my headset unplugged a little bit, and then it was like, oh, we're gonna do. Well, whatever. I fixed it. It switched the audio. It switched to the mic input. Next stage! Continued battles have wounded and fatigued the sinners. It was about time I winded my clock. Boss looks around for the white spot to let me do my thing. Yeah. So the thing in dungeons is that sanity is consistent. It continues from battle to battle. So they're not all at 0 sanity right now. They have some built up because of that. And since the speed match is here, it did not redirect the attack.
그대로 멈춰라.
Salo! Da da la da da da.
그대로 멈춰라.
하하!
움직이지 못하겠죠.
타겟 무력화.
I wonder. Skill, passives. It won't give me the passive right now. View observation logs. Yeah! Observation logs. Yes! Woo! It resembled a rock. I'm uncertain how an object of its mass is able to move. Its appearance could not be any less adherent to laws of science, but when I look back, it might have been an inherently scientific object after all. It would levitate in the air and stay still. It rolled its eyeball lodged in the center, and when it felt like it would ram into some persons. I am not really sure what motivates it to move. Even so, I wonder if it's necessary to learn its reasons at all. It's possible that this pebble is alive. No one would call it an organism, but by the same token, I may or may not be alive if no one refers to me as such. Perhaps it was simply a matter of laziness. We are lazy to think that it mustn't be what it ought to be. That pebble is probably a lazy living being, and the same could be said of me. I think that's you saying talking there.
보호입니다. 적대 세력을 배제했습니다.
You saying or Honglu? No, not Honglu. Honglu's more happy.
붉은 시선님의 수하들답게
Impressive.
능력도 만만치가
I expected
않군요.
no less of the Red Gaze's minions.
수아라고?
What do you say?
아이고, 우리 호킨스가
Oh boy, there goes Hopkins again, being clumsy with his tongue. I apologize in his head.
그런데 왜 이렇게 꾸물럭대는 거야?
What's taking you so long though, Hopkins? I'm always acting up again.
무슨 말을 하는 거야?
What? No, I'm not. Don't know what you mean. Hopkins got up after a bit of dawdling. His pockets were laden with something, but I decided not to bother pointing it out. Ponting it out. Oh no, I can speak. Words are hard. Continued battles have wounded and fatigued sinners. Yeah.
뭐 이쯤이면
Well,
적당하겠네요.
I suppose this place is as good as any. As I opened the door, Val's Sonny stood before me.
단테,
Dante,
눈을 감고
close your eyes and look for the
어둠 속에
glimmer hiding in the
숨어있는
dark.
별을 찾아보세요. 너무 찬란하지도 않고
Find the faint star of
은은하게
truth,
드러나고 있는
twinkling gently.
진리의 별 말이에요.
The star? This one won't hurt, right?
별을 찾는 것만이라면
It shouldn't cause you any
아프지는
pain,
않죠.
since you're simply locating it. Something about the way Faust put that bothered me, but I decided to trust her and block my sight.
다시 눈을 뜨면
When you open your eyes, what seems so far away
당신과 눈을 맞추고 있을 거예요.
will shine right into your vision. That's beautiful. That light, is it only visible to me?
아니요.
Not quite.
당신을 통해서
Through
이제
you,
모두가
now all of us can see it.
전전이 아니지만
Even though we're
모두가
inside a
별을 통해
dungeon, we can now reap the benefits of your
받을 수 있게
ability
되었죠.
through the star.
그럼 얼른 시계
Can you
돌려주세요.
please hurry up with the
어깨뼈
clock
쪽이
then?
아까부터
I
탈구된 것
think I
같거든요.
dislocated my shoulder.
돌린다고요?
The clock?
아, 그 시계 정말
Was it just
돌릴
for
수 있는
show?
거였어요?
돌아가기만 하겠어.
That's not all it does. They have a really neat power. You should come and take a look, Yuri. Will no one recognize the pain I endure? Yeah, so in dungeons, you have checkpoints, where if you have a team wipe, you'll go back to a checkpoint. The clock restored every center to health, but the facility continues to grow more foreboding. Hoping that I was only imagining that the spiky things along the aisles bristled up, we proceeded farther.
지덕거려.
아, 상쾌한 기분.
Ah, that felt real good. I'm dying here.
그 시계
What an
진짜
amazing clock you've
신기하네요.
got. I haven't seen that technology
정말 듣도 보도
anywhere.
못한 기술이에요.
이 정도면
That has to be on the level of its
대체 어떤
singularity. What wing could be responsible? Hopkins greedily stared at my head. I really tried to ignore it, but looking at his stuffed pockets again.
단테, 왜 네 머리를
Dante,
붙잡고 있는
why are
거야?
you clutching your head like that? It's nothing.
파우스티안,
Miss Faust,
관리자께서 가진
can a
시계는
manager not
저들의
restore the
몫을
lives
돌려줄
of our
수는
guides using the clock's power?
시계는
The
수감자들에게만
clock will
존재해요.
only work for us sinners.
아,
Oh,
차라리 그게
gee.
낫네.
I suppose that's for the better.
배에 구멍이 숭 났는데
Imagine you're dragged right
몸
back to
쪽도
life with a
대상하시면
gaping hole in
그게
your
더
stomach.
끔찍하잖아?
Wouldn't that suck?
아니다. 배가
Nah,
터진 거면
you know
운이
what?
좋은 거지.
You're lucky if a hole is
약하게
punched in your
죽으니까.
gut. You'd be a goner in seconds. Huh? Wait! Ah. A hard tentacle erupts from the wall and penetrates Aya's abdomen in an instant.
전투 준비.
All units, prepare for
내가
battle.
말했지.
What'd I tell you?
난 항상
I've always
운이
been a
좋았다니까.
lucky girl.
이미 절명했어.
I don't need to read that one. Her life has departed.
자,
Come now. You have to keep it together, especially in times like these. Yeah?
일반적인 공격의 형태를
The attack
취하고
is
있지
under
않으면
an unusual form.
환상체일
It's
가능성이
likely that we are
있습니다.
facing an abnormality.
관리자님, 명령을
Manager,
부탁드립니다.
your command, please. I felt pity for Yuri. She looked at Aya's corpse and then back to us with tears. Nevertheless, Yuri, Hopkins, and Aya, those three I can't revive. We have to fight now if we don't want any more casualties.
현명한 판단이십니다.
A wise decision, Manager.
저 째까기는 소리가
You can make sense of that
해석이 되는
ticking.
건가?
Aldous gave Hopkins a fiery glare, but soon reminded herself of her priorities and breathed in the shout.
관리자님의
It's the
명령.
manager's order.
포위
Lackeys,
진영을 구축한다.
you will surround the enemy in formation.
거수자.
The target is the uniform ahead.
네.
Okay,
그런데
to be honest,
잘하고 칭할 수 있는
I'm not sure if you could say that thing has a form. Slowly encroaching vines, followed by the shadow of a figure that looks to be several times taller than a human. It was approaching, begetting fright unlike any foe we faced up until now. Who's ready for an abnormality fight? Yeah! An actual abnormality, like not the offshoots.
최선을 다해보지. 방금
Ebony Queen's apple! I don't care. I know how this works. I'm gonna give an explanation. Ebony's Queen apple has multiple attacks and has multiple interesting things. With the skills, you can see that each skill, it says, here are the parts of the abnormality that can use the skill. The abnormality has parts that you can attack, not just like one thing, but multiple parts you break. Here's what the blog says. Lacking data. According to the information gained from an encounter with the entity. Company rules. Article 11, paragraph 2 states that I am to categorize it as an abnormality. When first faced with the sinners, the abnormality showed no signs of hostility. Instead, it initiated direct communication through the psyche. Out of all the languages I knew, the abnormality appeared to use my most commonly spoken one. I did not see any sound-producing organs such as mouth or vocal cords in motion. Bring Snow White. This is what the abnormality said. A report on the former L Corp I analyzed after disengagement suggests that it has a connection with F-04-42. In addition, I discovered a corpse that seemed to belong to the staff that arrived here before us for preliminary investigation, the before team. Their ID confirmed that they were from the operations planning department, so we retrieved the remains and left the scene before a battle could break out, concluding the report. Observation level 1. According to information gained from encountering the entity in battle, company rules, Article 11, paragraph 3 states I am to designate its risk level as WA. This is based on the managerial procedures retrieved from the branch facility. And just so to say, like inside L Corp branches, abnormalities are suppressed in their levels, so this is not as powerful as a WA would actually be. It attacks using growths of vines. It wraps its vines around itself as well, forming a shape that resembles a dress. It is possible that it believes itself to be a noble. Its vines are used in a variety of ways, such as persistently stabbing one sinner and rising from the floor to injure multiple sinners. In addition, its sturdy exterior made it difficult to damage. In one battle where many sinners were lost, we managed to remove one of its arms. As I could most aptly describe, I found then that it could no longer perform the attack that targeted every sinner. I'll record any additional discoveries I observe in future encounters, concluding the report. Observation level 2. Recording an additional significant discovery. We were able to remove his head during an encounter. While we did not initially consider the head a target as its height was considerably higher than the sinner's reach, Heathcliff's unstoppable advance proved a helpful clue. We were able to successfully destroy the head, although Heathcliff's head was destroyed as well. It should be a negligible loss as it is a renewable asset. It continued to move and attack despite the lack of a head, but we found that its exterior significantly softened. Removing its limbs became a much more manageable task. Even though the head grew back after a period of time, the removal of its arms and legs in the meantime freed us from the threat of powerful attacks for the operation. Concluding the report. So, it has attack power up, which gives all of its attacks like +4 power, and we have bind -1, which is speed -1 for this turn. So we have 1 lower speed than we normally would have. The bind is an effect given by its roots, denoted by the feet icon. The head just defends, and the stems, denoted by the hands, are attacking. So let's see. Gonna pick favored. Do I have anything that could do good against, because I think this might be the best focused, but that +12 to get 16 makes this a neutral, so I think I'm gonna go for that.
시동 걸어볼까?
Yeah. So that's the basics of abnormalities. They have multiple parts that you can attack. And destroying a part means that that part can't move. It could heal back, but like you could also stagger an attack part and it'll be fine. It won't be able to move. Let's see. Oh, that's struggling. And that's an unopposed. Because you have 1 speed. That's not good. Can I organize this better? Yes, I can. You can attack you because that's where the attack is going anyways. Yeah, broke a stem. Ah! And now for an event. Heart torn into thousands of pieces must be kept from all eyes. Thus it burrowed into the ground and tangled itself. Yet someone has to pull up these thorny roots, as there is no wound that can remain unearthed. The sinners gave each other looks. Being coiled in piercing, sharp pain was something to avoid even in one's dreams. The dry earth must be returned. Which sinner was up to the task? Wrath advantage. So let's see. They all have very high, despite the fact that this is not a wrath move, this can still, like, succeed. And this is a pride move. This is gluttony, wrath. This is gloom. I think I just gotta stick with the wrath one for now. Rodion walked with shaky steps. With bare hands, they dug up the roots. In their hands were the doubts of others. The sinner realized that while the injury may heal, distrust might take deep root in their heart. The effects of Integrity Roots expired! Yay! We no longer have the decrease to speed. But on the flip side, the apple has healed. Staggered the roots, that's great. Oh, frick. Ah! Stem 1, okay. I destroyed the stem 1 turn late. The fruit was born again, means it has to destroy it once and for all. Yeah, I think it's gotta give another event if I don't this one here. What is this part? Oh, that's just the roots. Oh yeah, the fruit is destroyed, so it's gonna give me an event. It's gonna give me an event. I won.
좋아.
So no
유익하게
event.
성공했어. 계속 몰아붙이자고.
I have multiple people set as my announcers, so that's why you hear
뭐야?
voices in the background.
끝이야?
So what? That was it?
환상체는
I heard abnormalities were supposed to be so powerful that even suppressing them is a dangerous task.
클리포트 억제력 때문이에요.
It's the Cliffloft deterrence in action.
커피 포트?
Huh? Coffee pots?
환상체들을
A
약화시키는
force that
힘이에요.
weakens abnormalities. Its original purpose is to safely supervise them
환상체를 관리하기 위해 사용되는 겁니다.
in containment.
황금가지를 회수할수록
As we continue our assignment in collecting more golden bows, the deterrence will weaken as well.
끝났지만
Although this was a simple battle,
나중엔 100번을
later
죽었다
on, one of them might take our lives more than 100-fold to handle it. That's a terrifying thought. Where does corpse go anyway? I'm pretty sure that attack did it in. It was felt without a doubt. All thanks to your exceptional command, Commander. It couldn't have disappeared into the sky. Brilliant insight as always, Manager! Such possibilities cannot be ruled out. Ah!
아이 너희 눈엔 이 단단해 보이는
Is the
지하
tough-looking
천장이 안 보이네.
ceiling above us not a thing to you two?
이쪽을 보세요.
Over there. Thus this, Yuri pointed at something. The shock of losing Aya must have shaken her badly, but seeing her hold her own and keep her head up, I felt I should let her be and follow along with her for a while. Is that an egg?
환상체의 핵이군요.
It's the core of the
적절하게
abnormality.
제압했을 경우
When suppressed via appropriate measures, it will be reduced to this condensed ovate form,
그리고 부화할 거예요.
and it will
이
hatch
공간에서
once enough
일정
time has
시간이
passed
지난다면
here.
뭐? 그런 개
Hatch?
같은 일이.
You've got to be joking.
이것들이 죽지 않는다는
You mean
소리인가요?
Those things won't die.
환상체는 죽지 않아요.
Abnormalities simply
그래서
cannot
일사의
die.
생산
It's one of the
에너지량이
factors that contributed to L Corp's
어마어마했던
massive energy production.
이 상태의 핵을 격리실에
As an
가져다
employee,
놓는
my job was to put the core back in its containment unit. Now things have changed.
알이 다시
What can we
깨어나기
do before this
전까지
egg hatches?
저희가 해야 할 일은 뭐죠? 림버스 컴퍼니에는 이런
Limbus Company
환상체들을
has a
담당하는
department
부서가
dedicated to
별도로
dealing
있어요.
with abnormalities like this.
그들이 회수해 갈 겁니다.
They'll retrieve them for us.
그 F2
Right.
팀이요?
Was it the after team?
안내받을 때
I remember
들었던
hearing
기억이
about them
나네요.
during orientation.
그럼 시간 끌지 말고 빨리 부르지 그래.
What's stopping you from calling them now?
연락은
The transmission device
메피스토펠레스에서 가능합니다.
is on Mephistopheles.
그건 그렇겠지.
Figures.
너무 걱정할 필요는 없습니다.
No need to worry. Once you have the golden
한
bow,
가지만
we'll return whether we
실어도
like it or not.
돌아갈 테니까요.
We went down a floor.
이곳을 다시 오게 될 줄
I
몰랐어요.
didn't think I'd come back here.
대체적으로 로보토미 지부들은
Most of Lobotomy
여러 개의
Corporation's
층으로
facilities
구성되어
consist
있어요.
of multiple floors,
그리고 각자 층마다
and each floor is expected to be occupied by an abnormality marking its domain.
아까 그런 게 또 나온다고?
Seriously? There's more of them?
그런 그 전투
So,
정보? 아니 그걸
Where did
대체
you
어떻게
figure all
알고 있는
the info about what we'll face and stuff?
파우스트는 모든 걸 알고
Faust
있어요.
knows it all.
안내에서는 비포 팀이
The guy that said it
사전
before
정찰한다고
team does
하더라고요.
reconnaissance in advance.
그냥 네가 관계자라서 하는
So you only
얘기잖아.
know that because you have ties to the staff.
틀린 말을 하진 않았잖아요.
I never claim otherwise.
어쨌든
Anyway,
주요 적군이
this means we
매치에
should expect
하나씩은
a great
존재한다는
threat
거.
on every floor.
등 뒤에 적을 두고서
It'd be
전진하는
idiotic
멍청한
to
일은
advance
할수
into
없으니
the unknown without
결국 그
making
팀이
sure
환상체를
that we're clear of
정리해야만
danger in at least one direction, leaving us with no choice but to take them down as we go.
파우스트가 할 말을 앗아가 버렸네요.
You took the words right out of Faust's mouth.
말하지 않더라도
Is
의도를
it not a
전달할 수
splendid thing to be
있다면
able to convey your intentions
이상적인
before
것은
they have been
없지 않겠소?
verbalized?
단테,
Dante,
별을 볼 때예요.
it's time to see the star. I'm your manager, not a scapegoat, you know. True enough. And a lot of the time in dungeons, abnormalities will drop ego gifts. This one is the Ebony Brooch, which for the first 3 turns battle inflict 2 bind on all enemies. I think I might get to the end of this and then take a break to eat because I am hungry. Hungry, hungry, hungry. I am hungry.
단한 일발 장전.
Another veteran appeared in the dark, carrying a depressed aura. His sparkling old badge seemed to signify a high rank he once held.
그레고르 과장,
Manager Gregor?
당신 얼굴은
I think I remember that
알
face
것도
of
같아.
yours. But
왜난
why?
있지?
자네 부장이었다.
I was the head manager of your team.
혼자 도망친 것도 모자라.
Not only did you desert
이젠
us,
내 전우이자
you now have the
내
audacity to
후원
take the
녀석들까지
lives of your old
죽였군.
comrades, my subordinates.
이봐,
Look,
전쟁은
the
10년
war
전에
ended a
끝났어.
decade ago,
아직도
but I guess some
경쟁
folks
놀이에서
still
벗어나지
haven't
못했네.
let go of their obsolete ranks, huh?
끝나?
Ended?
아무것도 안 끝났다.
Nothing has ended.
아무
Nothing has ended.
끝나지
Damn
않았다고.
it.
G사에서 도망치면서
The war
이
may have been
전쟁은
over for
끝났을지도
you when you
모르겠지만
deserted G Corp,
우리는 아직도
but
전쟁의
we're
한복판에
fighting for our
계속 서
lives
있다.
on the battlefield to this day.
아, 이런 동질감 갖고
As much as they don't want to relate to you this way,
나라고 크게 다르지도
I'm
않아.
not really that different here.
그렇다면 이해해야지 과장.
Then you ought to understand, Gregor.
전쟁터에서 배신자에게
There's
내려지는
only
결론은
one verdict
항상
that awaits
똑같다고.
deserters.
그럴듯하게
You say that like it means something, but it's against company policy to carry out summary execution for personal revenge, my head manager.
걱정 마시오. 최후의 혈구 하나만 남아 있다면 생명은 어떻게라도 보존됩니다.
두드려 패고 터뜨려 주지.
I lost a couple of those. Ooh.
너냐?
Maybe I have to think. Oh my gosh, he throws a glove. I didn't realize that this identity threw a glove for that attack. Oh my gosh. Ah.
휘청거리긴.
저주 속에
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
너냐? 그래, 얘는 처리했고.
Perhaps the time this ex-soldier spent off the battlefield was long enough to rust his prowess. The head manager, who must have defeated countless enemies in his glory days, was now nearing his own end.
한때는 널
You were
존경하는
once well
자들도 있었지.
respected,
그래,
Gregor.
존경해달라고 부탁한 적은
I never really asked for respect.
더 이상은 전진하지 마라.
Don't proceed any further.
그것은
Only hell awaits you.
지옥이야.
미안하지만 그러기는
Sorry,
힘들 것 같아.
but I don't think I could follow your
성실하게 일하자면
advice.
잘리거든.
I ought to be a go-getter if I don't want to be fired.
돈에
Have you abandoned your honor
명예까지
for some
팔아버린 거냐?
pittance?
애저녁에 훈장이랑 같이 팔았지.
I sold that away long
집주인
ago,
월세를 더
right
주면서.
with my metal. Landlord couldn't wait for rent any longer. Capitalist dystopia, I tell you! Oh my gosh! Ah! Bitter smile appeared on the head manager's face. You're no
우리와 다를
different
것
from
없군.
us.
결국 우리는
In the end, we're
역겨운
nothing
벌레 새끼들일
but
뿐.
disgusting pests. He took a few more shallow breaths, then ceased to move.
어이,
Hey, mind if I borrow a
좀
cig?
들려주니?
이번만이다.
Just this once. Gregor put the borrowed cigarette next to the one he already held in his mouth, then lit it and tossed it on the chest of the deceased commander.
미안.
Sorry,
저거한테
didn't want to
내
share mine with
담배를
that
나눠서
thing.
물려주기는 싫었거든.
Ryoshi gave a snort. The smoke from Gregor's cigarette lingered with the prevailing silence in the air for a short while. I'm gonna go on break. I am hungry. And I need a bathroom. And I'm sure all of you, if you need to go on a break, eat, drink, be merry. Haha. I'll be back soon. No, the game audio doesn't fit for here, does it? Ah! It's just so moody. Why can I not hear? Oh my gosh, what are you doing? Give me a second, I can't hear the stuff. There you go. I see it a little bit. Ha-ha! I am back. You know, nobody's ever done like the hello back, I am like viewer or something. Ah! Missed opportunity. I am back. I got num nums. Haha! I'm gonna be slowly feasting on num nums because num num be delish. Hello, you're yes! Ha! Right! Yay. Num nums be delish. Ha! A shadow appears in the dusky corridor. It carefully watches us approach. It is clear that we were not going to be welcome presents to each other. Yay! Words. Ah! There appear to be no more signs of the ex-soldiers from this point onward. The commander did warn us not to go further. As we proceeded, we discovered bodies that seemed to have been there for quite some time. These are... no... El Corp's employees. I see traces of blunt instruments. All the bodies share them, in fact. This is... I remember this. Okay. A management report. This document contains instructions for keeping abnormalities in check. Normally, employees tasked with catering to abnormalities memorize the instructions to the point of reciting them flawlessly. They don't usually carry notes like these. I dare suspect that no remaining employees had the necessary information when an abnormality breached. If the eggs weren't moved into containment yet, that could be the case. There are way too many corpses here. What kind of abnormality could have massacred all these employees? Wait, what's the smell? You see, our office purchased an expensive device the other day. What are you on about? Sources suggest that toxin levels started to rise after a certain floor. I've been bleeding from my ears a bit. Is this okay? No battles without ever... Don Quixote. I was told that continued exposure to it may cause bleeding, like that. How are you so fine, though? It's the anti-abnormality gas grenades applied to employees. One must have gone off somewhere between the bodies here. True. The toxicity levels do appear to be intense around this area. Hopkins had put on a gas mask before we noticed. Hey now, what about us? We weren't granted any additional supplies. Oh. My microphone has a thing on it. Oh no! I'm now scratching the microphone, causing noises. Oh no! Wait, can you hear me? Ah! Yes, you can. Okay. You slippery rat. You knew all this time? You're not getting away with... Heathcliff stopped mid-sentence and fell to one knee. Your blood flow will quicken if you're agitated. In other words, the toxin will spread faster. Try to remain calm, minimize movement, and breathe at regular intervals. Hawkins, why? Why didn't you tell me about this? Oh, I've got a question for you too, Yuri. Why would I make our office waste our precious funds on expensive gadgets for dead weight like you to use? If we're being real, It's a miracle that you managed to join us in the first place. Maybe Aya took pity and gave you special treatment. But she's gone now. So who cares? Sneaky blighter. Is that how you want to live? Don't be silly. Everything's fair game for a fixer. Hearing that the Red Gaze had company tickled my curiosity. But as it turns out, you were just a bunch of ragtag lunatics who thought it'd be a good idea to walk straight into these facilities with zero prep. What a sick joke. Can't do anything but watch. Feeling the arrow towards him, Hopkins backed away and scurried to the exit. Well, at least I managed to grab an armful of Keflin thanks to you. I'll write in my report that you all went missing, 'cause suffocated to death is just too embarrassing. Ta-ta. Yuri slumped to the floor, watching blood pour from her nose to her hands. And she's not the only one. Rhodia, Heathcliff, and the other sinners are suffering from blood loss too. Gregor? I took this with me so you could have something to remember her by. He was holding the same type of gas mask as the one Hopkins wore. But why? Heard Aya gave you special treatment, didn't she? This is as good as yours then. As for our unprepared brand of lunatics, we do have a way out. Don't worry about us. Coughing up blood, Yuri put on the mask. I know he's right. I know earning recognition from an office of strangers is a hard thing to do, even if I take on all kinds of errands day and night. There were only 3 minutes left until the branch was locked down. Initiating site burial. The doors were about to close on me. Energy transfer is 85% complete. Yuri, don't leave me behind, Yuri! So what else am I supposed to do? Is it so wrong that I survived? Should I have been buried alive alongside my co-workers? When the whole building is going under, also the abnormalities won't escape? It is a sin. At least down here. That stings a little, Gregor. Standing astounded, I snapped back to reality and checked on the sinners. Half of them had already passed away on the floor, and Ishmael's head drooped just after she said her last words. A sin. But, ugh. So what, buddy? You've got to live on like it's nobody's business. Laying guilt on yourself over spilt milk will wear your heart out. Ah, you couldn't hear the game. Whoops, I'm sorry. I didn't notice that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Ah! Oh my gosh. I am so sorry. I did not have the game audio on. Ugh. With Gregor drawing his last breath, Yuri and I became the only surviving members standing in the area. Don't worry too much about us. I can take them back there and revive them. I knew mechanical ticking was all Yuri could hear, but I did my best to communicate my message to her nonetheless. I know. Yuri ended the conversation with not a word after. After a long period of awkward gloom, the toxic gas finally dispersed.
괜찮은 것 같네요.
Looks like it's okay now. Oh, yeah. I'll give you a hand. Let's go bring your people back to life. Saying that, Yuri took the gas mask off and calmly carried the sinners on her shoulders, one by one. Back to the checkpoint! Haha! Unsure what to say for her, I remained quiet. Yeah!
유감 없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
Time for a new kind of person. clay doll.
갑니다.
그렇지.
어려울 것도 없었어.
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가자.
There we go. Easy enough. And an event. The exclamation question mark is an event. Were those abnormalities responsible for killing all the employees?
아니에요.
I doubt that.
짐작이 맞다면.
If my guess is right,
전방을 주시하십시오, 관리자님.
keep your eyes ahead, manager. There's another one of them. A humanoid being seen wearing the head of a statue was sitting against the wall.
안녕.
Hi.
너희도
Are you here to draw your lots?
사원증을
Gather all your
다
IDs
모았어.
and give them to me.
당첨자를 고르는 거야.
Then we'll find the winner. Its hand was barely grasping onto the strap of an employee ID card. Alex was the name written on it. Alex
제정신이 아닌데.
gone nuts, hadn't
당첨자
she?
타령은 뭐야?
And what's that babble about winners?
어떤 환상체들은
Some abnormalities
정기적으로 희생을
demanded
위해
regular
바치라고
offerings as
쓰여져
part of the
있었죠.
main managerial guidelines.
그쪽으로 가면 안 돼.
You shouldn't go that way.
그것들이
They will find you.
곧 찾아낼 거야.
그리고 결국
And the offering
인신
happened,
공양에
didn't
있었던
it?
거구나.
네가 뽑을
It's your turn
차례야.
to draw. Offering?
인신 공양을 하지 않으면
What happens if no
됐나요?
human sacrifice is made?
그건 몰라요.
We never found
관리자가
out.
항상 철저히
Followed
지켜줬어요.
every procedure without fail.
탈출해서 닥치는 대로 사람을 죽이고
I guess it
다녔던
escaped and
건가요?
started killing people left and right.
그 환상체라는
That
놈은
abnormality
되게
must have been
불량한
once by this bugger.
만나면
Does it thwack
뒤통수를 까고
victims in the
다니나
back
보지.
of the head?
그게 무슨
What?
말이에요?
What do you mean?
단체로 눈이 삐기라도 했냐?
Did you all get jabbed in the eyes or what?
사람이 낸 상처였어.
Those wounds were clearly
서로
left by
한
humans.
대라도 더 때리려고
You could tell they were
기대했었구만.
beating the shite out of each other.
저 등신들은
Those
지들끼리
thickos
치고받다가 뒤진
killed
거야.
each other in a fight.
왜 그런 건데요?
But for what reason?
뻔하지.
It's clear as day.
지부가 무너지고 한동안은
Probably figured they
어떻게든
could
살아남을
survive a
거라
while
생각했을
even after the branch was buried.
꾸준히 사람을 바치기만
Keep
한다면
offering folks from time to
언젠간
time,
구조가 될 수도
and the
있어.
rest might get rescued one day.
제비 뽑기로 몇 달은 버텼겠지.
Guess they kept the lots going for a
일단
few
한 놈만
months.
죽으면
It was the
잠깐은
safest
버틸
way
수
they had to
있으니까.
keep the thing in check.
근데
Problem
그걸
though,
희생자가 고지고대로
you think the one
받아들이겠냐?
picked as the fall guy would gladly accept his fate?
내가 죽을 바엔
If I was
눈앞에
them,
있는 놈
I'd rather
머리털
strangle the
터뜨리겠어.
bloke next to me.
그럼 적어도
Better
지금
than
내가
me.
받쳐지는 일은
Ain't
없을
that
테니까.
right? This is so dark!
뭐,
Ugh!
그렇게
And the rest
흘러갔겠지.
is history, I bet.
그러다 마지막으로
And the last
살아남아서
survivor
그들을
put on the
같은
stone
석상을
mask
뒤집어
belonging
쓰고
to the
있으니
statue heads,
인신 공양을 피할 수 있을
believing
거라고
that it'll
생각했지.
save her from being sacrificed.
그럴 리가 없어요.
can't
알렉스는
be.
자기가 살려고 남을 죽이고
Alex would kill others just so she could live!
그걸 네가 어떻게 알아?
How do you know
저놈이
that?
진짜 알렉스인지 확실하지
You can't even be
않지만
sure that if that's actually Alex or not.
한 가지
Let me
조언을 해줄까?
give you a tip.
그들이 직접
You'll be much
데려오기
better off
전에 직접
going on your own
걸어가는
foot.
편이
before they come take you. This is dark.
그만 떠나지.
Let's be on our way. This person will perish before long. While everyone else moved along, Yuri remained in place and continued to stare down the statue-clad individual.
네 잘못이 아니었어.
It wasn't your fault. You know it's not right.
날 두고 가.
Leave me behind, Yuri.
제발 날
Please,
두고 가.
leave me. Time to go. Ah! The storytelling is insane. Ah! Just like the entire bit of like, there's an abnormality. It needs regular sacrifices, and then it's like everyone was locked in the facility when the facility was shut down. Oh dear. They thought they could keep it going, and they failed. They're rummaging through corpses, looking for something. But an endless demands for an offering ring in the ears. They look like they might jump us at any second. You see a dying person nearby, gasping for air. Should you offer this person up, or... Let's see. If you offer the person, all allies lose SP, gain an ego gift. Don't offer the person, begin a combat encounter, win to gain a stronger ego gift, or offer a sinner. ... Anyone want to make a choice? I'll wait here for a little bit, a few seconds, so I get a quick little bit of namis. But I figure, hey, if anyone's still watching, which one would you want to choose? Which have I done before? Ha! I think I didn't offer the person. That's all I know. It's been a bit. Besides which, my past experience doesn't matter here. It's just a matter of what you think is right. I'll give you a few more seconds. And then I'll just choose one. You get EXP from the encounter, right? This is a dungeon. They don't hand out EXP for encounters here. I'm just cycling to build up sanity. Which happens to reset at each checkpoints also. Hmm. 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Are your screws loose, manager? The sinners seem upset by your decision. All allies lost 15 SP. Looks like the sinners are out of the question. Should you offer up this dying person, or... Offer the person or don't offer the person. A false choice, yeah. It's one of these two. Angered by your inaction, the clay dolls attacked you.
좋은 경험이 되기를.
And now we are playing with like negative SP. Yeah.
내가 응원하는 게 도움이 되긴 하려나? 힘내긴 해보자고.
Which I think is interesting, to be honest. Da 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 wow.
시동 걸어볼까?
Your reward was a more challenging encounter. Yeah.
기업 대상 제거.
다소 유리하구려.
Banana, na 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 na.
제압 실시.
수에서 쓰러지는 건
어제 토마토 열심히 손본
Of course,
보람이
this is
있네.
still chapter 1. The battles aren't going to be bad. Not yet, anyways. All allies gain +5 offense level and +5 defense level for this ego gift. Bloodied Mask of a Devotee. On to cafeteria checkpoint.
보고 요청 수신.
Time for us to face the actual abnormality in question. The Doomsday Calendar. Okay. I was ordered to describe facts about this in detail, so I observed. Placed on a wooden pedestal that seemed as though it was woven from fibers and muscles was a large stone plate. As I approached it, its compartments of bricks began to rattle. Seized by curiosity, I attempted to step closer for a better look. Alas, my colleagues strongly discouraged me from doing so, so I turned away. One thing I can say with confidence is that it was likely a tool for predicting a date of some kind, judging from the many letters carved on the bricks. Such is all I have to say. Those letters are from an ancient language. If Yi Sing's depiction is correct, that plate is almost certainly a calendar. I had an opportunity to engage it in combat, though it may have been less than pleasant as an observer to see the object of study sustain damage. More discoveries could be had in the behaviors it displayed during battle. It summoned a number of flesh dolls wearing stone masks made of what I believe is the same mineral as the plate. By offering these dolls its plate, I was able to observe a change in its shape. The rattling bricks gradually widened, and I could see red muscle fibers and strange spatial extensions, or such. I can't say for sure how drastic the change will be, but an observable trend is that it's becoming more and more ominous. Such is all I have to say. What the hell did he put me in instead of... Why the hell did he put me in instead of those masked blokes, you damned clockhead? The rest is neatly censored with correction tape. Dante made the right choice. From what I can see, it seems that those flesh dolls or clay dolls can't be offered up while they're alive. The only other option we have is to sacrifice sinners. Why does that have to be me? The rest is neatly censored with the correction tape. I had an opportunity to be offered to this. I'm about to describe the disconcerting, wet, and abnormal experience here. I took unwavering steps forward as the choice was reasonable. I had no reason to fear, for I would be brought back to life even if I were to perish. I did not feel the death, so to speak, though I have experienced death many times in battle. I was not subjected to the sort of pain or flashing disarray that normally accompanies a demise that time. It simply felt as though I was being transported to a different location. Maybe the universe or some other dimension. My own body voice couldn't be perceived by my senses. Perhaps my eyes had gone and I became part of that place. There, I may have seen the end. You could say it was a doomsday I witnessed. No. Perhaps I may have been the end, and the doomsday I was present at the end, but not existent. And while it may be misleading to say that it was there, but even still, I witnessed man and sky and earth tear into thousands of pieces. The rest is neatly censored with the correction tape. I had Heesing talk with the recovery staff from After Team for a moment. His psychological corruption seems rather severe. Dante, I think we should refrain from making our observers directly experience these events from now on. So from that, if you couldn't guess, the goal of this abnormality is to kill the clay dolls and offer up the clay dolls to the Doomsday Calendar.
두드려 패고 터뜨려 주지.
그대로. 상. 놀랍군. 그래.
적대 수색을 배제했습니다.
근방에
Abnormality looks upset. He seems to want something, but what should we give? Okay, so now it has spawned arms, so it has 3 attacks. We need to kill at least one of these, which means that we're gonna take at least 1 hit. I feel like I want to show this off just because I talked about this. How Don Quixote's ego shows that her boots are actually named Rocinante.
그대로 멈춰라.
Also, ego costs sanity to use. Rocinante! I messed up. You have 9 health left. Whoops. Looks like I'm gonna have to sacrifice a sinner. Whoops. Ah! I made a mistake. Ay, ay, ay. There are many ways to calm one down, but this abnormality seems to like gifts the most. A fresh batch of blood might be able to appease it. I didn't kill a clay doll that turn, so I have to offer a sinner. Looks like one of the sinners will have to do a clay doll's job. Yep. It appears that Heathcliff's blood was fresh enough, satiated. The abnormality calmed down for a moment. Heathcliff loses HP, and it has the attack power down.
응원하는 게 도움이 되긴 하려나. 힘내긴 해보자고.
I forgot because I usually go into this fight. I'm used to going into it again with like way more powerful identities. And I forgot that, I'm not doing that right now. I'm going in with like weaker identities at the moment.
두드려 패고 터뜨려 주지.
Poor Heathcliff.
저주 속에 가라앉고.
You've got to willingly take hits from like some things here.
가지 않아 어떤 사람들은 상처를 통해 성장한다고 하오. 나의 벗들도 그러리라 믿소.
But as long as I just have dominating, I should be good.
보고합니다.
There we go. Both arms are down.
근방의 싸움은 우수했어.
Okay. New batch of people! Let's see. For this batch, I think it's actually gonna help if I have the AoE one go off here. I think that'd be helpful. Just do more damage all around in general. You keep imagining Heathcliff as being based on the newspaper comic strip Cat, even though that doesn't fit.
그대로
I can't see it. Like, I just think, when you say that, I think Garfield, and I'm like, that's not Garfield.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
Yeah. Yes! Haha!
근방의 싸움.
There we go. We should be good for this time. The abnormality is wearing everyone down. We'll have to make an offering to calm its wrath. I think we've done enough damage, but I'll just have 2 attacks on one in case. But we killed at least one from this batch of clay dolls. We should be good. Ah! Garbage ape, you'd have no idea. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about when you say garbage ape. To weaken the flame, you'll need cool water. Since we aren't carrying any buckets of water, we should offer up someone cool instead. Clay doll! You gave a living clay doll as tribute. The flame shrunk to a flicker. Doomsday counter loses 100 HP. Frenzy has expired. Yay, it's no longer burning everyone.
무리하구려.
Ha! I didn't expect it to die me. Like, if you don't get it down at that point, it prepares to fire a Doomsday laser that will kill everyone instantly. So, yeah, that's fun. If you do worse on that encounter, it goes bad. Doomsday calendar does do Doomsday. This floor is crawling with maggots. These bugs aren't so bad after the last floor's abnormality. Don't want anything like that ever again. Sure, Greg would be glad to hear that, aren't you, Buggy Buddy? But Gregor wasn't paying attention to Rhodia. There's a different newspaper comic strip than Garfield's, but which also features an orange cat, which is titled Heathcliff. Garbage Ape is a recurring character from that. Ah! Okay. Don't you all hear something? You've been hearing a constant growl. Rhodia, are you really that hungry at a time like this? Hey, you're supposed to let that kind of stuff slide. Please, girl? No, not that. It's like... For the first time on the expedition, Gregor walked ahead of the group and opened the door next to him as if by some compulsion. Wait, there's a containment unit! It's like... that time. No, the door was already open. Gregor gazed into the shower of golden light pouring from the room. Gregor! Did we travel back in time? I see an overcast sky. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Smoke Wars! Haha! In the Project Moon universe, this is a pretty old event that took place, I guess, even before Lobotomy Corporation. And Gregor fought in the Smoke War. Cries and screams twist and ring out at a distance. And in that sky, gunfire, and artillery create a cacophony.
딱 보면 모르는가.
Isn't it clear enough? This is
전장. 한복판.
a battlefield. The heart of it.
이건
Am I dreaming? Or a nightmare? What?
어머.
Why here again?
왜 또다시?
Think about the smoke war. I'm not gonna give too many details about it. The game that gives the most details about the smoke war, in its story overall, is Library of Ruina. But what I will say is this: we can't see here the main thing that made the smoke war horrifying. Yeah.
그러니까 왜 전장 한복판에 있냐
So
말이야?
why the hell are we in a bloody battlefield? Is this a trap or something?
아니요.
No.
길을 잘 찾은 것
We're on the
같군요.
right track.
멀지 않은 곳에
The essence of the technology we're looking for is not far from here.
황금거지요.
You mean the golden bow?
네.
Correct.
다들 이곳이
Do you
언제인지
recognize when this was?
알아보시겠어요?
눈이라는 게 있다면
Anyone
한눈에
with
알아보겠지.
functioning eyes should know at a glance. I actually don't. I confessed.
관리자님은
It's obvious that you
모르는 게
wouldn't
당연합니다.
recognize this manager. You
관리자님께서는
don't have eyes that
눈이
fit
없으시네.
conventional definitions.
그걸 변명이라고 하나요?
Was that the best excuse you have? Aldous cleared her throat as if to mask her embarrassment, then turned her narrow gaze to the battlefield.
소속을 과시하는 듯한
Judging from the colorful wave of garish flags
뛰는 걸로 봐서
showing off the factions in play,
연기 전쟁이 발발한 지
this is at least 70 days into the smoke war.
입니다, 관리자님.
This concludes briefing, manager. Suddenly, there's a strong tug at Heathcliff's coat from behind.
당신들 미쳤어? 어서 대피해.
Are you out of your mind? You need shelter, now! You'll age rapidly if exposed to that bomb's blast. Yeah, sorry, I did the wrong emote for a second there. You'll age rapidly if exposed to that bomb's blast. Oh.
엽초소 직원들은 지금
The outpost next to ours turned into a nursing home. They can't even walk without sticks.
대체 이 자식은 누군데 아는
Who the
척을.
hell are you, and why do you act like you know us?
그레고로 과장님.
Oh,
고생
Manager
많으십니다.
Gregor! My respects, sir! The bandaged man snapped to attention and saluted Gregor as soon as he saw him. You.
저를 모르시겠죠?
You wouldn't recognize me, sir. I'm Thomas from Biomimetics Maintenance.
선발 대열에 계신 줄 알았는데.
I thought you were part of the front
있었을 줄은 몰랐네요.
unit. I'd expect to find you here at the back. Red Badge of Courage is a book that I've read. I have not read Metamorphosis, but... No, Red Heart of Courage, I think it is. This makes me think of that. Where Red Badge of Courage is about a soldier who runs away.
합류를 해야 하는 거면 제가
Are you on your
도와드릴까요?
way to the front?
전 다리
I can help you
특화해서
get there since the augmentation on my legs allows me to jump.
말만 들어도 징그러워.
That sounds gross. Tomal looked at Rodya with suspicion.
방금 무슨 말을?
You... What did you just...
도마 대리.
Hey, Toma, so you're an assistant manager or regular staff?
네, 2등 사원입니다.
Sir, yes, sir! I'm an assistant private, sir!
이쪽은 아직
You see,
시술된
she's a
지
new
얼마 안
hire
된
who had a
직원이라
procedure not too long ago, so
정신청란 부작용이
still getting over the
해결되지 않았어.
confusion. You know, I'll give her a good talking to.
그렇군요. 아무리 그래도
I
전시할
get it.
준비도 안 된
Our corporation must be getting desperate, sending unprepared employees to battle.
미안하네.
Yeah, we're
내가
sorry for the trouble.
데려가기
I've got to
위해서-
take her somewhere real quick. Gregor practically yanked himself out of the conversation and hurriedly walked to
어떻게 된
Faust.
거지, 파우스트 씨?
Just what's going on, Faust? These are my memories.
정확히는 자아
We're
신분.
in the fathoms of your ego, to be precise.
당신의 마음속에 나 있는
An open path in your psyche, in other words.
우리가
We've
그레고로 씨의
entered your
마음에
heart and mind,
들어오게 되었다는
Gregor.
뜻이죠.
We're in the smoke war and Gregor is still living it. Therefore, when the golden bowl opened up the psyche of a war veteran with PTSD. Now we have to relive the war. On the first turn of battle, inflict 1 burn on all enemies 5 times. Yeah. Yep, and here it's like, you can see the background has changed. Smoke War Central Font. And we go to line 23, 7, 1100 hours, key foothold. You remember Metamorphosis being worth reading. Lots of room for interpreting what the titular Metamorphosis represents if you're interested in doing that. I am, eventually. I still haven't finished reading House of Leaves, and I got distracted by reading Wandering In, because Wandering In updated a ton since I last read it. Also, I'm gonna have Gregor in the team, like, consistently from here on, since, I think it's, like, important. I think I gotta throw up. Everything is wobbling. It would appear that psychogenic pressure is rising. But you should be fine. I think I once had an unsettling nightmare. Maybe I'm still in one, even now. I don't know. Is Metamorphosis like one of those books that are free of copyright now? Because maybe we could have a reading stream one of the days. Ah, that could be fun. In this dream, there are only 2 colors in the room where I stand. Also, remember earlier how you said don't give Gregor an apple? The blue covering every wall, and the dangling dot of red. I had to refrain myself from laughing a lot. I know how to get out of here too. All I had to do was stretch out my arm and cut the hanging apple. That is reference to the story. Ah! Nice. I did not know that, so yay! The people in blue coats seemed to think I failed to understand that. They would come in several times a day and explain it to me over and over. Unfortunately for them, that wasn't the part I struggled to understand. When I finally gave up thinking about it, and the sliced apple fell to the floor, the door was opened. I don't remember what drove me to do it. Maybe I was exhausted mentally. Or maybe I thought to resign myself to it. In either case, what I do remember is my desire to break free from the nightmare. You finally did it. I knew you could. The searching was successful after all. You just have to keep it up. Chop up the apples in front of you. Simple, isn't it? Oh, right. Happy 15th birthday! Okay. A nightmare escaped through renunciation and resignation. One day, as I awoke from my unsettling dreams, I had found myself transformed into some hideous pest. I cut apples in half. Some were hard, some crumbly, some were soft, some sappy. The sugary smell made me sick sometimes. At some point, I realized something. I thought I woke up from the dream. but I was still right in the middle of that nightmare. Absolutely horrifying.
최선을 다해보지. 방금 벌레 말은 듣지 않다는 사람 누구야?
And now we're in the smoke war. Say hello to the soldiers. The general story with this is that recollected wallowing soldier. Anyone who's in the vicinity of a golden bow entering someone's psyche gets pulled in to the thing happening. These are the people in the yeah.
침착하게.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야. 얼마나네?
기업 대상 제거.
So yeah, looks like the original German version of the Metamorphosis is public domain, but the translations have their own copyrights. Nab it! Oh, that would have been so fun. But alas, we can't. We could do Dracula, but not Metamorphosis. On the battlefield, we fight soldiers with insectile body parts just like Gregor. I couldn't tell where this was or who they were, but I got the feeling that this was a product of the Golden Bow's influence. Still on the battlefield. It's the same place as before, though something about it is different. There's a strong tug at Heathcliff's coat from behind. Are you out of your minds? Get to shelter now! You'll age rapidly if exposed to that bomb's blast! The next next to ours turned into a nursing home. They can't even walk without sticks! Hold on. Isn't it the same guy we just... It's not a problem, because Manager Gregor is with us. He doesn't suffer side effects like the rest of us, and he can regenerate his arm too. He was operated on by none other than Herman, our most skilled director. A hero shouldn't be on the rear guard. I'll give you a ride. What the hell? Get away from me! 4 pairs of wings emerge from his back, clicking and twitching. Why are you running? You should raise G-Corp's banner and take the lead on the front lines. I never wanted any of this. Not the procedure, nor the war. Take the lead! Tomas' mouth opens unnaturally, and a pair of long antennae begin to grow from his face. You gotta fight them again? My stomach is gonna turn. What is that display of weakness? Do you wish to be punished for insubordination? I think we should run here. An excellent plan, Manager. You know when to strike and when to withdraw. The hell is her deal? Retreat is not an option. I don't get it. I heard every employee under the corporation had modifications, but it can't have been this foul. Yes, it was, Ishmael. What we see here may differ from actual accounts. The path was opened by Gregor's feelings rather than his memories. This is how he felt in his heart about his own allies. Did all the employees in your wing receive the augmentation procedure? Most did. Was it done with their consent? That's so... Did the people in L Corp consent to offering themselves up to abnormalities? That's... I heard that was written on the contract. Capitalistic dystopia! We were never properly informed, though. They said such routine procedures should be skipped for efficient management. That we should face the fear. In the end, anyone who joined the corporation agreed to it, knowingly or not. can't guess how it went for us then. Yeah, this story is so good. Hear a faint voice. Please, help. Do you follow the sound, or? I'm gonna check out the source of the voice. A soldier was crushed under rubble, gasping in agony. Please, just kill me. It hurts too much. You can't ignore this person. He will be ordered to bring the soldier to peace. Who will undertake bringing the soldier to peace? Let's see. Looks like Dawn has pretty good chances. Oh, Mersault has guaranteed. Yeah, let's go, Mersault. Thank you. The soldier's life was delivered a coup de grace by the knife. The human rhythm that rose through the blade soon ceased, and the soldier was eased into eternal rest. Eagle gift, shoddy dressing earned!
정시 퇴근 가능할 것 같군요.
All allies gain plus 10% max XP. Key foothold.
요리 씨.
What's the delay, Yuri?
잠시만요.
Give me a second,
방독면이
please.
떨어져서.
The gas mask fell off my bag.
이젠 쓸모도 없을 텐데.
I don't see it serving any practical purpose now. You're only weighing yourself down.
아야씨,
I mean, it's
유품이잖아요.
Aya's memento.
N사 소속도 아니면서.
You indulged in the most pointless activity in the world, and you aren't even from N Corp. And we'll get to N Corp later.
반대로 묶어야 돼요.
Tie it the other way. Sorry? The knot.
그렇게 묶으면
It'll come
금방
loose
다시
again if you
떨어질 거예요.
tie it that way.
배에서 안 풀리게 묶던 방법이
There's a
있어서
sailor's knot I learned on the boat. I'll teach you how to do it back on the bus.
아, 고마워요.
Oh, thank you.
뭔데?
What
너는
now?
언제 화목하고
Since
자빠졌냐?
when were you so friendly?
유리, 이렇게 된 거
Yuri,
림버스
you know
컴퍼니에서
what?
시간
Why don't you
벌어서
join our
있는
company
거
while
어때?
you're at it?
제가요?
Me?
그건
That's...
알아.
I know. We need to get the okay from Vergilius or superiors and all of that.
말은
But a
끊어낼
little
수 있잖아.
suggestion doesn't hurt.
글쎄요.
I wonder.
그리고 분홍머리가
Plus,
회사의
pink hair makes a
마스코트로도
perfect
제일
mascot to
좋거든.
represent us.
어때?
Come on, will you give it some thought, please?
마스코트요?
A mascot? Yuri made a smile for the first time, albeit faintly. I'm gonna go shoot for events whenever I can because those are fun. Toma, the young soldier, greets us as though this were his first time seeing us, and our surroundings make less and less sense. Is this how Gregor viewed his past?
전쟁은 끝났다.
The war was over.
하지만 난
Yet my doppelganger was still holding a silly pose with a confident look on his face.
난처럼
That's not the kind of face I'd make.
하지만
Though, gotta give it to him for making the hair on my arm look as grotesque as it is real. Whose shop was this?
유머가 늘었다.
I've grown fond of humor.
악몽 속에 오래 잠겨 있다.
Being consumed by the nightmare for so long must have made me crave liveliness.
쥐사 새끼들은 모조리 참
Those scum from G Corp should all be sent to the gallows.
누군가 중얼거리면서
Someone murmurs, spitting on the floor.
목소리의 방향이 어디로 향했는지
I could tell what they were
쳐다보지 않아도
speaking
알수 있어.
towards without even looking.
그래서였을까?
Knowing that,
속이 메스꺼.
I felt nauseous.
저기요,
Sir,
괜찮으세요?
are you alright?
어이, 괜찮은 거야?
Hey,
얼굴도
you okay,
지나가 안
babe?
좋아 보이는데?
You don't look so well.
지하철이었는데.
I was just in the subway.
무슨 개소리야?
The hell are you blabbering
그래.
about?
여긴 여전히 전쟁터야.
Craig, we're still on the battlefield. Gregor groped his pockets with stumbling hands, looking for a cigarette out of habit, but soon stopped. It dawned on him as it did me. All the sinners seem to have realized it now. Toma is going to grab us and give a warning any second now.
당신들
Are you...
토마 씨, 대사가
Look,
슬슬
Toma,
지겨워져서 그런데
I'm starting to get sick of your
우린
pickup
미치지도
line.
않았고
So
너
say it
앞에서는 안 맞을
once.
거야.
We're not out of our minds, and the aging bomb ain't gonna hit us. Oh! Oh, yeah, I kind of figured that you wouldn't see the big, like, smoke monster here, because the smoke monster was erased from the minds of everyone there.
아니
No. Instead of elaborating, he points up.
나
I need help.
살려달라고. 죽고 싶지 않아.
I don't want to die. Toma was crushed to a pulp right before her eyes. There's only one thing to say in a situation like this. Run! All troops, retreat! We must up everything we can to run, but the airborne hand is ever persistent and shows no signs of letting up. We're all going to get turned into pancakes! Got any bright ideas, smart one?
중이에요.
I'm listening.
심상 속은
There are too many
단순한
variables to consider
다양성.
in the fathoms of the ego.
섣불리 결정하기
I can't be
힘들기 때문에.
hasty with my judgment.
고민할 것이 뭐가 있겠는가?
There's no cause for hesitation! A true hero succumbs to no hardships!
난 목사발이 되어버린
I don't think I want to recover a flattened body.
아, 미안 단테.
Oh, sorry,
보고 한 말은
Dante.
아니야.
Didn't mean it that way. It was tempting to say something back to her, but I figured now was the time to keep my mouth shut so everyone could focus on running. Ah!
아직도 생각 중이신가?
Still thinking, are you?
옳은 것
Uh,
같다며?
well, are you Miss Know-It-All? Knows it all?
해결책을 물어본 거라면
If you're asking for an immediate solution, then yes,
아직 얻지 못했어.
I've yet to come up with one.
확실한 건
The only thing I can say for certain is
황금가지가
that our
존재하지
objective
않는다는
is
거예요.
not nearby. Dante would have
그랬다면
responded strongly
단테
otherwise.
씨가 조금 더 적극적인 반응을 보였을 테니.
Me?
장난해? 지금
Are you
그거
joking?
말하는 게 그거야?
That's all you've got? Heathcliff furrowed his brows, ready to snap at the unhelpful savant. But a sudden close shave with the massive palm made him focus his energy on his legs rather than his mouth. Funk, 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 funk. Cracker?
뭐야?
Whoa.
왜 갑자기 멈춰?
Hey. What? Why the holdup?
알 것 같아.
I think I see now.
이것이 내
This world
세계라면
is a product of my mind. Gregor took a breather, then looked up at the sky. We shouldn't run away from that hand.
기어이 마탱이가
Did you
가버렸냐?
finally get the crackers or what?
그레고르,
Gregor,
확실한가요?
are you sure?
지금까지
My own free will
뭐
never
하나
played much of a role in my
내
life.
의지대로 살아본 적이 없었어. 이건 역시
It only makes
저항
sense
자체가
that resisting is
무의미한
meaningless
공간이라는
in this reflection of my mind.
그렇다면
In that
저항을
case,
그만두는 게
letting the
해답일지도
inevitable
몰라.
happen might be the answer.
진심이냐? 다들
Are you all serious? It's not like there's any other
다른 방법이
way.
없잖아요. 다들
We're all
지쳤다고.
exhausted.
그리고 말이지. 저
Besides,
손톱만
look at that. Paint on its nails.
저런 무늬의 매니큐어는
You don't
흔하지
see
않다.
that kind of polish just anywhere.
손바닥의 주인이 그
If that
사람이
hand
맞다면
belongs to who I think it does,
절대 날
she will
포기하지
not
않을
stop chasing us.
파우스트 씨,
Faust,
당신
you said this is a path of my
이게 내 마음의
heart,
길이란?
right?
그렇다면 확실할 거야.
Then I can tell you this for sure.
내 마음의 길은
It's about to hit a dead
이
end.
이후로는 막다른 길일 예정이거든. 악몽
Be it the
길도
nightmares or
그
the
사람의
road,
통제 밖으로 벗어나
I
본 적이
never once
없었으니까.
strayed from that woman's control. Who is Gregor talking about? And what does he mean by nightmare? As much as I wanted to ask him,
될 대로 되지.
might as well. Soon enough, the giant had cast a shadow over us, descending. Just before it reached us, it stopped to hold us in its grasp. Everything went dark. I felt a disorienting nausea of being lifted into the sky. And Sinclair lets it be known. While everyone else was suffering from it, Faust and I were the only ones standing straight. I noticed that the battlefield had changed into somewhere familiar. Ah! While traversing a narrow passage, a swarm of cockroaches crawled into the way. The wrestling visage is almost revolting. Do you walk past them, or... Enough is enough, crush the cockroaches with the sinners. Gregor loses a lot of his SP. Begin a combat encounter, win to gain an ego gift. That's what I'm doing. Gregor turned away from the carnage, discontent. Soon after, a crowd of angry bug soldiers came charging for us. Gregor lost 20 SP! Combat encounter!
치덕거려.
Giving Gregor the worst time possible! This chapter is Gregor suffers the chapter! Yeah. And in case you're curious, next chapter is Rodion as far as like suffering goes.
기절했나?
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
이리로.
그렇지. 얼마나네.
적확한 하늘이었어.
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠.
어려울 것도 없었어.
취해서 쓰러지는 건
So in general, like, everyone thinks there's only gonna be like 12 to 13 chapters of this game. But they take a while in releasing, like, new chapters, so yeah.
임무 시작.
Oh, whoops, that doesn't work. Let's see, you're being attacked by you. And you're being attacked by you. Ah, there are multiple attacking you! Why? Gotta try to organize this so that I can get every single one to, like, match up against. That's the fun thing about the speed. It's like, sometimes you just end up with that where it's like, okay, you gotta be careful. Or you end up with, like, extra signs that just, like, get free hits.
특별히 청원할 이유가
귀찮게 끌지 말지.
기절했나?
취해서 쓰러지는 건
아까처럼만 해.
There we go.
그럼 우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
And then when it's one single enemy, you can just delay their attack until the last one in the line and have everyone else get a free hit in. Which makes it ridiculously easy to, like, at least attack
취해서 쓰러지는 건
on a single enemy with a single part. And now for the end. Right? Is it this the end? I think this is the end.
좋은 경험이 되기를.
텐테 이 격리실아.
Tante, something about this containment unit seems different from the others. Does it not? Yeah, it really does. Wait, is this... Yes, that is most likely where we can find the abnormality in which the golden bough has taken root.
그래도
We did manage to come this far, huh?
그레고르 씨,
Say, Gregor,
버스로 돌아가면
when we go back to the bus,
지도 보는 법을
can I teach
알려줘도
Kara how to
될까요?
use the map? Yeah, sounds good. I'm sure she'll like it.
그럴 리가요.
I doubt that. Sinclair shook his head, then dry retched afterward.
돌아갈 곳이
It's nice to have a place to go back
좋은
to.
거네요.
I am waiting for people to like point out, oh my gosh, what's happening? Because, oh my gosh. Welcome to the apple. Maybe the golden bough lies inside the apple.
시동 걸어볼까?
Ha! Hack and slash and hack and slash.
기절했나?
한 방 먹였네. 이 기세를 모아서 뚫어보자고.
Damage output. Whoa!
귀찮지 말지. 내 자식 꺾이는군.
적확한 한압이었어.
The apple's body broke, and the raging fruit still grew. Couldn't golden bough really be in there? I'll go check it out! I'll go check it out! Yuri said to the others. The sinner with the bug's arm seems nervous about this. Does he want to go with her, perhaps? The fruit's cracked shell suddenly began to rattle as it would jump at any moment. Gregor managed to escape, but it seems Yuri couldn't. The fruit's flesh melted to form a new body. Don't feel too guilty about it. One lost life is better than two. The golden apple formed a new body! The abnormality devoured Yuri in one bite. She was gone without a trace. I could save the other sinners, but there's nothing I could do about Yuri. Without a word, Gregor hacked and slashed away at the abnormality, as if he expected to find Yuri unscathed by slicing the apple open.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
I think now is a good time to show what Gregor's ego is, because I feel like this pertains strongly to this.
침착하게.
내 팔은
My arm had changed. Haha!
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
Yeah, his ego is called suddenly one day, and his one line during it is my arm had changed. Yeah, can't relate strongly to this.
좋다. 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
Sick guitar solo in the background. Yeah!
다소 유리하구려.
Let's see, how much? You have 7. Right. You have enough for that. Okay. Dun, 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 dun.
갑니다.
그렇지. 어제 톱날을 열심히 손본 보람이 있네. 도입하기에 성공했어. 계속 몰아붙이자고.
I feel good that we defeated Ungreg. The mass of maggots falls apart in a hull of silent screams. Beyond that, I see a wave of radiant golden light. Is that the golden bow? Just as I begin to approach it, the apple begins to tremble.
저 혹시
Excuse me,
림버스 컴퍼니에서
are
오신
you the people
분들
from Limbus Company? Yuri, you're okay? Even though I had clearly seen it devour her, I couldn't stop myself from asking.
버스로 돌아가면
When you go back to the bus, can I
알려줘도 될까요?
Karen, how to... Then I saw a glimpse of the pink locks of hair that Rhodia took a liking to. Hello. Yuri's head stood motionless, facing Gregor. Her face was upright. However, the Yuri we knew and accompanied was always hunched over. She slouched at all times, as though it were her sole surviving obligation to carry the wills of her late colleagues. Given that, I can warn him with confidence. That isn't Yuri, Gregor.
생각에도 그런 거 같아.
Yeah, I think you're right. Gregor accepts it calmly. He then outstretches his arm, sending it flying towards Yuri. Yet, it soon stops traveling.
죽고 싶지 않았어요.
I didn't want to die. Cut her down, Gregor. I don't know if this is the right thing to do as the manager.
그 누구도 죽고 싶어 하진 않았어요.
None of us wanted to die. But I had to shout at Gregor now to stop him from being ruined. Cut it now!
죽기 싫어요.
I don't want to die! This is... The foreman's arm stopped right before reaching the civilian's throat. I pulled against it with all my might, but it wouldn't budge. So this is what Gregor's ego is referencing. Suddenly, one day, my arm had changed, and he attacked someone accidentally. Please spare me! I'll give you all my money!
여자를 놔줘. 아니면 대응 공격을
Let the woman go! Otherwise, I'll stop you by force. My arm. Cut off the arm, now! This is your final warning. Release her now, or... Just do it! As the dismembered arm falls to the ground, she slides down the wall, gasping. However, peace doesn't last long. The arm starts regenerating from its twitching stump. Are you alright, sir? No, stay away from me! Don't come any closer! The regrown arm rushes forward as if it remembered the pain it suffered mere moments ago.
그레고로 과장님, 항상
You have my utmost respect, Manager Gregor, sir. You really shouldn't.
내가 원해서 참전한
I
것도
didn't
아니야.
fight in the war because I wanted to.
그럼 난 도대체 어쩌라는 거예요?
What else am I supposed to do?
살아남는 게 죄예요?
Is it so wrong that I survived?
그냥 살아가 제발.
Live on, please.
우리가
It's not like we got ourselves into this mess voluntarily.
끝에 끝에서
Having come to
결실을
this
목전에
end,
두고 멈추다.
only to be stopped just before your
실력
labor bears
개탄스럽고.
fruit. How regrettable.
뭐 우리야 좋지.
Well,
잡지 않은
we'll
기운이
take it.
유찰될 뿐이야.
opportunities left unclaimed will only become null and void. Yuri's head fell to the ground. It wasn't Gregor's doing. Yuri's mouth opens and lets something out. It was a tree branch radiating a bright golden glow.
가지를 찾고 있었니?
Seeking the bell, were you?
당신
You.
생각보단 좀
A bit
작다.
small, isn't it?
그치? 난 헤르만이라고 해.
I'm Haman.
앞으로
We'll be
자주
seeing
보게
each other
될 거야.
often. The reason being,
우리는 가지가
We
필요하고
need those bells.
너희는
And you
가지를 찾을 수 있고
are capable of finding them.
너희는 죽지
You
않지만
won't die, but
우리
we will
너희를
kill
죽일
you.
거니까.
Herman nudges Yuri's head with her foot.
물론 지금은
It won't
말고
be now, though.
황금 가지는
We'll take
우리
good
쪽에서
care of the
안전하게
golden
수거해
bowl
갈게.
you found.
구보, 나의 벗.
Kubo,
이것이
my dear
그대가 선택한
compatriot.
길이오.
is this the path you chose?
맞아. 이제
Indeed it
명언이지.
is. Only few remain now.
오랜만이네.
It's been a while, brother.
네 옷에 더러운 냄새가 나는 거
Do you
알고
know how
있어?
filthy your clothing
지금 꼴을
smells?
가족들이 봤어야 했네.
If only your family were here to see your state.
아주 만남의 광장이로군.
Summer reunion this has turned into.
내가 준 선물은 잘 간직하고
How are you
있어?
treating your
아들?
present, my son?
고작 이런 꼬락서리가
I didn't invest in you
준
just to
건
see you in such a
아니었는데.
mess.
바란 적 없어.
I never asked for this.
그래도 포장지는
You should
나도
at least
입어야지.
finish unwrapping what I gave you.
고작 그 능력이
That little arm isn't
내가
all
준
there is to
전부가
it.
아니거든.
자, 인사는 여기까지.
Alright now, that's enough greetings. The man who introduced himself as Xie Huan clapped twice. Then everything went dark. Like waking from a long nightmare. The early dawn greets you. After some time passed,
쉬운 임무라고 생각했는데
and I thought this would be an easy enough mission for you.
눈앞에서 황금 가지를
After allowing the
빼앗기고
golden bow to be
당당도
taken before your
복귀했군.
very eyes, you had the gall to walk in with your faces up.
나의 과대평가였나?
Have I overestimated you?
파우스터 씨,
Why don't you give me
변명이라도
an
해보는 게
excuse,
어떨지.
Miss Faust?
불멸만이 해답은
As it turns
아니거든.
out, immortality wasn't the solution to everything.
당신은 할 말이 없습니까?
Anything to say for
Dante.
yourself, Dante. There was another group going after the Golden Bow. You had to have known this, so why didn't you warn me?
황금 가지를 노리고 왔다.
They're asking about the other
다른
faction
세력에 대해
that sought the
물어보네요.
Golden Bow. Faust placidly relayed my words for Virgilius.
설마 내게
Don't tell
책임을
me.
묻는 겁니까?
Are you holding me responsible?
되묻죠, 단테.
Tell me then,
아무런
Dante.
위협 세력이 없는
Why would we
곳에
bother sending
12이나 되는
12 whole
자들을
combatants to a
내려보낼
place
이유가
with no
있습니까?
threats?
해결사까지 추가로
After
고용해서
hiring
말이지.
fixers to guide them too. That's
됐어 관리자 양반.
enough of that, Manager Bud.
그건 내 탓이야.
It's my fault.
책망하려면
If
나에게.
you want someone to blame, I'm right here.
걸작이군.
How fascinating.
만난 지 얼마나 되었다고
Built a sense of
벌써부터
camaraderie
전우의
between you
냄새를
already.
풍기는지. 뭐
Well,
기차 한 배에
I do
묶인
suppose it's
자들끼리
not too
감싸주는
bad to
게
cover up for each other
나쁘다곤 하진
since you're all in the
않겠지만
same bus.
지구를 감싸주는 게
Just know that sticking up for one
무능함을 가릴 수
another
있다고
doesn't
착각하지
make up for your
말아줬으면
incompetence.
연락이 왔습니다.
We got a call
애프터 팀의
after
특별
Team
작전
Spec Ops
사과가
Section 4 has
지하로
just
진입,
gone underground for
작전을
this job.
수행한다고 하네요.
그래 그래야겠지.
That sounds about right.
남은 애고와
Someone has to
환상체도
salvage the
회수해야 할
EGO
테니.
and abnormalities left there.
정작 중요한
A real
점수는
shame
잃었지만
that the
말이야.
essence was lost, though.
뒤끝이 길군.
This is getting excessive.
전장에서 실패는 의뢰 있는
Failure is a common thing on the
목표를 달성하지
battlefield.
못했다면
If an objective wasn't
다시
met,
작전을 세워 재투입을
we devise
할 뿐이지.
another plan and redeploy.
첫 작전에서 너무 많은
Are
걸
you
바라는
sure
게
it
아닌가.
wasn't your expectations that were too high for our
첫
first
수위로는 믿을 수 없는
mission?
성과를 보여주었다만.
I will have you know that our manager's performance was nothing short of outstanding. Coughing.
이쯤 해두지.
I suppose we'll leave it at
아주
that.
틀린 말을
You're
한
not
것도
entirely
아니니까.
wrong.
그렇죠.
Certainly. There seemed to be an uncanny tension between Virgilius and Faust. But right now, I had neither the energy nor the willpower left in me to get inquisitive. The bus reeked of blood with all the stains and gore on our outfits, yet none of us tried to open the windows. And no one had the urge to have a change of clothes. All of us just sat in place, dwelling on silence. Gregor had the most defeated look of them all, staring out the window. Then, he suddenly went to hang something from his pocket near the windshield of the bus.
벌레 양반.
Bug guy, what did you put on Mephi's head?
유품.
A memento.
두 사람의 유품이다.
Something that belonged to the two.
딱 유리시만한
I had a
여동생이
sister
있었거든.
just about Yuri's age.
그냥
That's
그랬었다고.
all there is. I considered giving him a pep talk, but that quickly dissipated. Ishbel wore a grieving look, Sinclair was quietly weeping, and Rhodia let out a distressed sigh. If they couldn't offer him any encouragement, what good would I do?
카론 시야에 방해가 되지
Charon?
않겠나?
Won't this get in your way?
카론은
No.
괜찮아.
Karen will be fine.
그래
Alright,
출발하지.
let's hit the road.
부릉부릉.
Vroom vroom! Haha! The bus slowly grumbled forward. The gas mask hanging by the windshield waved like an ornament. So, I gotta give a there's a quick moment, yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. At the end of each chapter, you hear a song sung by the sitter the chapter was focused around. So that was a song sung by Gregor.
더 복잡한 일이 생기기 전에
And now we get the
서둘러
experience.
이곳을 나가지.
So let's see, is anyone still watching? If so, I'll say like, do you want to see chapter 2? Are you still there? Oh, Ryan is observing and imagining. Nice. I don't know if Twitch is giving me accurate information because it's telling me you have 2 viewers, and I'm like, okay, do I actually have 2? I actually have 2 viewers. Okay. I think in that case, I'm gonna finish off. Because most everyone left, and I just finished off a chapter, and I'm like, cool. All of my compatriots that people love to watch. So So anyway, we're gonna read Rackley. Haha! We're gonna read Rackley with just the message of Bug Guy! Ha 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 ha! Since Rackley was here earlier, it's just gonna be Bug Guy. So anyway. Yeah, Bug Guy! Thank you so much for watching. And please, remember to always be awesome. Always be kind. And keep observing. Something fun may happen. Haha! Red message is Bug Guy. Go, go, go! Bug Guy, Bug Guy, Bug Guy. And thank you for being here.